Chapter 785. Lord Li Hai. The few young masters in the hall were shocked. They recognized this Lord Li Hai. He was the deputy commander of the city guards, Li family's elder. The main commander was Li He's deputy city lord, but Li He basically did not care about these matters. All the thousands of guards in the city basically had Li Hai as their leader. The reason why these few young masters knew this Lord Li Hai was because of Flower Pity Young Master. Not long ago, Flower Pity Young Master killed a young master in public, and finally, this Lord Li Hai appeared. That young master's corpse was carried away, but Flower Pity Young Master was drinking tea here today. In addition to the expressions of Flower Pity Young Master and the two guards, these few people basically determined that this Li Hai was related to Lien family, and the relationship was not ordinary. Who are you people? To actually dare to cause trouble in the city in public? Do you still not have any respect for Divine Realm's ironclad laws? Do you still not have any respect for my family's supremacy? After Li Hai came in, his gaze swept across and spoke. After this sentence, Yi Qinghan was very clear that this Lord Li Hai's relationship with Flower Pity Young Master was definitely not ordinary. Because this person actually just swept a glance across the people on his side, and finally set his gaze on the one who spoke to Feng Qi. He did not even look at Flower Pity Young Master trio. This question was clearly directed at them. Lord Li Hai, this humble one's surname is Yi. Elder Li Bai knows me. Feng Qi cast his gaze towards Yi Qinghan. Yi Qinghan could only smile faintly, clasping his hands towards Li Hai, and said politely. He was thinking that since Li Bai had already acknowledged him as the young master of the soul-devouring manor, and he was someone that the Li He city lord valued highly, and had even done such a huge business with the Li clan, everyone in the Li clan should know of him. If this Li Hai knew his identity, he most likely would not be overly biased towards Flower Pity Young Master. However, he was wrong. Surname Yi? Li Bai? After Li He finished listening to Yi Qinghan's words, his eyes revealed a trace of mockery, and then he laughed coldly. He actually did not ask anything and directly ordered, "Come." This group of people have no respect for the ironclad laws, have no respect for supremacy. Those who are causing trouble publicly in the city, bring all of them away. If they dare to disobey, kill them on the spot. Scouts, prepare to release the family signal, gather the family battle hall elders if necessary. Oh, Yi Qinghan and the Thunder Emperor Wen Qi raised their eyebrows at the same time, a playful expression appearing on their faces. This order was rather baffling to them, and it even made them a little confused. They were very clear about Li He city lord's attitude towards Yi Qinghan. It was even said that Yi Qinghan had an unusual relationship with Li Shuai. This little commander actually wanted to capture them without asking any questions? And it seemed like he only wanted to take them down? A few young masters at the side were also very surprised. They could all see that the identity of this green-robed young master was obviously not ordinary. How could a young master with a peak 6th grade war god bodyguard be ordinary? Did Commander Li Hai's head get kicked by a donkey? Pardon me. More than 10 experts among the guards flashed with divine power. They unsheathed their swords and sabers and quickly surrounded Yi Qinghan's group of 5. The flower-sympathizing young master and the 2 5th-grade war gods took advantage of the situation to retreat. The Thunder Emperor, Feng Qi, the Rain Empress, and Yi Yaorao naturally moved closer to Yi Qinghan. Buzz! When Feng Qi received Yi Qinghan's order, he did not have any misgivings. He released all of his divine power and imposing manner. His imposing manner was as powerful as a mountain, and it directly pushed back the dozen experts. The strength of the guards of Dripping Spring City was not bad. The experts among these guards had even reached the peak of 4th grade. This Commander Li Hai, however, clearly had the strength of a lower 6th grade war god. These people might be able to deal with ordinary martial artists with ease, but in front of Feng Qi, they did not even have the chance to attack. Lord Li Hai, I think you should investigate this matter first before making a decision. Yi Qinghan coldly looked at Commander Li Hai and decided to give him a reminder. After all, he came here to make a deal with the Li family. Moreover, because of Li Shuai's relationship with Li He could be considered friends with the Li family. If he fought, it would not be good to damage their friendship. Lehigh sneered, and the imposing manner on his body became more ferocious. Although he had the strength of a lower 6th grade war god, he did not fear Feng Qi at all. The sword in his hand glowed with divine light as he sneered, "Investigate? What investigation is needed? The few of you relied on your powerful strength and openly bullied the weak. Furthermore, you refused to cooperate with the investigation and attacked the Dripping Springs city guards. Everyone present is a witness. I'll give you one last chance. Surrender voluntarily. Otherwise, I'm going to gather the elders of the family's battle hall. At that time, when the elders of the battle hall come, all of you will die without a burial ground." Feng Qi's expression changed. He was so angry that he could only choke out a word. Wu Shanye's expression also changed. A trace of anger flashed across the eyes of Thunder Emperor and Rain Empress, but they still did not release their imposing manner. They still retracted their divine power. But Yi Qinghan smiled. His smile was very gentle. But in the eyes of Lehigh and the guards, it became a kind of provocation. This Lehigh city lord's ability to confuse black and white was truly formidable. Feng Qi's strength was higher than the flower-loving young master's. He directly determined the crime of bullying the weak and causing trouble. The moment he entered, he did not ask about the situation at all. Instead, he directly ordered to capture people. Furthermore, he only captured people from one side openly. Feng Qi did not make a move at all. He only used his pressure to scare off the guards. He actually directly said to attack the Dripping Springs city guards. What happened earlier was a small matter. The crime of attacking the guards at the back was a big one. Once it was proven, it would definitely be a capital crime. The guards in the city were the official army of the continent. Attacking the official army was equivalent to declaring war with Dripping Springs City and Misty Manor. Don't you think the crime is a big one? Send the signal. This young master can't be bothered to talk to a fool like you. Let your elders talk to this young master. You don't have the right. Under the burning gazes of the countless young masters and guards, Yi Qinghan said these words lightly. When these words came out, everyone was shocked. The guards of a city represented the dignity of the city. They represented the iron law of the divine realm. They represented the owner of the city. Under such circumstances, not only did Yi Qinghan not lower his head, he became even more arrogant. He actually insulted the deputy commander of the Dripping Springs city guards in public. Not to mention that he, a deputy commander with the strength of a lower 6th grade war god, did not have the right to speak to him. Who did he think he was? Even those true peerless young masters, even young Master Tu Xie, did not have the confidence or the guts to say such words. What kind of arrogance was this? What kind of boldness was this? Good. 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 Lehigh's face alternated between green and white. He pointed at Yi Qinghan, his entire body trembling with anger. How many years had it been since someone dared to point at his nose and scold him like this? As one of the top 10 major manners of the Misty Continent, even though he was only a deputy commander of the guards. However, even a manor lord with low cultivation would treat him politely when they saw him. Who would have thought that he would be slapped in public by a young master with no reputation at all? Qi. If not for his apprehension of Feng Qi's strength, Lehigh would have already unleashed his divine power and sent a palm strike. Without needing his order, his subordinates immediately took out their family's signal flare and released it. With a chi sound, a huge firework blossomed in the sky above Dripping Springs City. Although it was daytime, it was still dazzling and beautiful. Brat, you're finished. All of you are finished. Lehigh's lips curled into a cruel smile. As the deputy commander of Dripping Springs City, he was well aware of the disciples and experts of the major clans on the continent. He was absolutely certain that these people were not members of major clans. Although he did not know where these madmen came from, he knew that based on the brat's words, these people would undoubtedly die. Chapter 786. Xiao. Out of the way. Not long after the fireworks were released, before the dust had completely dissipated, a black figure shot over from afar. He roared angrily as he sprinted. The guards surrounding the joyful red courtyard heard the angry roar and turned their heads to look. They quickly stepped aside, allowing the man to enter. They were very familiar with this person. He was a senior elder of the Li clan. Although he wasn't very strong, he was the favorite of the young lady, senior elder Li Bai. Li Hai, what are you doing? Are you crazy? Li Bai didn't pass by chance. He was brought here by the manager's beautiful maid. The message was simple: someone wanted to touch the woman of the Heaven One customer. Li Bai jumped up in shock. Such a thing happening in Leaping Spring City. Not only would Li He City Lord lose face, it would also cause Yi Qinghan to have a bad impression of the Li clan. He hurried over, only to find his clan's guards surrounding Yi Qinghan, and even send out a signal flare to gather the clan's war hall. He was naturally even more exasperated, immediately roaring at Li Hai. Who was Yi Qinghan? Who did Yi Qinghan represent? What was Yi Qinghan doing here? This young divine general was someone that Reverend Butterfly Dance valued. He came from the distant soul-devouring manor to Leaping Spring City, bringing a shocking business deal. Not only did his clan's people not protect him, but his woman was taken advantage of. Now his clan's guards surrounded him, and even wanted the War Hall's senior elder to kill Yi Qinghan. Thinking that if he was a step late, the War Hall's madman would have killed Yi Qinghan. In the end, Reverend Butterfly Dance was enraged, descending to Leaping Spring City to fight with his family's reverend, causing the entire Leaping Spring City to turn into a river of blood. He couldn't help but feel even more agitated. If the one leading the group wasn't Li Hai, he would have slapped that person into pieces. Li Bai, what are you saying? Since when is it up to an inner hall's senior elder to point fingers at the outer hall's matters? Could it be that you want to replace Lord Li He? Besides, you and I are both doyens. What right do you have to speak to me in such a tone? Li Bai's words made Li Hai unhappy, extremely unhappy. This Li Bai actually dashed in and roared at him in front of everyone, and even used such a tone. Of course he wouldn't be courteous and directly went up, and even gave Li Bai a frighteningly high hat. Li Bai was angered to the point he almost jumped up again, his face flushed red as he wanted to argue a few words, yet didn't know what to refute. Although this Li Hai's words were not courteous, it stood on the side of reason. The elders of the inner hall indeed did not have the qualifications to ask about the matters of the outer hall. Furthermore, even though the two of them were elders, Li Bai was a 5th grade war god, while Li Hai was a lower 6th grade war god. Furthermore, the power in his hands was much greater than his. He was one of the top 10 elders in the family. Senior Li Bai. Does this person have a grudge against you? Yi Qinghan could see through this. He glanced at Li Hai and transmitted his voice. It's not a great enmity. Li Bai laughed bitterly and transmitted back, my strength among the elders in the family isn't considered too high. This Li Hai has always looked down on me, but after mistransformed, she had the intention of letting me take over Li Hai's position as the deputy commander of the guards, so, enough. You don't have to care about this matter anymore. Send a message to the Li He City Lord. Yi Qinghan nodded indifferently. The matter was very clear. This Commander Li Hai clearly had an unusual relationship with young Master Lian Hua, yet he mentioned Li Bai's name. This Li Hai naturally fell out with him, and was prepared to pressure Li Bai through him and the others, making him take the initiative to withdraw. He didn't expect that he would fly into a rage and directly call him an idiot. The matter escalated and became irreconcilable. When Li Bai saw that Yi Qinghan had spoken, he also smiled bitterly, and directly sent a message to the Li He City Lord through the communication jade talisman. The atmosphere became a little strange. The young masters and martial artists nearby did not dare to breathe loudly. Today was originally going to be a pretty good show, and they were very delighted to watch it. But now, it was getting more and more intense, rising to the level of mobilizing the Li clan's battle hall. At this moment, who would still have the mentality of watching a show? Countless people were crying bitterly in their hearts. Those crazy elders of the Li clan's battle hall were famous for being ruthless. If they were accidentally implicated later, there wouldn't even be a place to reason. It was just that the joyful red courtyard was currently surrounded. They wanted to leave, but there was nowhere to go. Swish! The elders of the battle hall arrived very quickly. The battle hall was specialized in handling matters that the guards could not handle. Normally, sending out a gathering order was a major matter. If these battle hall elders did not come quickly, wouldn't those little bastards from the guards be all chopped up? This time, the battle hall sent 4 elders. They were completely wrapped in black battle armor, and even their faces were covered. But the aura of the 4 people was incomparably shocking. It made Feng Qi's brows twitch from far away, and it also made the Thunder Monarch and Rain Empress countenance change slightly. These 4 elders of the battle hall were actually all peak 6th grade experts. The Li clan's strength was so powerful combat strength. For lords, this group of people relied on their relationship with senior elder Li Bai to openly cause trouble here. They refused to be investigated, insulted us, and even dared to attack the guard army. Everyone present is a witness, so senior elders, please uphold justice for us. Clear Spring City's name. The guards swiftly retreated when the 4 elders sprinted over here. Before even approaching the joyful red courtyard, Li Hai bowed and saluted, directly accusing the guilty party first. Nonsense, Li Hai, you. Li Bai's strength originally belonged to the bottom among the elders of the clan. Normally, he even did not dare to speak in front of these important figures. Now that he was framed by Li Hai, a surge of hot blood rose in his heart, nearly wanting to burst out. Li Bai, back down. You all actually dare to release killing intent towards us? Looks like you're indeed a bunch of fanatics. Surrender yourselves and follow us back to the clan torture hall. Otherwise, we'll kill without mercy. The 4 black-armored battle hall elders did not respond to Li Hai's words. Instead, they looked at Feng Qi, who was still radiating with divine power, as well as the Rain Empress and the Thunder Emperor. Just now, these 3 people made the 4 of them feel a trace of danger. The 4 of them thought that these 3 people released killing intent towards them, so of course they were angry. They immediately radiated divine power and prepared to fight the moment there was a disagreement. In Dripping Spring City, not to mention these 3 people, even if a peak 7th grade war god came, they would still dare to fight. In fact, there really was a peak 7th grade war god present. However, the Thunder Emperor and the Rain Empress had concealed their cultivation level. Coupled with the Rain Empress' soul skills, they were not discovered. Of course, they were not prepared to make a move. Not to mention that they were still fighting with Dripping Spring City. Even if there was an 8th grade war god in the city, they would not dare to make a move. Of course, Yi Qinghan was also very clear that if he and the Thunder Emperor exposed their identities, Venerable Li Quan would not dare to make a move. For elders, please wait for a moment. The Rain Empress and the Thunder Emperor did not speak. Instead, it was Yi Qinghan who spoke lazily. It was already strange for a minor god general like him to be so calm and collected in front of so many experts. Now, he actually dared to open his mouth and speak. The 4 elders and countless people present were startled. Could it be that they had reinforcements? His bodyguard, Feng Qi, was already at the peak of 6th grade. If he had reinforcements, didn't that mean that there would be a 7th grade war god making a move? Bang! There was indeed a 7th grade war god making a move. This 7th grade war god came without warning. His attack was decisive and resolute. He directly sent Commander Li Hai flying. While he was in the air, one could see that a large hole had appeared in his chest. Even his ribs had pierced through the muscles in front of his chest and were exposed. Fresh blood even drew a frighteningly thick red line in the air. This attack frightened the young masters and young masters in the hall. The flower-lover young master and his 2 bodyguards began to tremble uncontrollably. Even the 4 elders seemed to be scared silly. They stared blankly as Commander Li Hai was sent flying. He directly crashed into an ancient tree and crashed heavily into the plaza. Everyone looked at the man in the middle of the plaza with bewildered and puzzled gazes. The man wore white armor, had a dignified appearance, and had a distinctive aquiline nose. Young Master Yi, are you satisfied with this explanation? If you are not satisfied, I can add another palm strike. The Leha city lord clapped his hands, as if he had done something insignificant. He smiled faintly at Yi Qinghan. His carefree voice resounded in the hall, shocking the already dumbfounded crowd even more. Chapter 787. A 7th grade war god came, but he was from Leaping Spring City. However, he heavily injured Li Hai. Furthermore, he asked this young divine general if he was satisfied with this explanation. He even said that he could add another palm strike. That palm strike from Li Hai was already half dead. If he added another palm strike, wouldn't Li Hai be dead as well? Who was this young Master Yi? Everyone recalled that this young divine general said his surname was Yi. However, no matter how they racked their brains, they couldn't figure out that there was a super family with the surname Yi on the Misty Continent. However, for the arrogant Leha city lord to treat this young master in such a manner, how could he not have a frightening background? Leha city lord is too courteous. I am already ashamed to have troubled you for such a small matter. How about this? I will treat another day. Leha city lord, you must give me face and drink a few cups with me. Yi Qinghan bowed to the Leha city lord and said with incomparable gratitude. This Leha city lord gave him too much face today. Not only did he heavily injure Li Hai, he even praised him with words. If he still didn't return the favor, he would really be a madman. Of course I must drink young Master Ye's wine. Then I will wait for your good news. There are many things to do in the city. You can have fun. If there's anything, let Li Bai inform you. Li He laughed heartily, which made people feel close to him. He was even more direct in doing things. He lightly waved his hand and brought his men away, as if nothing had happened. The flower-pitting young master's legs began to tremble. Motherf *****. What kind of person did he provoke today? Commander Li Hai, the uncle he had been relying on, was now being carried away, and from the looks of it, his future might be ruined as well. He looked at the 2 guards beside him and discovered that their faces were ashen. Although their legs did not tremble, their bodies were trembling. He could even hear their thumping heartbeats. Looking at Yi Qinghan, who was calmly looking at him, the flower-pitting young master believed that even if this person killed him here, nothing would happen to him. Even his family would not dare to stand up for him. Flower lover prince, right? When he heard Yi Qinghan's gentle voice and the faintly discernible smile at the corner of his mouth, young Master Lian Hua's legs could no longer tremble. He knelt down and kowtowed. His lips trembled as he said, "Young Master Yi, you are a magnanimous person. Please let me live. Please let me go like a fart. I don't want to die, I don't want to die. Sha, sha, sha." As he kowtowed, he kept begging for mercy. However, he saw a pair of black boots walking towards him. The footsteps were very slow, but the footwork was very strange. It seemed to contain some kind of mystery. He became more and more nervous, and his pleas for mercy became more urgent. Plop. The 2 5th-grade war gods behind the flower-sympathizing young master looked at the slowly approaching Yi Qinghan with their hearts in their throats. In the end, he couldn't withstand the pressure and knelt down as well. However, he didn't say anything and just kept kowtowing. That's enough. Yi Qinghan half-squatted down and looked at young Master Lian Hua's handsome face. At this moment it was slightly distorted from fear. He sighed and stopped young Master Lian Hua from kowtowing any further. When young Master Lian Hua raised his head in fright, Yi Qingyu extended a hand and lightly patted young Master Lian Hua's handsome face with the back of his hand. He calmly said, "In the future, change your name to Useless Prince. How do you want me to say that you're a good person? Do you have to make him grow up over such a small matter? Is it interesting? Not interesting. Is it fun? It's really not fun." Slap, slap, slap. Following Yi Qinghan's mocking words was a series of light slapping sounds. The sound was truly not loud. However, when it reached the ears of the young masters and young masters in the hall, it was so loud, so ear-piercing, and so frightening. At this moment, they were thinking that if they saw this person in the future, they would definitely take a detour and keep a low profile when they went out. This world was so dangerous. You can be arrogant, but you must have the capital. Also, since you're arrogant, you must be arrogant to the end. Death is not scary, but losing your dignity is scary. Sigh. Go back to that heavenly demon residence of yours. Otherwise, you will really die. Looking at young Master Lian Hua, who was lying on the ground like a boneless worm, Yi Qinghan no longer had the mood to let him crawl out. He felt that it was beneath him to compete with this kind of person. He stood up, pulled Yi Alluring Rao and the Empress of Rain, and slowly walked up the stairs. Go back. He didn't kill me. Young Master Lian Hua did not care about the burning pain on his face, nor did he notice the mocking gazes of the young masters and young masters beside him. He looked at the black boots in front of him walking up the stairs. He raised his head and muttered in ecstasy. Let's go. The 2 5th-grade war gods were also overjoyed. They hurriedly got up, carried the limp and weak young Master Lian Hua, and dashed out. They actually headed directly for the transportation array in the plaza. They were obviously frightened by Yi Qinghan, as if they were afraid that he would go back on his word. The young masters in the hall looked at each other, feeling a little lonely and ashamed. Thinking about how arrogant they were in their families, thinking about how they stepped on others in their own territory, they felt so ironic and bitter at this moment. The people they stepped on, the way they stepped on them, were all trash compared to this young Master Lian Hua. They walked out at the same time, their footsteps hurried. They did not know if they would ever see this young Master Lian Hua again, but they all knew that this young Master Lian Hua had become famous. In no time, his name would resound throughout the entire Dripping Springs city. My lord, what background does this young Master Lian Hua have? Inside the dripping water pavilion, 4 elders followed behind Mayor Li He. As they slowly walked inside, one of the elders finally could not help but ask. They really could not remember that there was a super great family with the surname Yi in the Misty Continent. Are you all blind and deaf? Can't you feel that the 2 people behind him are at the 7th grade realm? Li He turned his head and sighed, looking at the 4 elders with disappointment. Did you train your peak 6th grade strength for nothing? I can honestly tell you that one of the 2 7th grade war gods could easily kill me. Do you think this young Master Lian Hua has any background? Hiss. The 4 elders sucked in a breath of cold air. Only a peak 7th grade war god could easily kill Li He. This time, it was really too much. One of the Yun elders did not believe it. He said, My lord, how is this possible? A peak 7th grade guard? Which great family has such strength? Li He sneered, Frogs at the bottom of a well. Have you forgotten that woman in the north? Ah, this young Master Lian Hua is the young master of the Soul Devourer manor? The 4 elders' expressions changed, exclaiming in surprise. Wrong. Li He recalled his conversation with Li Shuier and said seriously, he is the young master of the Soul Devourer manor, the eldest. Yi Qinghan did not know that Li He had given him face today because of Lord Devour. He only knew that this woman in front of him needed to be taught a lesson and beaten up. Is it fun? Is it fun? The protective shield of the room had been closed. Yi Qinghan sensibly returned to her room. Yi Qinghan looked at the Rain Empress, who was smiling mischievously like a naughty girl, and said helplessly. Today's incident was caused by the Rain Empress. According to Yi Qinghan's character, he would not make such a big deal at this critical moment. However, it was obvious that the Rain Empress wanted to play, so he had to stand up for her. He. Sitting on the big bed, the Rain Empress recalled Yi Qinghan's domineering and arrogant behavior today. The smile on her face never faded. Today, Yi Qinghan had helped her fulfill a dream that she had had since she was a young girl. She was very happy. Tilting her head, she pondered for a while and then said seriously, Interesting, really interesting. Looking at the Rain Empress's beautiful lips, which opened and closed as she spoke, it was so alluring. Yi Qinghan revealed a hateful smile and jumped on her directly. He flipped the Rain Empress's body, lying on the bed. Her plump buttocks were raised high. She flipped her blue floral dress and pulled down her underwear, revealing her snow-white and pink peach blossom valley. She said fiercely, It's fun, isn't it? Today, I will let you taste something even more fun. Yi Family's Overlord Spear. Chapter 788. Little man, how can Team Blue Rain bear to leave like this? After a series of fierce battles, Yi Qinghan relied on the strength of a divine general to defeat the level 7 Rain Empress. At this moment, she was like a dead dog, half of her body lying on top of Yi Qinghan. She didn't even have the strength to move her body. Her snow-white skin was a captivating red, incomparably attractive. Her beautiful eyes rippled with love, making Yi Qinghan incomparably ecstatic. If you can't bear to leave, then don't leave. Team Blue Rain, I find that I really like you. This has nothing to do with your strength, this has to do with you. Yi Qinghan said directly, stroking Empress Rain's soft light blue hair and lightly kissing her forehead. After interacting with her, he found that he liked this girl who looked incomparably noble on the outside, but was as pure as a young girl on the inside. Perhaps his feelings for her in the past were somewhat unclear, but now he truly felt that in his heart, Team Blue Rain still had a certain place. Empress Rain's body trembled. She suddenly raised her head, and her eyes met Yi Qinghan's, but she didn't say anything. She lightly bit her lower lip, slightly shook her head, and just silently stared at him. After a moment, Empress Rain swam over like an octopus. Her hands and feet tightly hugged Yi Qinghan, and she softly sobbed. Yi Qinghan didn't say anything to comfort her. He only used one hand to hug Empress Rain tightly, and the other hand to constantly stroke her soft hair. In his heart, however, he felt a pang of pain. This supreme expert who stood at the peak and looked down on all the gods was actually a pitiful little woman. Behind her strong front, there was a fragile heart. Once she tore off her mask, she was no different from a weak little girl. Right, little man, you've been in seclusion for a month, why haven't I seen any breakthroughs? After a long time, Empress Rain thought of something and softly asked. Hee, this time's a big breakthrough. My strength has at least multiplied several times. Yi Qinghan smiled faintly. He had indeed gained a lot from this closed-door cultivation. He had already completely grasped this soul extinguisher, but he had never tried it out. Thinking of this, he suddenly flipped over and pressed the Rain Empress down. He caressed her a few times before saying, Lan Yu, I learned a very powerful soul skill. Why don't you try it out? Release it. After being touched by Yi Qinghan a few times, Blue Rain's body trembled again. He glanced at Yi Qinghan and casually replied. She was a Grandmaster soul cultivator who had studied the soul for hundreds of thousands of years. In her eyes, Yi Qinghan's soul strength and experience was like playing with a child. Yi Qinghan was furious. How dare they look down on him? He didn't want to remind her anymore. He was prepared to let her suffer a little. A golden light flashed in his eyes as he released his soul exterminator. His powerful divine sense turned into billions of invisible and colorless golden soul threads that rushed into the Rain Empress' mind. This? The Rain Empress didn't care at first. However, when Yi Qinghan released his soul exterminator, her face instantly turned serious. Then, her body suddenly shook and stiffened. Her eyes emitted a dazzling light. Finally, she directly closed her eyes. After a short while, the Rain Empress opened her eyes. Her beautiful eyes were full of shock. She looked at Yi Qinghan in disbelief and said, Little man. What kind of ghost skill is this? Even I almost fell for it. How could she not be surprised? How could she not be shocked? Yi Qinghan had just entered the palace of soul cultivators. His soul strength was only at the first level of God King. Yi Qinghan used a soul skill to deal with a soul cultivator who relied on souls. Wasn't that like playing with a big knife in front of Guan Yu? She didn't expect that just now, Yi Qinghan's golden soul threads almost broke through her soul barrier and entered her soul sea. The soul sea was a martial artist's origin. Once the spongy body below the soul sea collapsed, even a divine emperor supremacy couldn't save her. Do you still dare to look down on your man? Yi Qinghan grinned evilly. His hands and feet became naughty. He kneaded and fiddled with her, as if taking revenge on the Rain Empress for looking down on him. This servant was wrong. Little man, this servant was wrong. Please let this servant off. Don't touch me. I beg you, good man. The Rain Empress knew that her unintentional action had hurt Yi Qinghan's pride. She didn't dare to retaliate. She let Yi Qinghan touch her all over as she panted and begged for mercy. A woman like you is asking for a beating. Yi Qinghan snorted a few times. He flipped over and mounted his horse. Then, he galloped away. The temperature in the room rose rapidly. The room was filled with the soft panting of the Rain Empress and Yi Qinghan's angry shouts of "Giddy, giddy, dripping water pavilion." As the residents of the Dripping Spring Mannersley family, many ordinary martial artists didn't even know of this place's existence, much less have the qualifications to enter. Outside the Dripping Water Pavilion, there were no mighty stone lions or strange beasts guarding the manor. There were no majestic gates or powerful guards guarding the entrance. Because this place didn't need anything. The 3 words, Dripping Water Pavilion, were more useful than anything else. Inside the Dripping Water Pavilion lived countless supreme experts. These were the strongest guards of the entire Dripping Water Pavilion and even the Dripping Spring Manor. Today, the quiet Dripping Water Pavilion welcomed a luxurious war chariot. The strange beasts in front of these war chariots were all strange and had a terrifying aura. The driver sitting at the front of the war chariot was also powerful. The weakest among them was at the God-King realm. One could imagine how noble and illustrious the masters of the war chariots were. However, these noble figures all got off the war chariots in a low-profile manner. Then, they respectfully handed a simple invitation card to the guards at the entrance. Only then did they politely walk inside under the lead of a guard. They didn't even make a sound as they walked, as if they were afraid of disturbing the quiet atmosphere of the Dripping Water Pavilion. The strength of these guards wasn't high. They were all at the divine general realm. However, these people didn't feel inferior when facing the countless experts that had just walked in. Instead, they were slightly proud. Being a concierge was indeed a dishonorable job. However, they believed that being a concierge of the Dripping Water Pavilion was more honorable than being a city lord. Didn't they see so many famous experts and young masters being so courteous to them? At this moment, a war chariot slowly drove over. The chariot was luxurious, but it was still a war chariot. Moreover, the chariot didn't have any insignia. These 2 points made the guards at the entrance frown slightly. When the carriage stopped at the gate, a young god general in a green robe walked toward the gate under the protection of a 5th-grade war god. The guards furrowed their brows even more. Young master, the Dripping Water Pavilion doesn't receive outsiders. A guard stopped him. Today, the young mistress had hosted a banquet, and the guests were all exceptional young masters. They had been staying in the Dripping Water Pavilion for the past few days, so they clearly hadn't heard any rumors. The person in front of them only had the strength of a divine general realm. Moreover, he was accompanied by a 5th-grade war god guard. Most importantly, he came in a war chariot. He clearly thought that this person was a famous young master and not an exceptional young master. Chapter 789. Yi Qinghan actually wanted to directly say that he was not an outsider or something like that, but after thinking about it, he decided against it. His status was different now, and his state of mind was naturally higher. Competing with a servant was a very low moral standard. Wu Shan did not speak, but silently took out an ancient invitation from his spatial ring and handed it over. Although he did not speak, his eyes were full of mockery and sarcasm. These 2 guests, the guards scanned the invitation and found that it was genuine. Seeing Yi Qinghan's indifferent expression and Wu Shan's mocking gaze, he knew that he had said the wrong thing today. It was just that before he had time to apologize, a white-clothed elderly hurriedly came to the door and shouted from afar, "Young Master Yi, forgive me, forgive me. Li Bai is late, why hasn't he come in yet?" "Greetings, senior elder." When the guards saw Li Bai, they hurriedly saluted. Hearing Li Bai's words, their faces were full of shame and embarrassment. I am admiring the scenery outside the Dripping Water Pavilion." Yi Qinghan lifted his leg and walked inside, not exposing the awkward situation that the servants had just been in. His cultured and refined temperament made the faces of the group of servants even more ashamed. Let's go. The banquet has not started yet, and the Leha city lord specially instructed me to bring you to his place first. Although Li Bai did not know what had happened, seeing the embarrassed faces of the servants, he could guess a little. He sighed inwardly at Yi Qinghan's conduct. He glared fiercely at the group of servants and floated away with Yi Qinghan. Leha city lord? The few guards were so scared that their faces turned white. Fortunately, this young master did not pursue the matter. Otherwise, they would have been beaten to death by the disciplinary hall today. The outside of the dripping water pavilion was very simple, but the inside was a completely different world. There were lush ancient trees everywhere, and countless strange flowers and fruits that Yi Qinghan had never seen before grew on both sides of the road. In the distance, pavilions stood tall among the ancient trees, and from time to time, a faint mist floated up from the ground. The divine qi here was twice as rich as outside. Coupled with the fragrance of the strange flowers and fruits, the entire dripping water pavilion was like an ancient immortal realm. Following Li Bai, they came to an elegant pavilion. At the entrance of the loft, Li He was already standing there to welcome them. Very obviously, he had received Li Bai's message. Yi Qinghan did not find it strange that Li He had invited him over for a drink. Why did he say that he was doing his best as a host? But Li He personally came to welcome them. This made Yi Qinghan incomparably surprised. Lord Li He, you are really too courteous. Yi Qinghan hurriedly bowed with clasped hands, his face revealing a moved expression. Little brother Yi, please come in. Then, if you don't mind, you can just call me Big Brother in the future. Calling me Lord or City Lord sounds awkward, it sounds awkward. Li He still gave a standard hearty laugh. The smile on his face was incomparably amiable, and his words caused Yi Qinghan to be even more startled. Big Brother? This Li He city lord was a little too enthusiastic. Even if he was a soul cultivator, even if he was the young master of the Soul Devourer Manor, even if he brought a big business, there was no need for a 7th grade war god, Dripping Springs City's deputy city lord, to lower himself to befriend him, right? This Big Brother Li, you can just call me Qinghan. With a big brother like you, I can do whatever I want in Dripping Springs City in the future. Although he did not know the reason, Yi Qinghan immediately climbed up the pole and even joked. It would be a waste if he did not recognize this cheap big brother. Even if an ordinary young master wanted to call Li He Big Brother, Li He would probably not agree. You little brat. Li He laughed again. Of course, he knew that Yi Qinghan was not a hedonistic son of rich parents. He clearly investigated the incident with the flower-pity young master that day. As for the fact that Yi Qinghan did not make things difficult for him in the end, Li He was very appreciative. However, his eyes turned to the left of the gate and he quietly said, Qinghan, if you want to do whatever you want in Dripping Springs City, relying on Big Brother is useless. If you can win the young lady's heart, half of Dripping Springs City will be yours. This. Yi Qinghan rubbed his nose and laughed foolishly. This was not a good reply. He was really not interested in Li Shui'er. Although he heard that Li Shui'er had transformed into a charming young lady, whenever Yi Qinghan thought about her true form being a divine beast, his heart would not feel good. This beast sex was something that only the people of Japan liked in his previous life. Although Yi Qinghan did not like it, it did not mean that others did not like it. At this moment, in a luxurious hall of dripping water pavilion, many young masters were secretly drooling. The hall was very large and very luxurious, with hundreds of white jade square tables placed on it. At this moment, many of the square tables were filled with extravagantly dressed young masters with extraordinary demeanors. At the tables behind them, the guards that were assigned to them by their respective families were seated. The young masters were divided into 2 rows and sat opposite each other. They were conversing softly and drinking with each other. From time to time, soft laughter could be heard. Their demeanors were incomparably elegant and could be said to be peerless. At the very top, there was a single white jade square table. In front of it, there were rows of pearls. At this moment, there was no one at all. It was obviously the seat of Li Shui'er. With regards to Li Shui'er, over 20 peerless young masters present were very concerned. It could be seen from the way they would glance at that seat from time to time. Even young Master Tu Xia, who was sitting at the front and closest to Li Shui'er, seemed to be very concerned. At this moment, young Master Tu Xia was sitting proudly on the first square table. He looked straight ahead and his entire person was like a treasured sword that was half unsheathed. He did not converse with the other young masters and only drank by himself. His mouth revealed a faint smile and unknowingly, he exuded a domineering aura. He indeed had the right to be arrogant. In less than 100 years, he had reached the peak of the God-King realm and was half a step into the God-Arch realm. Most importantly, Honorable Evil Moon was very fond of him. He even personally went to the Lei clan to ask for a marriage for him. Just based on this point, all the young masters present felt that he had the right to be arrogant. Honorable Evil Moon was the second most powerful honorable under the ethereal sovereign. With regards to young Master Tu Xia's appearance here, all the young masters felt that it was unfair and uncomfortable. He had just settled the marriage with the Lei clan and now he was chasing after Li Shui'er. There were 2 peerless young ladies in the ethereal continent recently and young Master Tu Xia wanted to get both of them. Have a threesome? There were countless beauties in the God world but there were very few peerless ones. This peerless included their family background, their own talent, their temperament and looks. Lei Yanhua was one and so was Li Shui'er. All the young masters present did not like to converse with young Master Tu Xia. Moreover, young Master Tu Xia had a domineering look on his face. Everyone was even more displeased and this resulted in young Master Tu Xia drinking alone. Shoo. A series of light footsteps could be heard and everyone quickly stopped talking and drinking. They tidied up their clothes and straightened their spines. They revealed charming smiles and looked behind the bead curtain. Behind the bead curtain, there was a door. The door was opened and a young lady in white walked in. The moment the young lady appeared, all 20 young masters' eyes lit up with passion. Even young Master Tu Xia's arrogance had lessened a little. The young lady was tall but not voluptuous. Instead, she had a delicate look. However, her 2 ample bosoms were rather impressive. Her hair was black and shiny. She casually tied it up and hung it behind her back, revealing her snow-white neck. She had a goose-egg-shaped face, willowy eyebrows, a small nose, and delicate red lips. Her long eyelashes fluttered gently like water. What a peerless young lady. They had to get her. All 20 young masters had a strong conviction in their hearts. They all held their breaths and didn't dare to make a single sound, afraid that they might offend this beautiful lady. Disregarding Li Shui'er's status and strength, just her peerless looks and temperament were enough to make them extremely excited. Shaw. At this moment, a series of footsteps could be heard and broke the pleasant atmosphere in the hall. All the young masters looked towards the door angrily and saw a young god general dressed in green. He smiled shyly and cupped his fists towards Li Shui'er. Sorry, nobody is late. Chapter 790. Countless young masters were speechless. Which muddle-headed young master was this? How dare he be late for Lady Li Shui'er's banquet? Was this person really muddle-headed? Or was he preparing to play hard to get? YMO. There were still some people present who recalled a rumor that had spread far and wide in the past few days, and their hearts trembled. Could this person be that young Master Yi? A young god general in green with a gentle smile. That's right, it's him. These people began to take note of this rumor and gave friendly smiles to Yi Qinghan. This young Master Yi had a peak 6th grade war god as his bodyguard. How could a young master that could make the mayor of Lihe City give him an explanation be an ordinary person? They knew they did not have the ability to do so. Young Master Yi sure is extravagant to make Lady Shui'er wait for you. Some people were friendly, but others were unhappy. For example, young Master Tu Xia. He was arrogant, but not stupid. That day at the auction, when Yi Qinghan showed killing intent towards him, he did not mind it, but still secretly paid attention to it. Later on, Yi Qinghan made a name for himself in the Yihong brothel, which made him even more unhappy. He always thought that he was the only peerless young master and that all the other young masters here were a level lower than him. However, Yi Qinghan seemed to be on equal footing with him. Now that he had the chance, he naturally wanted to suppress Yi Qinghan. The young masters were startled. They did not expect young Master Tu Xie to be so disrespectful and immediately oppose him. At the same time, it was a good start. Even though they were unhappy, they did not dare to express it. They could only lower their heads and drink their tea. Li Shui'er also frowned slightly. It was unknown if it was because of Yi Qinghan's tardiness or young Master Tu Xie's overbearing words. Yi Qinghan was enraged. He had just chatted with Li He for a while, but now he was being mocked. Moreover, it was young Master Tu Xie. Thinking that he had yet to find trouble with young Master Tu Xie, he smiled faintly and swept his gaze across the young masters. Finally, he looked at young Master Tu Xie and raised his eyebrows. What does this have to do with you? Pooh! Countless young masters spat out their mouths, causing tea and wine to fly everywhere. Some young masters even choked and coughed violently. At this moment, everyone's expression was extremely interesting. They looked at Yi Qinghan as if they were looking at a native. Where is this place? Who was sitting up there? What kind of occasion was this? Don't you see the boorish black bull of the ferocious bull manor sitting there, pretending to be cultured and refined? Everyone here wished that their temperament could be gentler and more elegant so that they could leave a good impression on Li Shui'er. Not only was he late, but he also swore in front of everyone, "Big brother." Was this the first time he met a peerless beauty in a brothel? Even if you want to act independently and attract Li Shui'er's attention, there's no need to do this, right? There was no change in young Master Tu Xie's expression, but his eyes met Yi Qinghan's for the first time. If he was a treasured sword that was half unsheathed earlier, then at this moment, this treasured sword was unsheathed. Divine light flickered, and the brilliance was dazzling. He didn't say much. He knew that the young divine general in front of him dared to swear in such an occasion. If he were to fight a war of words with him, he would definitely lose. Hence, he chose to use his aura that could shatter the 9 heavens and destroy the heavens to tell him, to tell everyone, and to tell Li Shui'er that he was very angry. If they weren't here, his treasured sword would definitely slash down and chop Yi Qinghan into a pile of minced meat. This is young master spitting blood, right? Why are you staring at me? I'm telling you clearly that I don't come from the back mountain. I only like beauties. Yi Qinghan smiled faintly. Young Master Tu Xie's imposing manner was not worth mentioning in front of him. He waved his hand and said nonchalantly. Pfff. A few more streams of tea were sprayed out. A few of them didn't understand what Yi Qinghan meant by the back mountain. Only when they heard the last sentence did they suddenly understand. Some of them almost laughed out loud. However, they suddenly realized it and tried to cover it up. They looked at Yi Qinghan with even more interesting expressions. Some of them even looked at Yi Qinghan with pleading eyes, as if begging Yi Qinghan to stop fooling around. If he continued to fool around, everyone's elegant temperament would be ruined by him. Swish. Young Master Tu Xie couldn't hold it in any longer. He stood up immediately. His eyes were burning with anger that could melt Yi Qinghan. From the looks of it, a fight was about to break out. Enough. At this moment, a pleasant voice rang out, causing the tense atmosphere in the area to suddenly disappear without a trace. Li Shui'er's voice was very pleasant. It was like pearls falling on a jade plate, crisp and clear. She glanced at Yi Qinghan and revealed a trace of anger in her eyes. She then continued, "Young Master Yi, please sit. Stop fooling around." The faces of the young masters changed. Those who were initially friendly to Yi Qinghan were now showing their hostility. This Li Shui'er didn't ask young Master Tu Xie to sit. She only asked Yi Qinghan to sit alone. And she even said something very flirtatious at the end. Stop fooling around? God damn it, why does it sound like a quarrel between lovers? If this Li Shui'er and Yi Qinghan weren't old acquaintances, the situation today would be terrible. If they were old acquaintances, it would be even more goddamn it, haha. My apologies, Miss Shui'er. Speaking of which, after you transformed, you look really good. Yi Qinghan laughed and walked over with Wu Shan. He then nodded his head and said seriously. His words were very direct and sounded more like nonsense. Even a blind man could see that Li Shui'er looked good. Hee, thank you, young Master Yi. But what made everyone astonished, and what made young Master Tu Xie really want to vomit blood, was that Li Shui'er actually laughed, and even looked a little shy. Motherf asterisk Ker, you guys are already in cahoots, what does it have to do with us? You guys continue chatting. I'm a little hungry. Let's eat something first. Yi Qinghan laughed again. He then lowered his head and ate without a care. He didn't even look at Li Shui'er and the other young masters. It was as if he was withdrawing from the competition. And Li Shui'er didn't bother about Yi Qinghan anymore. Instead, she started chatting with the young masters. Of course, it was mainly the young masters who were talking. She listened quietly and occasionally added a few words. Such a phenomenon made the disheartened young masters excited again. They all displayed their coquettishness to the fullest. The hall was full of coquettishness and elegance. Of course, Yi Qinghan wasn't hungry. He was secretly communicating with Li Shui'er to find out about Lady Firework. After a great deal of effort, he finally managed to convince Li Shui'er. He then raised his head leisurely. Ugh! A loud burp broke the elegant atmosphere in the hall once again. Yi Qinghan stood up embarrassedly. He touched his stomach and cupped his hands at the crowd. He said shamefully, "Everyone, I'm sorry. I ate too much. I'm full. You guys continue chatting. I'm going out to relieve myself." With that, Yi Qinghan ran out of the door without a care. He left the dumbfounded crowd and Li Shui'er who didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Yi Qinghan didn't eat much. His god-tier body didn't need to relieve himself. After he went out, he turned a corner and followed the maidservant who was waiting there towards a beautiful attic. The servant girl was Li Shui'er's servant girl. The beautiful pavilion was Li Shui'er's boudoir. Of course, he wasn't going there for sightseeing. He was going to see someone. He was going to see that unbelievably beautiful little firework. Chapter 791. Li Shui'er's pavilion was called the Black Water Pavilion. The name was a little strange, but the courtyard was really beautiful. As the maidservant pushed open the door and entered, Yi Qinghan felt as if he had seen a sea of flowers. The entire courtyard was filled with a winding path and a small pond. The rest of the place was filled with colorful flowers that were dazzling to the eye. Something's wrong. Yi Qinghan's mind tightened. He noticed that the placement of the flowers was very particular. The winding path was also very orderly, as if it contained some kind of indescribable mystery. Young Master Yi, this is a defensive formation personally arranged by the Venerable. It can block an attack from a 7th grade war god. The maid noticed that Yi Qinghan had stopped in his tracks and his eyes were flickering. She knew that he had noticed something and explained with a smile. An attack from a 7th grade war god? Yi Qinghan was secretly shocked. This Venerable Li Quan was not only powerful, but he was also a master of restriction formations. Yi Qinghan had seen a casual attack from a 7th grade war god. Li Hai, who was a lower 6th grade war god, was severely injured and sent flying by this casual attack. It was easy to imagine that this Venerable Li Quan's level of restriction formations had reached an extremely high realm. When the new city is built, I will also study the restrictions of a war emperor and set up some restrictions for my courtyard to protect the safety of my family. Yi Qinghan thought to himself as he followed the maid along the winding path. Finally, they arrived in front of a pink pavilion. The maid did not push open the door and enter. Instead, she turned into a side corridor and walked towards the backyard. The backyard was bigger than the front yard. There were fewer flowers in the backyard, but there was a huge lake. The lake water was clear, like a large green mirror. Beside the lake, there were many willow trees. Their long willow branches swayed in the wind, creating a pleasant scenery. There were more than 10 pavilions in the backyard, and within a few pavilions, there were a few women whispering to each other. Yi Qinghan swept his eyes over them one by one, and finally, his gaze stopped at a pavilion by the lake. There was a person in the pavilion, quietly looking at the lake in the distance. From Yi Qinghan's angle, he could see that person's side profile. When Yi Qinghan saw half of the face, his whole body trembled. What kind of woman was she? Looking at this half of her face, Yi Qinghan recalled the first time he met her. She was like a fairy that walked out of the jungle, so mischievous, so domineering. Thinking back to when he had followed her into the stream of baleful Yin, she seemed to have changed into another person in the castle, her young face filled with the light of wisdom. Thinking back to when she released the wrath of the thunder god, she looked like a goddess of war. Thinking back to when Yopatian and the others died near the teleportation portal, she hugged her knees, sobbing softly in the pile of corpses. The corner of Yi Qinghan's mouth curled up into a smile. The curves slowly became bigger, and his mood became more and more joyful. He looked at the half of the face in a daze and softly murmured, "Little firework, little firework." Little firework had grown up. There was a girl in Longyang, and she was peerless and beautiful. Firework was wearing a white palace dress. The dress was well tailored, and it showed off her perfect figure. She was tall and slender, and the more fat she was, the less skinny she was. Her snow-white skin was like cream, and it emitted a faint, crystal-like glow. Her black hair was braided into 2 cute ponytails, and her light eyebrows were slightly furrowed, making people feel sorry for her. Her big eyes were watery, and her lively nose was also wrinkled, making her look extremely cute. Her sharp chin made her look like a fairy that had jumped out of a painting, a fairy that had sneaked out of the jungle. Perfect. This was the only girl that Yi Qinghan couldn't find a single flaw with. Especially her face that was filled with spiritual energy, it left a deep and unforgettable impression on people. Young Master Yi. Li Shui's personal maid called out softly. She knew that any man who saw Nyo Firework would be stunned, and even Li Shui's would admit that she wasn't as good as Firework. Li Shui's appearance didn't lose to Firework, but her natural disposition was incomparable. Ask them to leave. I have something to discuss with Miss Firework. Yi Qinghan didn't even turn his head, and only spoke through a message. The personal maid was stunned, but she didn't question him. After all, Yi Qinghan was the peerless young master that Li Shui had invited. And since Li Shui had instructed her to bring Yi Qinghan in, he was someone that could be trusted. The message was relayed to the maids in the pavilion, and all the maids curiously sized up Yi Qinghan before leaving. Only Yi Qinghan and Little Firework were left in the huge backyard. Yi Qinghan walked over softly. He was curious as to what Little Firework was thinking about. She was so engrossed that she didn't even notice that an outsider had come to the yard and that the maid had left. Before he got close, Yi Qinghan smelled a faint fragrance. He knew that this wasn't the fragrance of a flower, but the fragrance of a virgin. This fragrance was like the body fragrance of an elk, and it smelled very good. But, just when Yi Qinghan wanted to get closer and smell more, Little Firework suddenly moved. She stretched out her lotus-like hand and plucked a weeping willow beside her. Then, with her other hand, she gently plucked a willow leaf and threw it into the lake. She softly murmured, "Bad person, bad person. You promised to wait for me for 4 years, but now you leave me all alone. Firework hates you to death. Big brother Yi, how can you leave me alone in this world? How can you do this?" Little Firework's voice was very pleasant and soft. Together with her slightly wrinkled nose and watery eyes, she looked like a fairy that had fallen into the mortal world. The wind started blowing a few strands of hair in front of the girl's face, and also messing up Yi Qinghan's heart. Wait for me for 4 years. As long as you are in the Misty Continent, I will be able to find you. Thinking back to what Firework had said before she was teleported out, Yi Qinghan knew that he didn't hear wrongly. What he didn't understand was, after being separated for decades, why did Firework not only remember him, but also seem to hate him? But this tone, why did it sound so bitter and ambiguous? Who? Firework finally realized that something was wrong. She suddenly turned around, but her body trembled, and the willow leaf in her hand fell to the ground and floated away with the wind. Firework's small mouth opened slightly, and her lively nose twitched. Her limpid eyes kept blinking, and her long eyelashes fluttered slightly. She looked at Yi Qinghan in a daze, her face full of confusion. Then, Firework did something that made Yi Qinghan not know whether to laugh or cry. She stretched out a hand and started rubbing her eyes. "Little Firework, stop rubbing, it's me." Yi Qinghan smiled warmly. This unintentional action of Firework allowed Yi Qinghan to confirm that this beautiful girl in front of him was not a fairy, but the silly little girl from back then. Hearing Yi Qinghan's words, Firework's body trembled again. Her watery eyes were completely flooded. Her tears flowed out like crazy, but little Firework rushed over and threw herself into Yi Qinghan's arms. Her jade-like hand started beating him, and then her small mouth bit down hard on Yi Qinghan's shoulder. Hiss! Yi Qinghan sucked in a breath of cold air, and his heart trembled. This was not the immature little Firework from back then. This was the famous, peerless girl of the ethereal continent. This round of beating and touching, especially the two soft spots on Firework's chest that kept rubbing against each other, made Yi Qinghan feel a little overwhelmed. Another thing that made Yi Qinghan's heart tremble was Firework's father was in Yi Qinghan's unfettered ring. Needless to say, his divine sense was constantly scanning. Thinking of Lei Zhen's fiery temper, he actually hugged his daughter in front of him. However, Firework was clearly very agitated at the moment. Seeing this delicate and pitiful face, Yi Qinghan did not push her away cruelly, and could only let her vent. Risking trouble from Lei Zhen in the future, he hugged little Firework very reluctantly, and the more he cried, the tighter he got. "Little Firework, do you believe me?" After a long while, when Firework had calmed down a little, Yi Qinghan said softly, "If you believe me, then come with me." Chapter 792. Of course I believe you. Why wouldn't I? Lei Yanhua's tear-stained expression made Yi Qinghan's heart ache. Her tears made her curly eyelashes wet, revealing a bit of flirtatiousness. Her big watery eyes made people have the urge to hug her in their arms and dote on her. She stared at Yi Qinghan with her big eyes. She bit her lips and said, "But I can't go with you." "Why?" Yi Qinghan asked in shock. His hand, like before, wanted to touch Lei Yanhua's head but realized that she was a big girl now, so he retracted his hand. Lei Yanhua saw that Yi Qinghan was going to touch her head and her body shuddered. But when she saw Yi Qinghan retract his hand, she looked disappointed. She thought for a moment and said, "Brother Yi, I have something to do. Once I'm done, I will go with you." "Huh, you are talking about that vomiting blood. Mr. Tu Xia thing, right? Don't worry, with me here, nothing will happen." Yi Qinghan suddenly understood that Lei Yanhua was worried about him. He was touched. Back then, Lei Yanhua was afraid of dragging him down, so she left baleful Yin Stream alone. She had to pretend that she didn't know him at the Dancing Phoenix City Square, you know? "Brother Yi, I will not marry him even if I die." Lei Yanhua was shocked. As if afraid that Yi Qinghan would misunderstand, she quickly explained. But then she felt that something was wrong. If Yi Qinghan knew about this and could find her, then he should know everything. "And how did he get in here?" "Everything you are worried about, I can solve it for you. Brother Yi is no longer the Brother Yi from before. I will explain some things to you later. If you believe me, then come with me. I will give you a satisfactory answer." Seeing Lei Yanhua looking at him in confusion, Yi Qinghan understood what she was thinking and explained to her with a smile. His calm words were filled with a strong sense of confidence. His gentle and calm demeanor made it seem as if his expression wouldn't change even if a supreme expert were to appear in front of him. "All right. I'll go with you." Lei Yanhua looked at Yi Qinghan quietly. He recalled the figure who carried a long saber on his back and roared as he shot into the distance. She recalled how she was sitting among the pile of corpses when Yi Qinghan walked out of the black fog and told her that she was safe. She nodded heavily and grabbed Yi Qinghan's sleeve tightly, as if she was afraid that he would disappear from her sight again. Sit down and wait for a while. When Miss Li Shui arrives, I'll bring you away. Yi Qinghan held Lei Yanhua's hand and sat in the pavilion. The two of them did not speak as they gazed at the clear lake in the distance, enjoying the romantic atmosphere and the gentle night breeze. Li Shui came very quickly. Originally, this banquet was just to meet these peerless young masters face to face and give them some face. She waved her hand to dismiss the maids, then walked into the pavilion with slender steps. Her beautiful eyes scanned between Yi Qinghan and Lei Yanhua with a mischievous look. Greetings, Miss Shui. Yi Qinghan stood up and bowed gracefully. At the same time, he gave her a grateful look. Firstly, it was for taking care of Lei Yanhua, and secondly, it was for letting the two of them meet. Sister Shui. Lei Yanhua was a little embarrassed under Li Shui's mischievous look. She blushed and looked very beautiful. However, her hand didn't let go and held on to Yi Qinghan's arm tightly. He. Young Master Yi is too polite. I didn't help you for nothing. Li Shui sat down gracefully, picked up the teacups on the table and filled both of their cups. Miss Shui, please speak your mind. If I can do it, I'll definitely do my best. When Yi Qinghan and Li Shui were communicating, she wanted Yi Qinghan to help her before she agreed. Yi Qinghan wasn't surprised. You can do it, but I have to keep it a secret for now. Li Shui smiled at Lei Yanhua and turned to look at Yi Qinghan. She frowned and seemed to have thought of something. She asked, "Oh yes, Mr. Yi, where's that silly brother of yours?" He's called Xiaohei, right? Why don't I see him? He owes me a favor from last time. Xiaohei? Oh yes, big brother Yi, why don't I see Xiaohei? Lei Yanhua tilted her head and asked curiously. Xiaohei. Yi Qinghan smiled and said, he's in seclusion. I can't even wake him up now. I think he must have a big breakthrough after coming out of seclusion. Just wait and see. Oh. I see. Li Shui's beautiful eyes flashed with disappointment, but she hid it well and didn't let Yi Qinghan see it. She thought for a while and said, Mr. Yi, you. Are you confident that you can defeat Mr. Tu Xie? I know you are a soul cultivator. Lei Yanhua's eyes lit up and she asked happily, Big brother Yi, you are a soul cultivator? I just broke through by luck. Yi Qinghan replied humbly and quickly changed the topic. But I think it shouldn't be a problem to deal with that Mr. Vomiting Blood. Oh, Li Shui was just asking casually and didn't expect to get such an answer. Her eyes lit up and she said after a long silence, To Moon Queen, it's Shui's coming of age ceremony. Mr. Yi, please go and watch the ceremony. At that time, I hope that Mr. Yi can help me with a small favor. Shui will be very grateful. After saying that, Li Shui actually stood up and bowed in respect. Yi Qinghan quickly stood up and pretended to help her up. He hesitated for a while and said, All right. I will definitely go. After he left Phoenix Dance City, Li Shui took good care of him and now Lei Yanhua was indebted to her. Even though he was in a hurry to go to Soul Eater City, but since she had made a request, it wouldn't be right if he didn't agree. Li Shui stood up and Lei Yanhua bowed to her and said, Sister Shui thank you for taking care of me all this time. Lei Yanhua, we'll leave with Big Brother Yi now. Go. Mr. Yi can take care of you. He has the ability. Come and talk to me when you have time. Li Shui didn't ask her to stay. She smiled at the happy Lei Yanhua and winked mischievously. Li City Lord told her everything. As the young master of Soul Eater Manor, Yi Qinghan had the protection of a 7th grade war god. Who had the ability to hurt him? After watching the two of them leave, Li Shuier turned her head and looked at the clear lake. Then, she stretched out her hand and plucked a willow branch. Just like Lei Hua, she plucked the willow leaf and threw it into the lake. She pouted her lips and muttered softly, "Seclusion? You better die in seclusion." Yi Qinghan asked Lei Yanhua to take out a scarf to cover her face. The two of them walked out of the front yard's winding path. Just as they walked out of the yard, they saw a stalwart figure standing at the door. His eyes were like a tiger's, staring at Yi Qinghan. He said coldly, "Kid, who are you? Where do you plan to bring little firework?" Chapter 793. Uncle Lei Yun. This is the big brother Yi I told you about. Seeing the fierce look in the old man's eyes, little Firework quickly stood in front of Yi Qinghan and hurriedly explained. She knew the old man's strength and temper very well. He was afraid that he would accidentally slap Yi Qinghan to death. Yi Qinghan certainly knew the old man in front of him. He was the one who took Lei Yanhua away from the dancing Phoenix City. Yi Qinghan cupped one hand in the other before his chest and said humbly, "Junior Yi Qinghan greets Lei Yun, Martial Immortal. I want to take Firework to an absolutely safe place." "Oh? Why are you so sure that place is safer than here?" Lei Yun, Martial Immortal sneered and said firmly. However, since Yi Qinghan had saved Lei Yanhua's life, the fierce look in his eyes faded a little. "You'll know when you get there." Yi Qinghan didn't want to explain too much and said lightly. "Arrogant. Do you know how many people are out there trying to catch little Firework? Do you know who is behind young Master Tu Xie? Boy, you can be confident, but don't be arrogant." Lei Yun's fierce look became serious again. He, a 6th grade war god, could only stay here at this moment. Did this boy not know his place? "Lei Yun, it's me. You go with Yi Qinghan." Yi Qinghan sighed helplessly and said no more. At this time, a divine sense floated out of his unfettered ring and attracted Lei Yun, Martial Immortal's attention. The faint voice transmitted by the divine sense made the Lei Yun martial god's body tremble in shock. You are," Lei Yun Martial Immortal's aura soared and his eyes emitted a fiery light. He had completely transformed into an ancient ferocious beast. His body slightly trembled as he pointed at Yi Qinghan's ring and shouted. "We'll talk when we get back." The divine sense quickly said again. Lei Yun Martial Immortal suddenly came to his senses and stopped talking. He restrained his aura, but the excitement on his face became more intense. "Uncle Lei Yun, what's wrong?" Lei Yanhua was confused and asked worriedly. "It's fine, let's go." Yi Qinghan smiled faintly. He held Lei Yanhua's hand and walked forward quickly. Lei Yun War God quickly followed. The way he looked at Yi Qinghan suddenly changed. The three of them quickly walked out of the dripping water pavilion. Wu Shan was already waiting there. The four of them entered the carriage and quickly disappeared into the distance. As soon as Yi Qinghan's carriage left, many maids and servants appeared in the dripping water pavilion. They walked out one after another to report what they had seen and heard to the people who needed the information. In the dripping water pavilion, the Leha city lord was in a good mood. He drank several dozen times the alcohol content before leaving in a hurry. Li Bai, who went to report the news, made an exception and was invited to the banquet table by him, enjoying a treatment that made countless elders of the clan envious. In a man-made lake in the deepest part of the dripping water pavilion, an old man was fishing when he heard Li He's report. He turned his head slightly and smiled. He continued to stabilize the fishing platform without moving. Behind him, Li He felt that this old man seemed to be one with the lake and the heaven and earth, lovely spring courtyard, heaven room. Young Master Tu Xia was very angry. He had already smashed hundreds of wine cups. The two elders of the Netherworld clan stood helplessly at the side. They were the two strongest experts of the Netherworld clan, but their 6th grade strength was nothing in the eyes of that person. The only way to solve this problem was through young Master Tu Xia's master, Evil Moon. "I can only ask Master for help." Young Master Tu Xia smashed another cup and took out a communication jade talisman to send a message. At the same time, a piece of news quickly spread among countless peerless young masters. That young Master Yi actually entered Miss Li Shui's boudoir and stayed there for a long time. When he left, he took Miss Fireworks and Lei Yin War God with him. Countless young masters transferred all their hatred towards young Master Tu Xia to Yi Qinghan. Young Master Tu Xia wanted to have a threesome, but this young Master Yi who appeared out of nowhere seemed to have already had a threesome. The city was in turmoil. The entrance of the joyful red courtyard was filled with countless scouts. But no one dared to provoke him. After all, the reason why they knew Yi Qinghan was because he had trampled on a rather famous playboy, and the Lihe city lord had made a clear statement. They were not fools. Without a suitable opportunity, no one dared to show themselves. Joyful red courtyard, heaven room 1. Lei Yanhua looked around the luxurious room curiously. When she saw Yi Yao Rao walk out of one of the rooms, she happily ran towards her and was ready to say goodbye to her. But at this moment, she felt the space behind her ripple. A golden door suddenly appeared in the room. She turned her head to look at the golden door in surprise, but in the next second, she was petrified. A tall and mighty figure appeared in the door. His face was unusually emotional, and his eyes were shining with tears. He walked like a dragon and a tiger, but it was obvious that he was trembling slightly. In that pair of tiger eyes, Lei Yanhua saw endless affection, guilt, and unparalleled pride. Yanhua, little Yanhua, Lei Zhen's lips were trembling. Even his outstretched hands were shaking. He wanted to hug Lei Yanhua, but he did not dare to. He was afraid that Lei Yanhua would reject him. He could only hang in the air, trembling. Lei Yin War God, the moment Lei Zhen appeared, he looked hundreds of thousands of years younger. His face was full of joy. Although he had confirmed it through the transmission just now, he was still very excited. Lei Zhen was back. Their Lei family's genius, Lei family's pride, was back. Empress Yu, who was following behind, had tears in her eyes. She quietly walked to Yi Qinghan's side. Yi Yao Rao also came over. Everyone looked at Lei Yanhua, waiting for her reaction. Who are you? Lei Yanhua blinked her big watery eyes. She looked at Lei Zhen and said uncertainly, why do I feel that you have a very familiar scent? But I have never seen you before. Lei Yanhua's words made Lei Zhen's body tremble even more. A familiar scent. How could there not be a familiar scent? The two of them had the same blood flowing in their bodies. This was the resonance between their bloodlines. Lei Zhen's trembling hands finally held Yanhua's shoulders. Strangely, Lei Yanhua did not show any reaction. Lei Zhen's expression became even more guilty. He said with a trembling voice, little Yanhua, you have never seen me before. In fact, this is the first time I have seen you. Let me introduce myself. I am Lei Zhen, your irresponsible father. I am a failure of being a father. I have let you and your mother down. Little Yanhua, I do not ask you to forgive me. I only ask that you give me a chance to redeem myself. Father is back. From now on, no one in this world can make you suffer. Not even a little bit. Boom. Lei Yanhua felt as if thunder had exploded in her mind. Her body swayed, but she did not fall. She finally understood why this man felt so familiar yet strange. Why this man gave her an incomparable sense of security. Why when this man held her shoulders, she instinctively did not want to resist. Her curved eyelashes were once again wet. Her perfect little face was filled with tears. She looked at Lei Zhen with tearful eyes, but she revealed a brilliant smile. It was an intoxicating smile, and a soft voice that made one's heart ache. Father? You are my father? Yanhua finally has a father? Yanhua has a father. Chapter 794. A pair of father and daughter, a hug that had been delayed for decades. They hugged each other and cried, expressing their deep longing for each other with their tears. The crowd quietly left, leaving the father and daughter alone. Yi Qinghan brought the crowd to the small hall for tea. He felt relieved. With Lei Zhen and Lei Yun here, no one would be able to snatch Firework away. The Lei family had several 7th grade war gods, but only Lei Zhen and the Lei family patriarch were at the peak of 7th grade. As long as Lei Zhen returned to Longyang Manor, the Lei family would not dare to let out a fart. In fact, Yi Qinghan was wrong. Lei Zhen and Firework chatted for more than 2 hours before summoning Lei Yun. They then chatted for another 2 hours. Lei Zhen brought the two into the small hall with a face full of smiles. He smiled at Yi Qinghan and said, "Little Yi, I wonder if your new city can accommodate us too." Yi Qinghan was stunned. Empress Rain was also surprised. Feng Qi and Wu Shan were overjoyed, but Lei Yun was helpless. Lei Zhen's words were clear. He did not want to return to the Lei family of Longyang Manor. "Uncle Lei Zhen, you are right. As long as the new city is built, it will always be your home." Even though he did not know what the Lei family did to hurt Lei Zhen, Yi Qinghan was not a fool. He immediately made his stand clear. A 7th grade war god. With this kind of power, he could even be the lord of a manor. Lei Firework's arrival in the first room brought endless joy. Lei Zhen laughed all day long, as if his mouth was convulsing. Yi Qinghan also did not go out on Yi Qinghan's night. He accompanied Firework all day long, making her feel the warmth of a family member. 3 days later, Martial Immortal Lei Yun bade farewell bitterly and left. He brought back the news that Lei Zhen was not willing to return to the Lei family. At the same time, he prepared to use this news to slap the faces of those old fellows in the Hall of Elders. As soon as Lei Yun left, the people of the Lei family in Leaping Springs City came to Yihong Brothel. This group of people was sent by the Lei family's elder hall to capture Lei Yanhua. The leader was a 6th-ranked elder, Lei Bo War God. The Thunderstorm War God obviously received the news after Yi Qinghan brought out the thunder fireworks, but he did not dare to make a move. They weren't afraid of Feng Qi, a war god at the peak of 6th grade, but they were wary of the Liha City Lord. After all, the Liha City Lord had made his stance very clear that if anyone provoked Yi Qinghan, he would even dare to slap a member of the Li clan, let alone an outsider. Before Lei Yun War God left, he made a trip to Lei Bao's place and used Lei Zhen's news to slap Lei Bao in the face. Lei Bao was shocked and hurried over to greet him, hoping for Lei Zhen's forgiveness. Otherwise, when Lei Yun invited the Lei clan patriarch out of seclusion and found out about this, he would definitely tear him apart. However, Lei Bao brought 2 men in and knelt in room number 1 for 3 days and 3 nights, but the door was still tightly shut. In the end, it was opened. Feng Qi picked them up one by one and threw them out of the joyful red courtyard. Lei Bao and the other 2 didn't dare to resist, allowing Feng Qi to throw them out the door like chickens. Lei Bao was clear that this was a serious matter. He got up and led the Lei clan's men to the transportation array to Longyang City to ask for forgiveness. He hoped that after the patriarch came out of seclusion, he would be able to save his life in a fit of rage. When this news spread, the entire city was in an uproar. Someone from Misty City came. It was the eldest disciple of Evil Moon the Honorable, Evil Fury War God, who had the strength of an upper 7th grade. Evil Moon the Honorable once again told the world how much he doted on this little disciple. However, young Master Tu Xie didn't dare to move. Although he didn't know what happened in the joyful red courtyard, he instinctively felt that if he brought people over, they would most likely end up crawling out. Evil Fury War God didn't come just for Tu Xie. In fact, the entire continent was shaken during this period of time. The ones who were shaken were of course the group of people who stood at the pinnacle of the continent. The Li clan released news that a mutant fruit had been born this time, and it was a top-grade mutant fruit. There were 5 types of top-grade mutant fruits, and the quantity was huge. Moreover, a rare treasure had been born in this auction. If Li Shu'ei's coming-of-age ceremony had shaken the famous young masters of the continent, then the Li clan's news had shaken all the experts of the continent. What was a mutant fruit? What did the appearance of so many mutant fruits mean? What was the rare treasure that the Li clan refused to reveal? Whether it was to fight for the mutant fruit or the rare treasure, or to find out the shocking secret behind the appearance of so many mutant fruits. Dripping Springs City was bustling. Countless experts flocked over. Sixth-grade war gods could be seen everywhere in Dripping Spring City. It was said that one of the 5 honorables under the Misty Monarch, Reverend Fragrance, had also come. The entire Dripping Spring City was incomparably noisy, but no one dared to cause trouble. With so many supreme powerhouses gathered here, a random god general might attract a group of supreme powerhouses. The gates of the Dripping Water Pavilion opened once again. The Leha City Lord welcomed batch after batch of experts into the Dripping Water Pavilion. The smile on his face grew wider and wider. These were all god stones. Yi Qinghan naturally had to go to the auction. Yi Yaorao and Lei Yanhua also clamored to go and take a look. It wasn't convenient for Lei Jun to show his face, so he could only ask Feng Qi Wushan to accompany them. Since the experts of Dripping Spring City had already guessed something, then it was a good time to ask Feng Qi Wushan to confuse them and intimidate them. They still sat in the luxurious carriage to the auction house. This time, no one dared to look down on this horse-drawn carriage. Just as the carriage arrived at the auction house, head shopkeeper Li Huang and Li Bai came forward to welcome them. Yi Yaorao and Lei Yanhua were masked with silk scarves, so their appearances couldn't be seen. However, when they got off the carriage, the passers-by and the martial artists nearby stared straight at them. Yi Yaorao had an icy temperament, Feng Qi was noble and unparalleled, and Lei Yanhua was spirited. Even though their appearances couldn't be seen, just from their temperament, one could tell that these 3 were absolute beauties. Yi Qinghan, who was in the middle of the 3 women, became the center of attention. He was almost drowned by the envious and jealous gazes of the crowd. Li Huang and Li Bai stared at Feng Qi and suddenly realized something. Feng Qi did not conceal her strength today. Her eyes sparkled, and it was as if she was looking at a vast sea of stars. This was a soul cultivator, and a very powerful one at that. Li Huang and Li Bai instantly came to this conclusion. Under Li Huang's personal guidance, they walked into a small hall. There was a transmission array in the small hall. With a flash of white light, they arrived at an incomparably spacious hall. The hall was divided into 2 levels. In the middle was a high platform with nearly 10,000 luxurious seats around it. The upper level was filled with small private rooms, and there were nearly 1,000 of them. Li Huang arranged for them to enter private room 18. This arrangement made Yi Qinghan very suspicious. Logically speaking, with his identity and Feng Qi, Lei Yanhua following him, it should be enough to enter the top 10 private rooms. It seemed like there were really many big shots here this time. Little man, keep a low profile later. There are many powerful experts here today, and at least 10 of them are comparable to Lei Zhen. Venerable level experts, 2 of them are here. 2 hours later, Feng Qi's voice transmission made Yi Qinghan understand that there were indeed a lot of big shots here today. More than 10 peak rank 7s came. This did not surprise Yi Qinghan, but 2 venerable level experts came. This shocked Yi Qinghan a little. Chapter 795. The entire auction hall was crowded with people. The 10,000 seats below were almost all occupied. These people were whispering to each other and glancing at the private rooms on the 2nd floor from time to time. They seemed to be guessing which big shot would come. The private rooms on the 2nd floor had the same transparent barrier as Yi Qinghan's room. The people inside could clearly see outside, but the people outside could not. Of course, divine senses could enter, but no one dared to check. After all, those who could sit in the private rooms were all wealthy and important people. If you angered them, not only would they not teach you a lesson, they could easily ask the Li family to invite you out. The auction had not started yet. Countless beautiful maids were shuttling between the seats, bringing tea and wine to everyone. They also explained how to bid for the treasures they wanted. Yi Qinghan's private room, of course, had a professional maid serving outside the loft. She also brought a bunch of brochures to Yi Qinghan and the others, explaining the treasures to be auctioned and the process of the auction. Yi Qinghan came today because of Li He's invitation. He also wanted to see how much these fruits could be sold for. As for the treasures on the brochures, he was not interested. On the contrary, Lei Hua, Yi Yao, and Lei Hua gathered together and looked at it carefully. Wow, this thing is so beautiful. This is fun too. The three women exclaimed from time to time. Of course, it was mostly Lei Hua who said it. Although Lei Hua was a young girl, it was not appropriate for her to express her emotions. However, her eyes shone brightly. Yi Yao Rao was cold, but her face was full of excitement. This proved one thing. No matter what kind of woman they were, their desire to buy was very strong. Take a good look. Tell me what you want to buy later, and I will buy it for you. Yi Qinghan smiled faintly. He glanced at the items on the list. Most of them were worth tens of billions. Perhaps it would have been a sky-high price for him in the past, but now, he really didn't feel any pressure. When the three women heard what Yi Qinghan said, they were even more excited. Many of the items on the brochures were useless to them, but they were beautiful. Women's resistance to beautiful things was basically zero. The auction was about to begin. Along with Li Huang's smile, the surroundings were deathly silent. Li Bai was wearing a black formal attire embroidered with gold rims, looking very pretentious. Following behind him was a row of beautiful women holding jade boxes. They bowed to the four directions before opening their mouths with a face full of smiles. Everyone, before the auction begins, allow me to represent Dripping Springs City to welcome the strongest of our misty continent. Reverend Fragrance. Hua. The quiet square instantly became noisy again. The martial artists below all consciously stood up and bowed towards the third private room with Li Huang. At the same time, he was incomparably shocked. This Reverend Fragrance was actually sitting in the third private room? Then who are the second and the first? But Venerable Fragrance didn't reply, and Li Huang didn't resolve this suspense. The auction had begun, and everyone had no choice but to pull their attention back. The first items to be auctioned were some ordinary goods, high-grade divine weapons, middle-grade pills, spiritual pets, and so on. The ones bidding were all the martial artists sitting below. None of the guests in the private rooms even participated in the bidding. 2 hours later, the second batch of treasures arrived. This was going to be interesting. The second batch belonged to the real rare treasures. The guests in the private rooms all made their moves, and the atmosphere of the auction heated up. The next item to be auctioned is a million-year-old water spirit pearl from the Star Sea. This water spirit pearl has the effect of resisting fire and water, and it has the effect of beautifying one's skin when worn all year round. It is said that it can make a woman more beautiful. Of course, it is only a little. It is also very helpful for cultivation. The starting price is 50 million divine stones, and each increment must be no less than 5 million divine stones. As Li Huang finished speaking, a beautiful woman opened the jade box in her hands, revealing a sky-blue pearl. The pearl was surrounded by mist, and it was shiny and beautiful beyond compare. Little man, help me bid for this pearl. The Rain Empress spoke. Her name was Lan Yu, and she liked blue things the most. Moreover, this pearl had the effect of beautifying one's skin. Although Li Huang emphasized that it was only a little, she was still successfully moved. Lei Yanhua and Yi Yaorao actually liked it very much, but since the Rain Empress had spoken, they didn't say anything. All right. Yi Qinghan replied indifferently, but he picked up the dripping spring tea on the table and drank it slowly and politely. 100 million divine stones. The first to bid was the one in the 70-something private room upstairs, and he immediately doubled the price. 300 million. 500 million divine stones. The martial artists on the first floor wanted to bid, but they were scared off by the young masters in the private rooms upstairs. They knew that this item was not something they could touch. This item was so beautiful, and it had magical effects. Obviously, it would become the object of contention for these young masters. Everyone was here for Li Shuier, and if they bought this treasure at her family's auction house and gave it to her, it would surely increase her impression. 800 million divine stones. 1.5 billion divine stones. 2 billion. The price gradually increased, and it was all in the hundreds of millions. The martial artists below were amazed by the generosity of these exceptional young masters. This item was at most worth 1 billion divine stones, but now it was auctioned for several billion. They were all prodigals. When the price reached 5 billion, it began to stop, and only the guests in private rooms 23 and 35 were still fighting for it. Moreover, every time the price was raised, it would increase by 10 or 20 million divine stones. It seemed that they had reached the bottom line. Yi Qinghan put down the teacup in his hand, and estimated that it was about time. He picked up a communication jade stone on the table, and wrapped it with his divine power. Then, he said softly, 10 billion divine stones. The voice was transformed by the communication jade stone, and it became somewhat indistinguishable, but the three words 10 billion resounded in everyone's ears. The surroundings were deathly silent, and even Li Huang was slightly surprised as he raised his head and looked over. This water spirit pearl could be auctioned for 5 billion divine stones, which was already a sky-high price, but this young master in private room 18 had doubled it. Even if he had divine stones, he didn't have to spend it like this, right? Which peerless young master was this? How could he be so powerful? The two private rooms upstairs were completely silent. Firstly, they couldn't afford this price. Secondly, they knew that the guest who could bid for the top 20 private rooms had an extraordinary status. They didn't want to offend him for something like this. The Empress of Rain was excited, and she looked at Yi Qinghan with seductive eyes. It made Yi Qinghan's heart itch, and he wanted nothing more than to start a fight right now. In the next few rounds of the auction, the young master in room 18 shocked everyone again. A vanishing shadow god puppet with a snow-white body, black hooves, wings, and speed that could reach the peak of a god king. It also had a defensive shield that could withstand an attack from a peak god king. Not to mention the young ladies, even the young masters were very happy with such a divine steed. This was an excellent gift. The auction became even more intense, and the price reached more than 10 billion divine stones. 30 billion divine stones. Lei Yanhua's eyes lit up, and she pulled Yi Qinghan's hand to bid for it. Yi Qinghan had no choice but to wait until the price reached 18 billion divine stones before he made his move again. As Yi Qinghan spoke, the hall fell silent again. If the water spirit pearl had any effect, then this divine steed was nothing more than a toy. This godly steed was nothing but a toy to a powerhouse. Although it was a beautiful toy, it was still a toy. No one was so stupid. What if Li Shuai didn't like it and ate it? Chapter 796. 1 million divine stones. However, someone seemed to have figured out the identity of the guest in private room 18. He immediately started to bicker with him. His voice was very arrogant. He didn't use the communication stone and just used the original voice. Moreover, he only added 1 million divine stones. It was a clear provocation. Young noble vomiting blood, it seems like he really wants to vomit blood. Yi Qinghan glanced at private room 19 and sneered. He picked up the communication stone and said, 40 billion divine stones. Hiss. Gasps could be heard from below. Everyone looked at private room 18. They thought that this person was crazy. He actually increased the bid by 10 billion. How was this a bid? He was obviously acting in a fit of anger. 1 million. Young noble Tu Xie's faint voice came from private room 19 again. It seemed like he was going to fight. Yi Qinghan's mocking smile became even more intense. Lei Yan shook her head, indicating that she didn't want it. Yi Qinghan picked up the communication stone and said, 50 billion. Tu Xie, you add another 1 million and this divine steed will be yours. Wow. There was an uproar below. They were shocked by young noble Tu Xie's boldness. They were stunned by the fact that he didn't give young noble Tu Xie any face. They were also excited by his domineering provocation. Although the original voice of private room 18 couldn't be heard, it was obviously the voice of a young noble. But he was actually ranked before young noble Tu Xie. This was a little thought-provoking. And his domineering performance today clearly showed that he didn't put young noble Tu Xia in his eyes. One had to know that venerable Xia Yu had expressed his fondness for this young disciple several times. But this young noble still didn't give him any face. Bang! In private room 19, young noble Tu Xia's eyes were burning with rage. The teacup in his hand shattered. However, he didn't dare to make a sound. He was indeed the continent's most powerful young noble Tu Xia, but he didn't have many divine stones. His senior brother, Evil Fury Battle God, also had divine stones. But his divine stones were used to buy mutant fruits. In terms of wealth, he didn't have the confidence to suppress Yi Qinghan. The Evil Fury Battle God narrowed his eyes as he sat on the side. He didn't seem to notice Tu Xia's anger. With his sole consciousness, he found Yi Qinghan and Yu Ho. He told Tu Xia that his original intention was to use Yi Qinghan to suppress Tu Xia's arrogance. Of course, he wouldn't say anything now. Before coming here, Venerable Evil Moon had said that they should not get involved in the affairs of young people. Evil Tu was good at everything, but he was too arrogant. Seeing that the Evil Fury Battle God did not respond, Tu Xia had no choice but to shut up. Room 19 fell silent. This made the martial artists below think that young Master Tu Xia had lowered his head. The arrogant young Master Tu Xia actually lowered his head to another young master? This news was a little shocking. The identity of the young master in private room number 18 was even more puzzling. The rest of the auction was even more interesting. The guest in private room number 18 stopped bidding, but as soon as private room number 19 opened his mouth, private room number 18 would immediately follow up with an additional 1 million godly stones. Moreover, the bidding was very clever and stopped at the right time. It was obvious that they were taking revenge on young Master Tu Xia for bickering just now. Young Master Tu Xia was fuming with anger, but at the same time, he let his own people pass on the identity of private room number 18 to those peerless young masters. When these peerless young masters heard this, they were all angry. This young Master Yi was so high profile, he was obviously preparing to suppress everyone and give the Li family and Li Shu'er a good impression. Young Master Yi, who came out of the mud, was really preparing to have a threesome. Just as everyone was rubbing their hands and preparing to suppress the young master in private room number 18, private room number 18 suddenly fell silent. It seemed that he had played enough and was tormented by them. The young masters gathered their strength and prepared to punch the air, but they smashed the air. Their chest was so stuffy that they wanted to vomit blood. Yao Rao, are you not going to bid? Tell me what you like, we don't lack godly stones. Yi Qinghan smiled faintly. He could see that Yi Yao Rao wanted to buy some, but in the previous auction, she could see that someone was targeting her. So she was very sensible and didn't say anything. This made Yi Qinghan feel moved in his heart. To be honest, he really didn't lack godly stones. At most, after buying this batch of strange fruits, he would continue to sell them after a period of time. All right, I will tell you if I like something. Yi Yao Rao smiled and said in a low voice. However, Yi Qinghan could see that she would definitely not open her mouth. It was not because she was afraid that he would spend godly stones, but because she was afraid that he would fight with others for her. She was really a good wife. Yi Yao Rao was not in the mood to bid. After Yu Ho and Lei Yan were also satisfied. Yi Qinghan had played enough. Of course, they wouldn't make a sound. Private room number 18 became silent. The young masters also found that there was no target to vent their anger. The following auction was not as lively as before. Until the last treasure of the second batch appeared. This is the final heavenly treasure of the second batch of treasures. Everyone, look carefully. This is a true strange treasure. Divine power revolved around Li Huang's hand and he gently attached it to a jade box held by a beautiful woman beside him. The jade box slowly opened, revealing a blue jade stone. This jade stone was not big, only the size of half a palm. This jade stone was sparkling and translucent, and a white light circulated around it. It was as if a miniature dragon was swimming inside. It was very beautiful. Top-grade soul jade, a peerless treasure. Li Huang stood to the side, not saying anything. He kept everyone in suspense. After Yu Ho's eyes lit up and she exclaimed. Yi Qinghan's heart also tensed up. Since Yu Ho called it a top-grade soul jade, it was definitely a treasure related to the soul. He was a soul cultivator, so he was definitely interested in this kind of treasure. I believe that many of the experts present have already seen it. That's right. This is a soul jade, a top-grade soul jade. Perhaps some of you are not clear about the use of this soul jade. Let me give you a simple explanation. The soul jade is, of course, a treasure related to the soul of a martial artist. After this soul jade is refined, it will stay above the martial artist's soul ocean. First, it can protect the soul. The soul jade can easily block the soul attack of a soul cultivator below the God Arch realm. Even if the soul cultivator's attack is not strong, it can still block it. Second, the soul jade can stimulate the soul ocean, allowing the soul ocean to grow continuously. Of course, the soul ocean can only grow to the peak of the God King realm before it stops growing. This is the only flaw of the soul jade. Alright, everyone, start bidding. The starting bid is 100 billion divine stones. Each bid must not be less than 10 billion divine stones. Li Huang lightly opened his mouth and gave a simple explanation of the soul jade. He only explained the two functions of the soul jade clearly. However, the moment he finished speaking, the entire auction house went into an uproar. What was the soul? It was the foundation of a martial artist. Why were soul cultivators so strong? It was because they could silently attack the soul of their enemies, killing them without leaving a trace. The consensus of the martial artists on the continent was that they would rather offend a peak grade 7 expert than a soul cultivator who had just entered the God Arch realm. This was the strength of a soul cultivator. Now, this small jade could actually block all the soul attacks of a soul cultivator below the God Arch realm. It could even block the attacks of an ordinary God Arch realm soul cultivator. What kind of powerful soul defense divine artifact was this? Furthermore, this jade could allow a martial artist's soul to continuously improve. What was one of the conditions to become a soul cultivator? That was that the soul had to cross the threshold and reach the strength of a god king. With this soul jade, this threshold was no longer a threshold. With this soul jade, a large family clan could continue to produce batch after batch of god king realm martial artists. If this batch of martial artists produced a soul cultivator, everything would be worth it. What shocked the crowd the most was the price of this soul jade. The starting bid was 100 billion divine stones. Furthermore, each bid would not be less than 10 billion. This starting bid was enough to purchase a top-grade mutant fruit. Chapter 797. None of the martial artists below spoke. Everyone knew that they did not have the qualifications to participate in this item. Even the young masters above did not have the qualifications. This item could only be used by the supreme experts of the super clans. Little man, you must obtain this item. This item is too important to you. With this item, your soul will continue to improve. Moreover, this soul jade has special effects. Those who are not soul cultivators will not understand. The Rain Empress looked at Yi Qinghan with a burning gaze and quickly transmitted a message to him. The fire in her eyes was abnormally obvious. Yi Qinghan was also shocked. The Rain Empress actually said that this item had other effects. This item was truly a heaven-defying treasure. But he knew in his heart that this item was very tricky and would probably be very difficult to obtain. 500 billion. Private room number 10 spoke for the first time. The price that came out shocked everyone. The first time he spoke, he actually increased the price by 5 times. The bitterness in the corner of Yi Qinghan's mouth became even thicker. He beckoned to the maid beside him and asked her to call Li Bai up. Li Bai came very quickly. Yi Qinghan did not have the time to be polite with him. He directly said, "Send a message to the Leha city lord. What is the highest price I can offer?" Li Bai understood the meaning behind Yi Qinghan's words. Yi Qinghan was asking how much he could borrow from the auction house. The Leha city lord's message came very quickly and decisively. Even Li Bai was shocked. He swallowed his saliva and said, "My lord has replied. Besides the divine stones on you, he can guarantee you 10 trillion divine stones." "All right. I will remember this favor." Yi Qinghan was slightly shocked. He knew that he owed a big favor this time. At the same time, he was a little dazed. When he first came to the divine world, he was anxious to buy the Flame Dragon Overlord's 1 billion divine stones. Now, his name was actually worth 10 trillion divine stones, 3 trillion divine stones, 4 trillion. 5 trillion, 5 trillion. Just as Yi Qinghan summoned the white essence, the price had already soared to 5 trillion. All the experts present were so shocked that they didn't even dare to breathe loudly. The martial artists in the audience knew very well that they were only here to be bystanders. However, they never expected that they would be able to witness what a super clan was like and what it meant to have unparalleled wealth. Those who participated in the auction were all VIPs from private rooms 4 to 15. When the bid reached 5 trillion, only private rooms 6, 10, and 13 were left to compete. However, the price continued to rise rapidly. Before long, it had risen to 7 trillion divinity stones. And it was still increasing by 2 to 300 billion. God damn it, let's go all out. Yi Qinghan was no longer calm. If they were to carry it up like this, when would it end? Since the Rain Empress said that she must bid for it, then let's smash it. Wasn't it just God's stones? God's stones are king bastards. I'll earn them after I've spent them. He even forgot to take the communication jade stone and directly used his divine power to amplify the message. He gritted his teeth and said, "This young master bids 10 trillion. The entire audience was dead silent. All the martial artists in the audience had their eyes locked onto private room 18. 10 trillion. Even the entire wealth of a mid-sized clan wouldn't be this much. If it was someone in the first 10 private rooms who made such a bid, perhaps no one would be shocked. However, Yi Qinghan had actually used his original voice in a moment of desperation. This was the voice of a young master. A young master's voice wasn't strange. What was strange was that in such an occasion, a young master actually dared to speak. Such a large transaction, normally only the number 1 or 2 figures of a super clan would dare to make the decision. What did this mean? It meant that this young master could replace the clan head in his super clan. Or perhaps, he was the clan head of a super clan. The second possibility was obviously impossible, but the first one was also very thought-provoking. The relationships within every super clan were complicated. The status of a young clan head was very high, but unless it was a clan like Li Shui's, who only had one direct descendant, he absolutely didn't have the authority or the guts to represent the clan head. Few people had heard of Yi Qinghan's voice, but his identity was quickly spread throughout the entire auction hall. It was this 10 trillion, that young Master Ye's name was destined to spread throughout the entire ethereal continent. To be able to suppress young Master Tu Xia and bid 10 trillion, it would be difficult for him not to become famous, 11 trillion divine stones. At this moment, a shout pulled everyone back from their thoughts. After being stunned for a moment, everyone was shocked again. Their gazes turned and finally stopped at a private room, unable to move away. Private room 3? Venerable Fragrance actually made a bid. This time, the entire audience was completely silent. No one dared to make another bid. 11 trillion divine stones. Perhaps some people could add a little more, but no one dared to do so. Although Venerable Fragrance was ranked last among the 5 supremacies of the ethereal sovereign, she was a supremacy, right? She could represent the ethereal sovereign, right? And everyone clearly felt that this Venerable Fragrance seemed to be suppressing this young Master Yi? Or was she using another method to tell Yi Qinghan that young Master Tu Xia was from the ethereal city, and not just anyone could suppress him? Thank you, Uncle Master. At this moment, a respectful and grateful voice came from room 19, causing everyone's expressions to become extremely interesting. It also caused everyone in room 18 to instantly turn gloomy. This slap was very loud. Yi Qinghan's face was boiling hot. This slap made him feel a burning pain. 3 hands reached out at the same time, and 3 pretty faces looked over worriedly. The Rain Empress sighed helplessly and said, "Forget it, let's not fight over a temporary advantage." Yi Qinghan shook his head helplessly and laughed bitterly. Of course, he wasn't a fool. He wouldn't go against Reverend Fragrance so openly. But there was still a ball of fire in his heart. He despised Venerable Fragrance in his heart. Young people are fighting, why is an elder like you interfering? Isn't this lowering your status? Since Venerable Fragrance had spoken, of course no one dared to continue interfering. Li Huang looked in Yi Qinghan's direction and said, "No one else is bidding, right? All right, congratulations." Wait. Just as Li Huang was about to announce that the peak grade soul jade belonged to Venerable Piao Xiang, a light voice rang out. The voice was clearly transmitted through a communication jade. It was impossible to tell the gender or age of the speaker. However, it was these 2 light words that caused everyone present to be stunned. Who was so daring? He was preparing to defy the heavens. When they looked for the source of the voice, it made countless people break out in a cold sweat, and their bodies began to tremble. The source of the voice came from not far from Venerable Fragrance. Room 1. Even with Venerable Fragrance's status, she could only condescend to the 3rd room. One could imagine the identity of the guest in the 1st room. It was definitely a person who could defy the heavens, yet. The next words of the owner of the voice made everyone's gazes turn to room 18 again. If they were said to be shocked before, then they were all petrified now. The voice was still indistinguishable from the original, and the tone was still light, as if it was saying something insignificant. 12 trillion divine stones. Fragrance, I want this soul stone. That young Master Yi. I admire him very much. Give this soul stone to him. Chapter 798. Piao Xiang. That name was so smooth to the tongue, young Master Yi, I admire him very much. This soul jade is for him. 12 trillion god stones. For him, since he was called Piao Xiang, it was needless to say that he was much more powerful than Reverend Piao Xiang. However, Reverend Piao Xiang's strength was in the top 10 of the Misty Continent. Who was this? Could it be the Misty Sovereign? Thinking of this, everyone began to tremble slightly. The Misty Sovereign, the legendary 9th grade invincible war god, was a mysterious person. No one expected him to appear here. Some people even wanted to worship him. At this moment, everyone looked at room 18 in a different way. Many peerless young masters even wanted to retreat. But the hatred in young Master Tu Xie's eyes became even more intense. All right, since Milord has spoken, how can Piao Xiang refuse? Reverend Piao Xiang's vague voice came from room 3 again, confirming everyone's guess. Since Reverend Piao Xiang called him Milord, this person was definitely much more powerful than her. But some people still felt a trace of resentment from Reverend Piao Xiang's words. Could it be that the guest in room 1 was not the Misty Sovereign? Then who could it be? Who could make Reverend Piao Xiang not dare to have any intention of fighting? Since the guest in room 1 had spoken, no one else dared to say anything else. The soul jade was sent directly to room 18 under the instruction of the owner of room 1. When Yi Qinghan held the sparkling and translucent soul jade in his hands, he was still in a daze. This was 1.2 billion god stones. This was the combined wealth of 2 mid-level clans. The guest in room 1 had given it to him just like that? Who was he? Little man, I didn't expect you to hide so much. Hurry up and thank me. Let me tell you, the guests in room 1 and 2 are very powerful. I don't even dare to use my divine sense to investigate. Empress Rain's face was full of smiles. The more she interacted with Yi Qinghan, the more she found him to be unfathomable. At first, he pulled out a young lady from the Li clan. Now, it was even more frightening. He pulled out a person even more powerful than Reverend Piao Xiang. And only now did Yi Qinghan come to his senses, and he walked towards the number 1 private room under Li Bai's lead. Unexpectedly, he'd just walked out of the back door when he saw Leha City's governor walking over with a face full of smiles, and he was extremely amiable as he directly sent a voice transmission. "Little brother Yi, don't go thank him. That lord said that if we're fated to meet in the future, then thank him face to face. Fate brought us together." Yi Qinghan rubbed his nose. He wanted to see him, but no one was giving him the chance. Just who was this person? At first, Yi Qinghan thought that it was Lord Devour. But if it was Lord Devour, he should meet him. Was he wrong? Who was this person? Big brother Li He, who is this lord? Yi Qinghan's expression did not change, but he secretly transmitted his voice. Li He's expression didn't change. He turned around and returned to private room 1, continuing to stand guard outside. Halfway there, he sent a voice transmission over. "How am I qualified to know? My venerable must know, but I don't think he'll say it." Embarrassed, he returned to the private room. The third batch of treasures was on the stage. This was today's finale treasure, the strange fruit. It was also the reason why all the experts had come here. Soul Jades might be able to create a batch of disciples with strong souls, but the chances of them becoming soul cultivators were very low, maybe even 0. Moreover, supreme experts usually had soul defensive divine artifacts, so these things were useless to them. But the strange fruits were different. The strange fruits were divided into combat, defense, soul, speed, and cultivation aids. In the past, when 1 or 2 strange fruits appeared, the Li clan wouldn't advertise it too much. Moreover, a portion of the strange fruits were won by the Li clan themselves, so how could they have a chance? But this time, it was different. There were all kinds of strange fruits. Those who wanted to strengthen their attack could bid for the offensive fruit, and those who wanted to strengthen their defense could bid for the defensive fruit. As long as you could afford the price, you could get what you wanted. Moreover, following the appearance of this batch of strange fruits, everyone started to search for the source of these strange fruits. One had to know that it was very unusual for there to be so many strange fruits appearing at the same time. The reason behind this was really thought-provoking. The beautiful woman beside Li Huang left, and then she brought up a batch of green jade boxes. Without any nonsense, Li Huang directly spoke. "Next, we will auction the strange fruits. First, we will auction the ordinary strange fruits, with 5 of each type of strange fruit. The first 50 will be auctioned, and the remaining 50 will be auctioned separately. Now, we will auction the first one. The starting price is 20 billion, and each increment must be no less than 5 billion. As soon as Li Huang's words came out, Yi Qinghan was shocked. This auction was too ruthless, wasn't it? The starting price was 20 billion, and on average, it was 4 billion each. And each increment must be no less than 5 billion. This price was a little high. I want 5, and each one is priced at 200 billion. Just as Li Huang finished speaking, a voice rang out, causing everyone in the auction hall to faint, including Li Huang and Li He. And it even caused Yi Qinghan to faint. The one who spoke was the supreme expert in private room 1, and he directly asked for 5, and each one was actually 200 billion. In other words, each fruit was actually worth 40 billion. This far exceeded the expectations of Yi Qinghan and Li He. Moreover, he wanted 5 at once. The two of them had originally planned to sell these ordinary fruits for 10 billion godstones, which would be pretty good already. I want 5 as well, and each one is priced at 200 billion. Before everyone could recover from their shock, the owner of private room 2 who'd been silent until now spoke. The voice wasn't transmitted through communication jades, and everyone was able to clearly discern that it was the voice of a middle-aged man. However, it was precisely this ordinary voice that shocked countless people in the auction hall. Even Li Bai's eyes lit up. Some of them had heard this voice before. It was the voice of Exalt Li Quan. Exalt Li Quan had arrived, and he was even sitting in private room 2. At this moment, everyone finally understood why Exalt Fragrance would lower herself to sit in the third private room. It was because Exalt Li Quan's strength was ranked above Exalt Fragrance's, and he was even the host. Meanwhile, everyone was even more curious about the identity of the owner of Private Room 1. Because Exalt Li Quan's tone was exactly the same as the owner of Private Room 1. It was obvious that he was trying to support him and flatter him. I want 5 as well, and each one is priced at 200 billion. Exalt Fragrance spoke once more, and she asked for 5 as well. I want 5 as well, and each one is priced at the same price. Me too. Subsequently, Yi Qinghan and everyone else was dumbstruck because starting from Private Room 4 to 10, everyone directly asked for 5 fruits, and each of them was priced at 200 billion. Moreover, towards the end, there were even a few guests in private rooms that spoke at the same time, as if they were afraid that there would be none left if they were too late. Li Huang was stunned. Motherfucker. How is this an auction? They're directly bidding for the fruits. Although the price has exceeded their budget, this is against the rules. 10 trillion god stones. A black light flashed in Yi Qinghan's eyes, and he noticed that everything in front of him was filled with god stones. Only 250 ordinary strange fruits had been sold for 10 trillion god stones. It looks like it'll be very difficult for me to not get rich this time. Li He, who was standing outside Private Room 1, also felt a wave of dizziness. He knew that with so many big shots here, this batch of strange fruits would definitely be auctioned for a high price, but he didn't expect such an outcome. Of course, he understood that this was all because of the owner of the private room in front of him. This person was obviously supporting Yi Qinghan, but the other person was supporting him. Li Huang, it's settled. Exalt Li Quan gave the order, and the helpless Li Huang heaved a sigh of relief. The first batch of strange fruits was successfully sold, and they were sold for a sky-high price. Chapter 799. The next 50 ordinary mutant fruits were auctioned off without a hitch. Each of them was sold for more than 20 billion divine stones, which made Yi Qinghan very happy. He thought to himself, if the Lord in Private Room 1 also took the lead to bid for these top-grade mutant fruits, I'll be rich today. Things went beyond Yi Qinghan's expectations. The Lord in Private Room 1 didn't say anything else. Instead, Supremacy Li Quan took the lead to bid for a defensive mutant fruit and a mutant fruit that could assist in cultivation, directly bidding 1 trillion divine stones. This caused Yi Qinghan's eyes to be filled with black divine stones once again. With Supremacy Li Quan taking the lead, the prices of the following mutant fruits could be imagined. Divine stones were just a few numbers to the patriarchs of the super clans. However, it was obvious that the Lord and Supremacy Li Quan were very supportive today. They were also willing to spend a bit more divine stones to give the two some face so that they could meet again in the future. Thus, after all 320 mutant fruits were auctioned off, Yi Qinghan fainted for a long time before waking up. Even Empress Yu and the others fainted for a while. Wu Shan kept swallowing his saliva and rubbing his eyes. This batch of mutant fruits that could be sold for about 5 trillion divine stones were auctioned off for 21 trillion divine stones. After deducting the processing fees to the Li clan, they still had about 20 trillion divine stones left. Li He also fainted. This profit was a small matter, but after this auction, the name of the Li clan's auction house would be completely shaken. There was no doubt that they would become the #1 auction house on the continent. In the future, there would be an endless supply of divine stones. He was incomparably glad that he had made friends with this little brother Yi Qinghan. This little brother indeed had the qualifications to be on equal footing with him. Yi Qinghan returned to the courtyard of joy in a daze. Today had given him too many shocks. When he returned and told the Thunder Emperor about it, the latter was even more delighted. With so many divine stones, the Thunder Emperor's original plan for building a city had been completely overturned. He had decided to build a super large city that could rival Leaping Spring City. Time was of the essence. The Thunder Emperor decided to act immediately, but he didn't appear. He also didn't dare to continue buying construction materials in Leaping Spring City. He had Wu Shan and Feng Qi each bring a few 100 million divine stones to the nearby prefectures to buy materials. The Thunder Monarch believed that if the two of them were not fools, they would definitely not covet these divine stones. After all, once the new city was built, there would be an endless supply of parangons. Although Yi Qinghan's background wasn't clear, it was only the tip of the iceberg that had been revealed. Lei Zhen and Yu Hou started to design the layout of the new city. Lei Yanhua and Yi Yao Rao had nothing to do, so they joined in. Yi Qinghan went into seclusion once again. Firstly, he refined the supreme grade soul jade, and secondly, he tried to break through to the God King realm. Since Yi Qinghan had promised Li Shui'er to attend his coming-of-age ceremony, he could only resist the urge to rush into the teleportation array and wait for another month. Although he wasn't sure what Li Shui'er would ask him to do, but from the fact that Li Shui'er had asked him if he could defeat young Master Tu Xie, she might need him to take action. Since he was going to take action, it wouldn't be wrong to be stronger. Entering the War Monarch Palace, Yi Qinghan first refined the soul jade according to the method taught by Yu Hou. He dripped his blood on it and used his god power to make the soul jade disappear from his hand. Using his divine sense, the soul jade had indeed appeared above his soul sea. Furthermore, it had appeared on the black bridge between Yi Qinghan's two souls. It was emitting a gentle white light that complemented the green light outside of Yi Qinghan's soul sea. It was extremely beautiful. Yi Qinghan immediately entered the soul silent state and realized that the growth of his soul was indeed 2 times faster than before. This was even before the soul jade had completely fused with his soul. According to Yu Hou's estimation, once the soul jade was completely fused, Yi Qinghan would enter the soul silent state and his soul would grow 3 times faster. 2 souls revolved at the same time. Yi Qinghan started to fuse the special mystic art, so close, yet worlds apart. At the same time, he opened up all the restrictions in the palace. The god aura inside the palace was 10 times stronger than outside. As he comprehended the mystic art, the god crystals and meridians in his body operated at full force, absorbing the god aura and transforming it into god power. The auction had ended, but these absolute formidable martial artists, the clan heads and elders of the great families, did not leave. Under Supremacy Li Quan's invitation, they waited for Li Shui'er's coming-of-age ceremony. Of course, most of them stayed behind to find out where this batch of strange fruits came from. The news had not been kept under wraps for long. Perhaps someone had purposely released it. This batch of strange fruits came from the soul-devouring manor. It was said that Supremacy Butterfly Dance had found them on an island in the Wandering Sea. Most formidable martial artists agreed with this news. After all, the Sealed God Valley was the second most dangerous place on the continent. It was not so easy to break the seal. What's more, if the seal was forcefully broken, there would definitely be a huge commotion. However, no news had spread during this period of time. The Phoenix Glow Mountain Range was peaceful. Of course, the Phoenix Glow Mountain Range was peaceful. Under the instructions of Yi Qinghan and the Thunder the Arch, the Wind the Arch and the Demon the Arch had captured all the god bandits and spies who had barged into the mountain. They had also forced them to send a message back. Everything was normal here. Some people believed it. Of course, some didn't. For example, Li Hai. Li Hai had not been doing well recently. Although he had not done much wrong in that matter, it was obvious that He was trying to rope in Yi Qinghan. He had no choice but to suffer. He had been promoted from the Guard Army's deputy commander, who controlled the lives and deaths of tens of billions of god-tier martial artists in Dripping Spring City. He had been transferred to the Scout Hall's senior commander, who was in charge of intelligence on the continent. It looked like he had been promoted from a deputy commander to a senior commander. However, anyone who understood the situation knew that Li Hai's future was bleak. Although the Scout Hall was a hall, it only had a few thousand people. What's more, they were all low-grade martial artists. What kind of person was Supremacy Li Quan? If there was any important news, countless people would report it to him immediately. What's more, the continent's various prefectures were in charge of their own affairs. You play with your women, I play with my birds. Nobody had anything to do with each other. What's more, the continent was at peace. What kind of important news could there be? Hence, Li Hai blamed all the humiliation and treatment he had suffered on Yi Qinghan. He made full use of his authority as a senior commander. He started to mobilize the thousands of people under him to collect all the information he could about Yi Qinghan. In the end, he really discovered a huge problem. Yi Qinghan came from Beacon Smoke Manor's Nether City. The people around him bought countless city construction materials. Recently, one of his two subordinates went to Beacon Smoke Manor. The other went to the North's Golden Horn Manor. They both brought large amounts of divine stones to buy city construction materials. Furthermore, they even invited a famous array formation master of the continent in Beacon Smoke Manor. He was very clear that there was something fishy going on here. But he did not understand what Yi Qinghan was doing. Furthermore, the news that the scouts who went to Phoenix Glow Mountain Range sent back was that everything was normal. He did not report the news up. He knew the relationship between Lihe City Lord and Yi Qinghan. He also knew that the Exalted Lord seemed to value Yi Qinghan very much. He was waiting for an opportunity. Furthermore, he felt that this opportunity would not let him wait for too long. Chapter 800. At the same time, there were many people investigating Yi Qinghan. Young Master Tu Xia was one of them. Young Master Tu Xia's information network was much better than that of Leaping Ocean because he was from Misty City and was Venerable Evil Moon's favorite disciple. Naturally, many people in Misty City had to give him face. He only sent a message to Misty City and the entire information department of Misty City began to operate at high speed. Information on Yi Qinghan was extracted bit by bit and organized into a file which was sent to Leaping Springs City. Yi Qinghan and Thunder Monarch had underestimated young Master Tu Xia's power. In less than 3 days, all the information on Yi Qinghan's arrival in the Divine Realm had been dug out. Of course, there were still some details that were unknown. However, Yi Qinghan ascended from the material plane decades ago and fell into the baleful Yin stream. He became the frigid night war god and fell into the sealed God Valley. The last place he appeared was Nether City. Just this information alone would allow young Master Tu Xia to do many things. Yi Qinghan, the frigid night war god. Elder Tu Hua, I seem to remember that Golden Horn Residence is also looking for a person called Yi Qinghan. Send this information to the crippled emperor. I think he will be very interested. Young Master Tu Xia coldly snorted a few times and said to a netherworld race elder behind him with a gloomy expression. Then, he turned to look at another Grand Elder and said, Grand Elder Tu Shan, I remember that our flame dragon plane was seized, and the Lord was also called Yi Qinghan. And our young Master Yi seems to be closely related to that woman in the north. Although his registration information is in the Huaxia Plain, I feel that they are the same person. Go to Floating City again and confirm if our young Master Yi's soul information is the same. If it is the same, it will be really fun this time. Young Master, this matter needs to be discussed at length. That woman is not someone we can offend. Elder Tu Shan frowned and reminded. No worries. Young Master Tu Xia's lips curled into a mocking smile. I'm not that stupid. Even if this is true, I won't make a move. But I think a lot of people would want to make a move. Although that woman is powerful, this continent is still ruled by a sovereign, isn't it? The Doyen sighed and could only turn around and leave. Although young Master Tu Xia's strength was not high, his status was extraordinary. In the clan, other than the patriarch, his words were the law. Since he had decided on something, even young Master Tu Xia couldn't go against it. If no one had treated me like this, I would still be able to live. My dear Lord Yi, you won't be able to live much longer. After the two of them left, young Master Tu Xia laughed sinisterly in an empty room. Although he wasn't sure what was going to happen, he had a strong feeling that something big was about to happen. What Lei Zhen and the others did not know was that many pairs of eyes were secretly watching them. It was true that Lei Zhen was strong, but he had always been the commander of the clan's battle hall. Aside from fighting and training, he didn't know much else. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been trapped in the conferred God Valley. The Rain Empress was even more of an idiot in this aspect. Feng Qi and Wu Shan knew a little, but they were unfamiliar with the place and had just come out from the conferred God Valley. Thus, they had carelessly overlooked it. Most importantly, they all believed that they had 4 7th-grade war gods, several hundred supreme experts, and over 100,000 Yi family soldiers. Even if someone discovered that they were preparing to build a city, they would be able to withstand it. Furthermore, they believed that before the city was built, the sovereign's decree of the floating city would have already been applied for. There wouldn't be any slip-ups. Even the Thunder Emperor and the Rain Empress didn't care, so Yi Qinghan definitely wouldn't think about it. At this moment, he was in a deep state of soul stillness. He was fusing with his unique mysteries at a speed that was several times faster than others. After 20 days of seclusion, his divine power had already reached the peak of the divine general realm. Now, he only needed to fuse the nomological laws to break through to the divine king realm. Yi Qinghan had been in seclusion for 29 days. In the two seas of souls, two green figures were rushing toward the middle grade one. The soul jade on top of their heads was emitting a gentle white radiance. After the two figures collided, they instantly fused together and turned into a single figure. This figure traversed between the two seas of souls. His figure was graceful, sometimes turning into a gust of wind, and sometimes disappearing. He was like a ghost in the night, and his footwork was incomparably strange. Originally, this peculiar mystery was about to be fused to the great success stage. After a month of seclusion, he finally succeeded. As the figure traversed cheerfully in the Sea of Souls, unknown to Yi Qinghan, a shocking change suddenly occurred in the sky 10,000 miles above Dripping Spring City. Rumble, 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 rumble. All of a sudden, tens of thousands of miles above the sky, several five-colored clouds floated over from an unknown place. These clouds had a terrifying aura and emitted five-colored radiance. They were filled with an aura that could destroy heaven and earth. At the same time, they were filled with an extremely dense aura of the origin of heaven and earth. A frightening golden lightning flickered and wandered among the five-colored clouds. Electric snakes coiled around it, and sparks flew in all directions. The lightning was filled with the violent energy of life and death. The floating clouds and lightning enveloped the entire Dripping Spring City within 100 miles radius. At this moment, the space within 100 miles seemed to have solidified. Even the wind stopped blowing. The birds and small demonic beasts that were flying in the sky all landed on the ground. The entire place was filled with that terrifying aura. These five-colored clouds and golden lightning, when compared to the dark clouds and white lightning created by the sealed God Valley's restrictions, were like a huge mountain compared to a huge mountain. The lightning of the sealed God Valley could easily blast the 7th grade mountain's Cloud Emperor into pieces. This lightning, the billions of God Realm martial artists in Dripping Spring City were all alarmed at this moment. Countless people in the city instantly fell limp to the ground. They looked at the terrifying floating clouds and golden lightning in the sky with horrified expressions. They didn't even have the strength to move their bodies. Some people even had yellow, stinky liquid flowing out of their pants, swish. Within the restaurants by the dripping river and the pavilions of the dripping water pavilions, countless figures rapidly soared into the sky. These were the supreme experts that lived in Dripping Spring City. Many of them were the elders and patriarchs of the super clans. These were all people that could transcend the heavens. However, at this moment, all the supreme experts' faces were filled with astonishment and doubt. They silently looked at the floating clouds that were slowly moving in the sky, and the golden lightning that was getting thicker and thicker, moving faster and faster like a real dragon. Their bodies were tense, and they didn't dare to make a single sound. What is this? The auspicious clouds don't look like auspicious clouds, and the lightning is even more golden. This is definitely not a heaven and earth anomaly caused by someone breaking through to the God realm. Furthermore, this is the divine world. Shouldn't heaven and earth anomalies only appear in material planes? What's going on? Could it be? Could it be? How is this possible? How is this possible? It's very possible. According to the records of my clan, when the Misty Monarch became a 9th grade invincible war god, there was also a heaven and earth anomaly. Apart from this, no other heaven and earth anomaly has ever appeared in the divine world. Heavens, we actually witnessed the birth of a 9th grade 5 emperor war god. Who is he? Countless voice transmissions started to spread crazily in Dripping Spring City. The supreme experts and those who could move started to spread the news. It was too abnormal for a heaven and earth anomaly to appear in the divine world. Furthermore, it was such a terrifying heaven and earth anomaly. No one doubted that once this golden lightning struck down, the entire dripping spring city would be turned into dust. Apart from a few people who could escape with their lives, billions of people would die. Countless people started to speculate if there was a supreme expert who had broken through to 9th grade invincible war god and become a true invincible god emperor. A true supreme expert who stood at the pinnacle of the divine world with disdain. Buzz. Suddenly, there was a ripple in space, and 3 figures appeared in the sky above the group of supreme experts. One of the 3 figures was a middle-aged man in a white robe, the other was a young man in a purple robe, and the one in front was a fiery red figure. It was obvious that it was a woman. She had a slim figure, and her face could not be seen clearly. Greetings to the 3 venerable ones. The supreme experts in the sky all bowed and cupped their hands in greeting. The martial artists in the city below who could move also hurriedly bowed. Only an 8th grade war god or above could appear in the air and teleport. The 3 of them stood proudly in the sky and looked at the extremely terrifying heaven and earth anomaly. Their expressions did not change at all. The middle-aged man in the white robe was Venerable Li Quan. He sent a voice transmission to Li He and asked him to stabilize the city. Only then did he exchange a glance with the purple-robed Venerable Fragrance. They released their god domains to prevent others from hearing their conversation. The 2 of them cupped their hands at the red-robed woman in front of them and said, "My lady, is this the heaven and earth anomaly of the birth of an invincible war god?" "It doesn't look like it." The woman did not turn around. Her voice was faint and filled with doubt. "I feel like this is the law of heaven and earth preparing to bestow a martial artist with origin energy. This martial artist must have done something shocking that even the law of heaven and earth is affected." Chapter 801. Power of Origin. Honorable Li Quan and Honorable Fragrance's expressions changed for the first time. The horrifying phenomenon in the sky did not move them, but the red-robed woman's words shocked them. "Of course I'm not sure. Let's wait and see," the red-robed woman said indifferently and became completely silent. Honorable Li Quan and Honorable Fragrance did not speak. The 3 of them did not make any moves and just stood proudly in the sky with their hands clasped behind their backs. The roar in the sky became louder and louder. The golden lightning also became bigger and faster. The sky was filled with dancing electric snakes and sparks. The world-destroying aura in the air became more violent. The martial artists in the city calmed down after the 3 honorable masters appeared. Since the 3 honorable masters did not say anything and did not allow anyone to escape, then it should be fine. However, the aura still made the lower 5th grade war god martial artists unable to stand up straight. What's going on? The Thunder Emperor and the Rain Empress noticed it immediately. However, the Thunder Emperor did not want to reveal himself, so the Rain Empress did not go out. Lei Zhen released his aura and protected Yi Yaorao and Lei Yanhua. He used his supreme aura to resist the heavenly might. Boom! An earth-shattering sound reverberated in all directions. A dazzling ray of light shone from the 5-colored floating cloud. A thick thunderbolt finally whizzed out from the cloud. The entire world seemed to be trembling at this moment. The dazzling white light instantly blinded all the martial artists in the city. The loud roar deafened everyone's ears. At this moment, no one could even release their divine sense. The complexions of the cultivators below completely changed. Their faces were ashen and their bodies stiffened. The experts in the sky also changed. Their bodies shone with divine power and released their strongest defense. However, their bodies still trembled slightly. At this moment, Honorable Fragrance and Honorable Li Quan's expressions changed as well. They knew that this was a natural phenomenon and not the world-destroying lightning. They naturally thought that this lightning would not harm anyone. However, they did not expect that they could not see clearly and their ears would go deaf. Most importantly, they could not even release a trace of their divine sense. How long had it been? How long had it been since they had encountered such an uncontrollable situation? All of the 10 billion people in the city were terrified, except for one person. The eyes of the red-robed woman in the sky suddenly lit up, and her blurry face began to return to normal. If Yi Qinghan saw him, he would jump up in astonishment. This man was the king of the dark forest, the king of the fire dragon continent, Lord Devour. Lord Devour's eyes twinkled like the brightest star in the dark night. Her bright eyes gazed at the lightning bolt that looked like an ancient dragon. Her soul consciousness shot out without reservation, entering a pavilion together with the lightning bolt. The violent thunder and lightning that carried the aura of annihilation came crashing down. Even the sparks from the side enveloped all the supreme experts in the air. Finally, it shot into a pavilion beside Lei Shui and disappeared. What was strange was that when such a terrifying thunderbolt struck down, not only was the supreme expert in mid-air unharmed, but even the pavilion that had fallen into it was completely unharmed. It's fighting. At this moment, Lord Devour's eyes brightened, his face thrilled. Then, he resumed his original look, and his face became blurry. Lord, what happened? Venerable Li Quan and Venerable Piaoxiang, who were standing next to him, suddenly recovered, their faces frightened as they asked Lord Devour. I'm not sure. Lord Devour answered faintly, disappearing into the sky all of a sudden. Venerable Li Quan and Venerable Piaoxiang exchanged looks, watching the five-colored divine clouds disappearing in the sky. Their soul consciousness raked through the entire Lei Shui city, but they didn't find anything. They sighed begrudgingly, disappearing into the sky. What happened? Until the moment Lord Devour left, the experts in the sky got their minds back. They were frightened, trying to ask around. However, just like Venerable Li Quan and Venerable Piaoxiang, they couldn't find anything. The Thunder Emperor and the Rain Empress didn't find anything either. Yi Yaorao and Lei Yanhua were still unconscious. Except for Lord Devour, there was another person who had found something. Motherf ***, what is this? Yi Qinghan had just completed the fusion of the mysterious mysteries close, yet poles apart, breaking through to the King God realm. He was about to go out and tell the others the good news. However, as soon as he opened his eyes, he saw a massive golden lightning strike down from the sky, smashing toward him. He was so scared that his soul left his body, rolling on the ground. Swish! However, the speed of the lightning was frighteningly fast, directly enveloping Yi Qinghan's entire body. Yi Qinghan's heart surged with despair, but in his heart, he was so angry that he kept cursing. Wasn't this Battle Emperor the #1 restriction expert in the world? Where did this lightning come from? If it came from the outside, what was the use of this restriction? And he said that his defense was strong? If it came from the inside, it was even more ridiculous. However, what surprised Yi Qinghan was that he only felt his body tremble and his soul tremble. After that, nothing happened to him. Motherf ***, did I see a ghost in broad daylight? Yi Qinghan crawled up and looked around in bewilderment. Eventually, he looked above his head and used his divine senses to scan the entire sky, but he didn't find anything. He sat cross-legged and looked inside. His body was fine, the divine crystals were fine, the 2 soul seas were fine, and the soul jade above the soul sea was fine. That bridge was still above the 2 souls, and there was nothing wrong with it. No. Why did the bridge turn white? Yi Qinghan suddenly opened his eyes wide. He was so scared that his legs went soft again. What was the soul? The soul was the Motherf ***, the root of a martial artist. Why did it mutate again? After being dazed for a long time, he looked inside again and found that the bridge in his soul's sea was really white, and there was a cloud of white mist floating in the middle of the bridge. It was like a ball of floating cotton, moving left and right, but it didn't leave the bridge. What the F***ck is this thing? Why is there an extra cloud of this thing in my soul sea? I've seen a ghost, I've really seen a ghost. Yi Qinghan was completely frightened. This soul sea wasn't something else. Limbs could be broken, and even divine crystals could be broken, but nothing could happen to the soul. If something happened, he wouldn't even know how he died. After checking it dozens of times and trying many methods, Yi Qinghan finally found that no matter whether he believed it or not, this white cotton thing was staying there and couldn't be chased away. His mighty black bridge had also been dyed white by it. Most importantly, this thing didn't have any use at all, no benefits, and no disadvantages. After 2 days of trouble in the War Emperor Palace, Yi Qinghan came out helplessly. The entire Dripping Spring City was also troubled for 2 days, and Li Shu'ei's coming-of-age ceremony was also delayed to 3 days later. Looking at the situation, Supremacy Li Quan was prepared to struggle for another 3 days to see if he could find any clues to find that person. After Yi Qinghan flashed out of the War Emperor Palace, he saw Yi Yaorao and Lei Yanhua chatting in his room. He quickly asked with a guilty conscience, "Did you guys see a huge lightning bolt?" Chapter 802. Brother Yi, you're out of seclusion. Lightning? I didn't see it. Lei Yanhua blinked her eyes and shook her head. Then, she tilted her head cutely and said, "But I was scared to death yesterday. It was so loud. Sister Lan, you said that there was an anomaly yesterday." Even the 3 supremacies were alarmed. All the spies in the city are now flying around. Qinghan, weren't you in seclusion? Why did you see the lightning too? Yi Qianrao frowned and asked curiously. Me? I felt something was wrong. I just broke through to the King God realm, so I came out to take a look. Yi Qinghan didn't dare to admit it. Only the Rain Empress and Xiao Hei knew that he had 2 souls. He didn't want them to look at him like he was a monster. He quickly asked, "What exactly happened? And what about the 3 supremacies? Tell me in detail." Lei Yanhua's eyes lit up when she recalled what had happened yesterday. She quickly told Yi Qinghan everything that Lei Zhen and the Rain Empress had told her. When Yi Qinghan heard that Lei Zhen and Yu Ho were struck by lightning, they couldn't see or hear anything. Their divine senses couldn't detect anything either. Even Yi Yaorao and Lei Yanhua fainted. Only then did he relax. However, he was even more confused. How did this lightning enter the War Imperial Hall? One had to know that the War Imperial Hall was in a parallel space, and the only key to enter that parallel space was in the black stone in his divine crystal. Logically speaking, there should be no other way to enter the War Imperial Hall after he used it. This ghostly lightning was truly strange. However, since the Thunder Emperor and the Rain Empress couldn't discover that the lightning had entered the War Imperial Hall, then no one else could either. Yi Qinghan's mood instantly lightened up. However, when he thought of the anomaly, he became extremely confused. What was going on? He had fused a profound mystery to great success, and it shocked the heavens and earth? Wasn't this too exaggerated? Of course, Yi Qinghan did not dare to pursue the matter too much. He made a trip to the Thunder Emperor and the Rain Empress and discovered that the 2 of them were excitedly designing the new city. As for Yi Qinghan, they only asked him a few questions as per usual. Clearly, he did not realize that Yi Qinghan could cause such a huge phenomenon. Instead, it gave Yi Qinghan the chance to go to the Li clan and ask if they had found anything. What made Yi Qinghan a little excited was that the Rain Empress said that the strongest person in Private Room 1 had appeared, and it was a red-robed woman. Although he couldn't see the face, Yi Qinghan had a vague feeling that this person was most likely Lord Devour. Not long after, Li Bai came to visit and told Yi Qinghan the news that Li Shu'ei's coming-of-age ceremony was delayed by 3 days. Of course, Yi Qinghan beat around the bush and asked about the phenomenon. In the end, Li Bai said that countless experts in Dripping Spring City were dizzy and no one knew what had happened. And from Li He's tone, it seemed that even Supremacy Li Quan was very confused. With this, Yi Qinghan was even more at ease. He entered the War Imperial Palace again and carefully checked the restrictions inside. He discovered that they were all intact. He used his inner vision to study the ball of cotton in his mind for 2 days, but he still found nothing. Yi Qinghan decided he could not tell anyone about this. This matter would become an important secret, just like how he was a shameless transmigrator. He planned to bury it in his heart. He was very clear that if this matter were to be leaked, he would definitely be captured by all the supreme experts in the continent, or even the immortal realm, and dissected for research. After all, such a terrifying and powerful phenomenon would definitely make countless people want to know what this phenomenon represented. After thinking and studying for 3 days, Yi Qinghan's state of mind calmed down again. As the saying goes, a dead pig doesn't fear boiling water. His soul had already become two, so would he care about the ball of cotton in his soul sea? 3 days later, Li Bai came early in the morning to invite Yi Qinghan to attend Li Shui's coming-of-age ceremony. Thunder Monarch still didn't show up, and Feng Qi Wushan was still buying materials. In the end, Yi Qinghan brought thunder fireworks and Yi Yaorao along. The coming-of-age ceremony was at Dripping Water Pavilion. However, it wasn't in the pavilion, but in the backyard of Dripping Water Pavilion, on an incomparably wide grassland. Wow! It's so lively. Under Li Bai's lead, Yi Qinghan walked into the backyard of Dripping Water Pavilion. At a glance, the spacious grassland was filled with square tables, and there were thousands of them. These square tables formed a square and formed a circle, and they were filled with fine wine and delicacies. At this moment, other than the northern table, which was empty, the other 3 seats were filled with people. There were young masters who were dressed up beautifully, and there were also famous absolute experts. In the middle, there were hundreds of beautiful maidservants who were dancing gracefully, and the sounds of bamboo and bamboo instruments were echoing incessantly. There were also countless maidservants walking among these distinguished guests, providing warm services. When Yi Qinghan appeared, he naturally attracted everyone's attention. Swish! 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 Everyone's eyes swept over. The intentional actions of the supreme expert in private room number 1 had caused young Master Ye's reputation to skyrocket. He suppressed all the exceptional young masters, and even some of the less famous Manor Lord class experts weren't as famous as young Master Yi. Yi Qinghan cupped his hands in a friendly manner, but he wasn't arrogant and insufferably arrogant. He was very clear that his strength was his own, and everything else was just fleeting clouds. If you didn't work hard, even if you had a heaven-defying background, you would still be looked down upon by others, and you would be useless. If you really wanted to be valued and respected by others, then you must climb up step by step. When you stood proudly at the peak, you would realize that other people's opinions really weren't important. Little brother Yi, there were many things to do today, so I didn't specially welcome you. Li He came very quickly, and politely arranged for Yi Qinghan to sit at the 10th square table on the left in front. When Yi Qinghan discovered that the seats below him were actually all Manor Lord class experts, he felt a wave of bitterness in his heart. Sometimes, being too famous wasn't a good thing. The tallest tree in the forest would definitely be destroyed by the wind. He sat quietly with the 3 girls, and greeted the guests at the 2 nearby square tables with a smile. Yi Qinghan quickly made up his mind to keep a low profile today. He wouldn't make a move unless a knife was placed on his neck. Along with the passage of time, there were more and more experts present, and Li Bai simply sat by Yi Qinghan's side and didn't leave. He transmitted his voice to Yi Qinghan and introduced the supreme experts present here, allowing Yi Qinghan to broaden his horizons. Yi Qinghan secretly remembered the strength, status, and names of these people. When Li Bai introduced a Manor Lord expert sitting at the 23rd table opposite him, Yi Qinghan's eyes shrank. His face didn't show any expression, but his heart was secretly on guard. Crippled Emperor. The Manor Lord of Golden Horn Prefecture. A 7th-grade war god, the king of the Golden Horn clan. Yi Qinghan clearly remembered that when the Golden Horn god clan had descended upon the Fire Dragon continent, more than half of the continent's experts had been killed or injured. Even the Sword Emperor had died in that battle. It was also that battle that forced him to seek refuge on the Purple Island, which also led to Yi Ruoshui's death. This person knew that the 12th Divine Sword had appeared, and he also knew that the Divine Sword was in the hands of the Fire Dragon Continent's humans. It was highly possible that it was in the hands of the Fire Dragon Continent's Lord, Yi Qinghan. Perhaps he already knew that he was the Yi Qinghan. This person had to be killed when he had the chance. Yi Qinghan quickly came to a conclusion in his heart. This was a very dangerous hidden danger. If the news that he had the Divine Sword was exposed, even with Lord Devour's reputation, there would be many people who would plot against him. Not long after, almost all the guests had arrived. After all, this was a formal occasion, and it was impossible to be late. The row of seats in the north was also full. The only empty ones were the 4 white jade square tables. Buzz! All of a sudden, the space trembled. Everybody stopped talking and what they were doing, standing up at the same time. Yi Qinghan's heart tightened. He knew that the main character had arrived. However, he was a little disappointed at first glance. He saw 3 people, a white-clothed middle-aged man, a purple-clothed young man, and Li Shu'ei, who was held by the white-clothed middle-aged man. Obviously, the strongest expert in the first private room hadn't appeared yet. Thus, Yi Qinghan couldn't confirm whether this person was Lord Devour or not. Chapter 803. Greetings to Supremacy Li Quan, greetings to Supremacy Piao Xiang. Greetings to young lady Shu'ei, Everyone greeted, giving the 2 supremacies enough face. Even Li Shu'ei accepted everyone's greetings. Today, Li Shu'ei wore a snow-white dress with her hair tied up in a ponytail, revealing her snow-white neck. Her ears were adorned with 2 strings of pink beads. She had a faint smile on her face, looking elegant and charming. The white-robed supremacy Li Quan gestured for everyone to sit down. Then, he smiled and said, "Welcome to my daughter's coming-of-age ceremony." Little Shu'ei spent 8,500 years to break through the God Arch realm and transform into a human. I am very happy, very proud, very proud. Supremacy Li Quan didn't conceal his fondness for Li Shu'ei, his admiration for her exceptional talent, and his pride for having such a daughter. His words were spoken naturally, and the crowd didn't find it harsh at all. Instead, more young masters were excited. Obtaining Li Shu'ei was equivalent to obtaining half of the Li Quan estate. These words weren't wrong. Young lady Shu'ei is a genius. As a super divine beast and the little princess of the Li clan, she is so diligent in her cultivation. This is indeed rare. Young lady Shu'ei has a gentle temperament and character. She doesn't have the slightest bit of impulsiveness. Young lady Shu'ei is like a dazzling pearl in the deepest part of the star sea. Young lady Shu'ei In an instant, all the young masters stood up, and all sorts of flattery could be heard. Yi Qinghan smiled faintly, but he didn't go up. Instead, he observed the young masters around him quietly. He noticed that young master Tu Xia was also smiling faintly. This young master Tu Xia might be arrogant, but he wasn't stupid. Words were always so powerless in this world. Only true strength was the most important. Haha. Thank you for your compliments. If you continue, my daughter will become Tsundere. Supremacy Li Quan waved his hand, gesturing for the flattery to stop. There were close to 1,000 young masters present, and they wouldn't be able to finish praising them in a few days. Li Shu'ei was also very sensible. She smiled faintly, pulled her skirt, and bowed. Enough with the pleasantries. In fact, there is an important matter today. My daughter must choose a prospective husband today. This is also the reason why I invited most of the young masters of the continent. As long as any of you can win my daughter's favor and eventually get married, I will gift 50 cities to him. Venerable Li Quan's words were like a clap of thunder from a few days ago, completely stunning all the young masters and supreme experts present. Even Venerable Piao Xiang opened her mouth in astonishment. On the other hand, Li Shu'ei's face was calm, only revealing faint shyness and helplessness. Yi Qinghan blinked his eyes and looked at thunder after the rain, fireworks, and night alluring. The 4 of them looked at each other. Had Venerable Li Quan gone mad? Was he afraid that his daughter wouldn't be able to get married? Must I choose a future husband today? And he even said in front of everyone that he wanted to give 50 cities as a dowry? Everyone felt dizzy for a few seconds. It should be known that all the young masters and supreme experts present had seen the world, but they were still dumbfounded by Venerable Li Quan's words. 50 cities. That was truly half of the Li Quan manor. Venerable Li Quan had ruled the Li Quan manor for millions of years. The entire Li Quan manor had been toyed with by him, and basically everyone was a member of the Li clan. With a single order from Venerable Li Quan, any little god general could take down the city lord challenge. Yi Qinghan noticed that Li Bai wasn't surprised at all. It was obvious that this decision had been made internally in the Li clan. However, Yi Qinghan was still very puzzled. Why did Venerable Li Quan make such a decision? Especially since he had to choose a prospective husband today. This was really a little rash. All the young masters' eyes started to light up. They were like groups of fireflies flying in the dark night, or wolves hiding in the forest. Their eyes were frighteningly bright, as though they wanted to swallow someone alive. There was an ancient saying that marrying a good wife would reduce one's struggles by 20 years. As long as they could win over Li Shuai, they wouldn't have to worry for generations to come. Everyone. Venerable Li Quan raised his hand again and gave everyone an explanation. Perhaps everyone feels that my decision is a little rash. Actually, there is a reason for it. I have always been unrestrained and unrestrained. I used my meager strength to stir up a storm in the divine realm. I caused many troubles and did some foolish things. It was only when I met Shuai's mother in the Star Sea that my heart finally calmed down. It was a pity that Shuai's mother was attacked by our enemies when she was giving birth to Shuai. At that time, I was still below the 7th grade. After a bitter battle, the two of us escaped from the Star Sea and returned to the Misty Continent. However, Shuai's mother suffered a heavy injury. After giving birth to Shuai, she floated to the west. Venerable Li Quan's calm voice sounded. He told a beautiful story, but it was a pity that the story ended in tragedy. His calm voice contained soaring anger and boundless desolation. The entire place was silent. Li Shuai's face was already covered in tears. Lei Hua and the other two beside Yi Qinghan also had tears in their eyes. Before Shuai's mother passed away, she asked me to find the most exceptional young master in the continent for Shuai. She also said that on the day of Shuai's coming-of-age ceremony, Shuai should bring her husband to pay respects to her. She wanted me to give Shuai the grandest wedding. For this goal, I worked tirelessly and finally became Venerable Li Quan. I have Li Quan residence. I want to give my daughter the grandest wedding. Everyone here is an exceptional young master. As long as you think you are exceptional, then bring it on. Use your shocking talents to move my daughter. Once Venerable Li Quan's words landed, the entire place erupted. If Yi Qinghan didn't have any misgivings about Li Shuai, being a divine beast, just based on Venerable Li Quan's words and the shocking dowry, he would have done it too. Of course, Yi Qinghan's point of view was not correct. Once a divine beast transformed into a human, it was no different from a human. The people of the God realm naturally had no misgivings. Perhaps this was Yi Qinghan's previous life's influence. He always felt that human and beast intercourse was something that only the people of the island would do. Many of the experts present were excited by the atmosphere, and they wished they could be a few 100,000 years younger. Unfortunately, Li Quan's city lord limited the age of the young masters. They could only be younger than 100 years and couldn't have a wife. Li Shuai was a super divine beast. Although she had cultivated for more than 8,000 years, she was no different from a young girl who had just grown up. She was a perfect match for a young master within 100 years. These experts were clear that the 50 cities weren't important. What was important was the feelings Venerable Li Quan had for Li Shuai. As long as he got Li Shuai, whoever dared to touch him would have to wait for Venerable Li Quan to bring countless experts of the Li family to hunt them down. Little man. Go up later and perform well. Maybe this half of Li Quan residence will be yours. Rain Empress revealed a trace of craftiness in her eyes. She used her arm to nudge Yi Qinghan and giggled. That's right, big brother Yi. Take down big sister Shuai. Don't let an outsider take advantage of her. Lei Yanhua's eyes lit up as she said excitedly. Unexpectedly, she realized that there was something wrong with her words. She blushed. Yi Yaorao smiled faintly and didn't say anything. She was very smart. When a man had many women, it was better not to fight. The more jealous a woman was, the higher the chance of her being banished to the cold palace. Shoo! Yi Qinghan glared at the few of them. He pretended to be displeased and said in a low voice, "You two, don't cause trouble. We are here to watch a show today. Yi Qinghan had decided to keep a low profile and not stand out even if he was beaten to death. Didn't you see those young masters with bloodshot eyes? If he dared to stand out today, he would definitely be gang-raped by them. Chapter 804. I am Meng Lang from the Lotus Pond Manor. Today, I will throw a brick to attract jade and present a flower to Buddha to celebrate Lady Shu'ei's coming-of-age ceremony. At this moment, a voice resounded. The voice was full of vigor and the laughter was hearty and friendly, suppressing the noise in the area. Everyone looked towards the source of the voice to see how the first young master would perform. Swish! The one who spoke was a young master in a white floral robe. He looked easygoing, but there was a sense of sharpness in his easygoing manner, which made people feel that he was different from the rest. As he spoke, he gave Li Shu'ei an elegant smile before suddenly disappearing from the sky. In the next second, he appeared before Li Shu'ei with a golden purple flower in his hand. He knelt down on one knee and looked at Li Shu'ei with deep emotions on his face. His bearing was unparalleled. Wow! Young Master Meng Lang's move caused a commotion. Even Yi Qinghan was astonished. The skill that young Master Meng Lang used seemed to be teleportation. This was impossible. In the divine world, it was impossible to teleport below grade 8. This young Master Meng Lang was only at the 3rd level of the Divine King realm. How could it be possible? Also, there was something wrong with the golden purple flower he was holding. Yi Qinghan felt that the flower was emitting an unusual aura. This isn't teleportation. It's a high-level profound mystery of space. This kid is quite talented. The Rain Empress saw through Yi Qinghan's doubt and explained, that flower is a specialty of the fragrant flower manor in the Grace mainland. It's called drunken core fragrance. It doesn't wither even after 100,000 years and is very beneficial for cultivation. It's worth hundreds of billions of divine stones. This person is really thoughtful. Lady Shu'ei, you are so beautiful today. Young Master Meng Lang looked rash, but he wasn't rash at all. Although his words were direct, they seemed sincere. Li Shu'ei received the flower and revealed a faint smile. She opened her lips and said in a melodious voice, "Thank you. Young Master Meng Lang is thoughtful." Young Master Meng Lang smiled and stood up gracefully. He nodded and didn't show off his high-level profound mystery of space. Instead, he slowly walked back. It was obvious that young Master Meng Lang had won the first round. From the slight nod of Reverend Li Quan and Reverend Fragrance. From the envious gazes of the young masters and the appreciative gazes of the experts, one could see that this young Master Meng Lang's bearing is really not bad. Yi Qinghan also praised sincerely. His mentality was very good. He never thought that he was the best in the world. Good things were good things. Instead of being jealous, it was better to learn. Since he had learned good things, he would let others be jealous. I am Yang Chui Hua of 100 Battles House. With someone taking the lead, countless peerless young masters began to make their moves. All kinds of techniques and treasures appeared. The atmosphere was harmonious, and it was a feast for the eyes of Yi Qinghan, Lei Yanhua, and the others. That young master just used the profound mysteries of darkness, a supreme law of the universe. The Rain Empress sat on the side and explained to Yi Qinghan. She came from a large family clan, and during her time in the family clan, she had learned a lot of theoretical knowledge. Furthermore, after so many years in the Sealed God Valley, she had seen many things. The explanation allowed Yi Qinghan, a country bumpkin from the material plane, to reap a bountiful harvest. A wave of emotions surged in his heart. He had still underestimated the heroes of the world. A peerless young master who could shake an entire region definitely had something special about him. He could not be underestimated. More than 2 hours later, the harmonious atmosphere in the field was broken. A person made his move. Young Master Tu Xie. One of the young masters was about to make his move, but he was interrupted by a soaring aura. It was hard to imagine that a young peerless young master's aura alone could move the supreme experts present. Every expert had their own aura. The profound mysteries of cultivation and status could bring about different auras for everyone. The stronger one's strength and status were, the stronger one's aura would be. The aura of a supreme expert could even cause the souls of some low-level martial artists to crumble. But today, the aura released by young Master Tu Xie, who was at the peak of the divine general realm, was comparable to some of the supreme experts present. How could they not be moved? Young Master Tu Xie's face was dignified, and his spine was ramrod straight. He slowly stood up, and his eyes were like lightning. His robe and black hair fluttered even though there was no wind. Even the space around him was faintly distorted. He was like an invincible demon descending to the mortal world, like a supreme divine weapon coming into being. He was so dazzling, so sharp that even the aura of the two sixth-grade war god elders of the Netherworld tribe paled in comparison. This young master has such a powerful aura. This is an inherent divine weapon's aura. He transformed himself into a peerless divine weapon and killed all demons and demons. This kind of aura has been recorded in our family's records. When fighting with him, he can suppress 30% of your strength with just his aura. He is very powerful. Empress Yu's eyes were very bright, and she sincerely sighed. Yi Qinghan's eyes were also shining. He did not expect young Master Tu Xie to release all his aura to be so terrifying. When they met at the Dripping Water Pavilion, he probably only released 30% of his aura. It was all for today's amazing feat. Today, Yi Qinghan once again learned his lesson. None of these peerless young masters were vegetarians. Previously, he had even told Li Shui'er that smacking young Master Tu Xie would be like playing a game. Only now did he realize that he was about to bite his tongue. How could young Master Tu Xie, who was one of the most famous young masters of the continent, be looked down upon? How could someone who was valued by Honorable Evil Moon be looked down upon? Yi Qinghan slightly shrunk his body, and he decided that he would not make a move today. He had no intention of taking down Li Shui'er. If he made a move, he would not get any benefits. Instead, he might be smacked to the ground. That would be really embarrassing. Young Master Tu Xie did not care about what the crowd thought. In fact, he did not even look at the crowd. His arrogance soared to the sky, and his aura pierced through the dome of heaven. His star-like eyes stared at Li Shui'er, and he walked towards her step by step. As his figure moved, the surrounding space distorted again. His aura was terrifying, and his domineering aura was unparalleled. Lady Shui'er, I am willing to be the second man in this world to protect you. As long as my sword is here, whoever dares to hurt you will have to step over my dead body. Swish. Along with young Master Tu Xie's resolute words, a golden sword appeared in his hand. He pulled out the scabbard slowly, and a dazzling radiance pierced into the eyes of the crowd. Countless people felt a stinging pain in their eyes. All of them took in a deep cold breath. What a peerless divine weapon. Just by relying on the radiance of the sword, it was definitely a transcendent grade divine weapon that was above the superior grade divine weapon. That is the god-slaying sword. Honorable Evil Moon's renowned transcendent grade divine weapon. Lei Yanhua had obviously seen this sword before, and she whispered to Yi Qinghan. Young Master Tu Xie's lightning-like gaze swept across the crowd. The god-slaying sword in his hand danced a few times, and he pointed it at the sky at a 45-degree angle. He said provocatively, "Today is Lady Shui'er's coming-of-age ceremony, and I, Tu Xie, am willing to play a few moves." With a smile from Lady Shui'er, I wonder who among the thousands of young masters here would dare to play with me? Wow! As young Master Tu Xie's words landed, the crowd was in an uproar. Chapter 805. This young Master Tu Xie is King, arrogant to the heavens. Yi Qinghan felt his blood rush to his head. If this was any other occasion, if the person in front of him wasn't Tu Xie, he would have slapped him away. But he didn't. Not only was the occasion wrong, but the person was wrong. Not only him, many other peerless young masters were enraged. More than a dozen of them even stood up and almost jumped out. But they were stopped by a telepathic message. They didn't make a move and just stared angrily at young Master Tu Xie. One could be arrogant. In fact, no matter how gentle these peerless young masters looked, they were all proud and arrogant. But no one was as arrogant as young Master Tu Xie. One man and one sword stood proudly in the arena, ready to suppress nearly 1,000 young masters. This act of looking down on the heroes of the world and everyone else completely agitated all the young masters present. There were even some supreme powerhouses who expressed their dissatisfaction slightly. But no one dared to stand out. Young Master Tu Xie's unparalleled aura and god-slaying sword had frightened all the young masters present. Supremacy Evil Moon's favorite disciple must have unparalleled battle strength. Who would dare to challenge him? Young man, this young Master Tu Xie cultivates the supreme law of time, and he has also mastered a high-level occult. Coupled with the supreme divine weapon in his hand, his battle prowess is comparable to a celestial arch. If you fight him, you must be careful. Empress Rain's eyes were grave as she transmitted her message. Yi Qinghan nodded but didn't mind. He didn't intend to make a move. It was none of his business. He was just going to watch the show. Reverend Fragrance and Evil Wrath War God, who were sitting at the head of the table, smiled warmly. Young Master Tu Xie represented Misty City to a certain extent. They were also proud to see him in such glory. Reverend Li Quan also showed a trace of admiration. Seeing young Master Tu Xie reminded him of himself in the past. The same arrogance, the same disregard for the heroes of the world. Li Shui sat there quietly. No change in her expression could be seen. No one is going to fight? Are you looking down on me? Or are you looking down on Lady Shui? Or perhaps, you don't have the guts? Young Master Tu Xie's lips curled into a mocking smile as his aura grew even more violent. His words were incomparably incisive, directly provoking Jun Mo Xie. Xiao. These words completely infuriated all the young masters present. The sky full of gasoline was completely ignited by a single spark. Countless figures stood up. These people understood one thing. If young Master Tu Xie continued to suppress them like this, all their previous efforts would go to waste. Venerable Li Quan had said that he wanted to find a peerless young master to be his daughter's husband. Young Master Tu Xie was obviously trying to prove his words. A single person who could suppress all the peerless young masters of the continent. If that wasn't the #1 young master of the continent, then what was? Meng Lang is willing to play with young Master Tu Xie. Young Master Meng Lang was once again rash. Of course, this time, his rash was just right. He knew that he wasn't Tu Xie's match, but even if he lost, he would still gain a lot of points from Li Shui and revered Li Quan. A long spear appeared in young Master Meng Lang's hands. With a sway of his body, he appeared 1,000 meters high in the air. His hair and robes fluttered in the wind as he looked down at young Master Tu Xie. His long spear danced in the air, causing the space around him to tremble. His aura was like that of a dragon. It was obvious that he wanted to compete in terms of aura. You aren't my match. Get down. Young Master Tu Xie's lips curled into a mocking smile. His eyes shone brightly as he swung his god-slaying sword lightly, creating a deep crack in the ground. Borrowing the force of the impact, his body shot up into the sky. His speed wasn't fast, but wherever his body passed, the space would distort. It was a very strange sight. Arrogant. The long spear in young Master Meng Lang's hand left a series of afterimages as he used his ultimate move. The spearhead turned blurry, and the space around the spearhead trembled. It shot down from the sky, piercing towards young Master Tu Xie's head. The space of the divine world was incomparably stable. Young Master Meng Lang's spear could cause the space to tremble. His comprehension of the spatial laws must have reached an extremely high level. A grain of light dares to compete with the sun and moon? Young Master Tu Xie laughed coldly. His body didn't move, and he didn't even look at the incoming spear. He only lightly waved the god-slaying sword in his hand. Furthermore, he arrogantly used the blade of the sword to block it, as if he didn't want to hurt anyone. The speed of the long spear was obviously faster than the god-slaying sword. If things were to progress normally, the long spear would definitely pierce through young Master Tu Xie's head first, causing his head to explode. However, what caused everyone present to be incomparably shocked, and what caused countless supreme experts to burst out beams of light, was that at this moment, young Master Meng Lang's long spear suddenly slowed down, while young Master Tu Xie's god-slaying sword abruptly sped up. Just as the long spear reached young Master Tu Xie's face, his god-slaying sword had already landed heavily on young Master Meng Lang's left shoulder. Under the immense force, young Master Meng Lang was sent flying dozens of miles away. Although Yi Qinghan's expression didn't change, he was extremely shocked. It was obvious that young Master Meng Lang wouldn't have slowed down halfway. So why did he suddenly slow down? Moreover, young Master Tu Xie seemed to know that he would slow down. This battle was won so easily and so openly. This was really a freaking victory. Young Master Meng Lang, who was at the third level of the Divine King realm, was defeated in one move. And he was sent flying so easily. Isn't it strange? This is the power of a supreme law. The Rain Empress smiled and said softly. Yi Qinghan was shocked. He turned to the Rain Empress in disbelief and asked, "Supreme law? Could he be using the law of time?" That's right. This young Master Tu Xie was using the law of time. The Rain Empress nodded and explained. He slowed down the flow of time around young Master Meng Lang and sped up the flow of time around him. Of course, one of his attacks would slow down and the other would speed up. It's normal for him to be sent flying. Gulp, gulp. Yi Qinghan swallowed a few mouthfuls of saliva and looked at the arrogant young Master Tu Xie in disbelief. At this moment, he felt that young Master Tu Xie's arrogance was reasonable and justified. Young Master Tu Xie drew a flower with his sword and looked coldly at the young masters below. He said calmly, "Next. Let me." Another young master rushed forward. Some of them did not believe in Tu Xie's strength. Some knew that they would lose but decided to fight. Some of them did not even show their strength at the start and could only muster up their courage to show off. The result was spectacular. In just an hour, more than 20 young masters rushed forward. More than 10 of them were sent flying with one move. A few of them only lasted a few moves. The strongest of them, young Master Yang Chui Hua, only managed to scratch a corner of Tu Xie's clothes. Who else? Young Master Tu Xie stood proudly in the air. His aura became more and more domineering. His god-slaying sword swept across the crowd. His eyes shone with a demonic light and he was unparalleled. Yi Qinghan reckoned that he should leave early. The show was almost over. He had a bad feeling in his heart. If he continued to watch, something bad might happen. "Young Master Yi, go and take him down." In the end, something really happened. A faint voice transmission shocked Yi Qinghan so much that he almost jumped up. It was Li Shu'er's voice transmission. Chapter 806. Yi Qinghan knew that his intuition was right. Yi Qinghan had the urge to give himself a few slaps. This Li Shu'er didn't have any good intentions. It was just a small matter, yet he insisted on owing her a favor. In the Blackwater Pavilion, he even boasted that it wouldn't be difficult for him to slap young Master Tu Xie to death. In the end, something happened. More than 20 peerless young masters. Since they were called peerless young masters, they had to have something special about them. In the end, they were all defeated. Demon Slayer's comprehension of the supreme laws of time had already reached a very deep level. He could slow down the flow of time around one's body. No matter how strong one's attack was, by the time one launched it, he would be able to dodge it. He could only take a beating. Most importantly, his saber was strange. Even if it was the time law, many young masters would not be defeated in one move. Although he couldn't tell what it was, Yi Qinghan's instincts told him that something was off. After all, this was the weapon that Venerable Evil Moon used to dominate the world. Blue Rain. Do I have a chance of winning? Yi Qinghan didn't look at Li Shu'er. Instead, he turned around and transmitted his voice to the Rain Empress. Yes. The Rain Empress answered very straightforwardly. After pondering for a moment, she transmitted her voice. If he doesn't have a soul defense artifact, you can rely on that damn speed of yours and soul exterminator to directly exhaust him to death. If he has a soul defense divine artifact, you won't stand a chance. Did he? Yi Qinghan nodded. The Rain Empress had the same thoughts as him. He was a soul cultivator and could attack from afar. Moreover, his soul attack was useless against the time law. I don't know. Soul defensive divine artifacts are very rare, and every single one of them is comparable to a transcendent grade divine artifact. Even I don't have one. The Rain Empress shook her head and sighed. Then we can do it. Yi Qinghan nodded, but he thought of another problem. What if Venerable Li Quan wanted him to be his son-in-law if he won? But looking at Li Shu'ei's appearance, she didn't seem to have any interest in him at all. This confused Yi Qinghan. Why did Li Shu'ei want him to suppress young Master Tu Xie? Did she simply find him an eyesore? Miss Shu'ei, can you change your request? No matter how he thought about it, Yi Qinghan still felt that it wasn't worth it. If he was photographed in front of the enchanting thunder fireworks on the night after the rain, he would lose a lot of face. Big brother Yi, I owe you one. Li Shu'ei's voice transmission came very quickly, and there was even a hint of pleading in her tone. Why? Isn't young Master Tu Xie good? Yi Qinghan asked curiously. The main reason was that he really didn't want to stand out. It wasn't easy to be in the limelight. My heart belongs to someone. Li Shu'ei's answer shocked Yi Qinghan. If she had someone she liked, she could have just told Supremacy Li Quan about it. Since Supremacy doted on her so much, why did she still need a coming-of-age ceremony? He was even more dissatisfied in his heart. If you have a sweetheart, ask your sweetheart to go up. What's the meaning of asking this young master to take the lead? Li Shu'ei's expression didn't change, but she saw that Yi Qinghan had become silent. In the sky, young Master Tu Xie had sent another exceptional young master flying, and he was roaring arrogantly, who else? At the side, the admiration in Supremacy Li Quan's eyes became even more intense. He seemed to be very satisfied with this young Master Tu Xie. He became anxious and transmitted his voice again, my sweetheart is Xiao Hei. What? Yi Qinghan was completely shocked, and he immediately stood up. In the end, swoosh swoosh swoosh, everyone's gaze swept over. Young Master Tu Xie's eyes were frighteningly bright. The person who had been forcing him to make a move was finally going to make a move. Supremacy Li Quan and Supremacy Piao Xiang also looked over. Both of them were very clear that this was Supremacy Butterfly Dance's subordinate, and a soul cultivator at that. The smile on Supremacy Li Quan's face became even wider, while Supremacy Piao Xiang revealed a faint mocking smile. Xiao Hei. Yi Qinghan didn't care about everyone's gazes, and his heart was still immersed in Li Shu'ei's words. Li Shu'ei's sweetheart was actually Xiao Hei? When did this brat Xiao Hei hook up with her? He's grown up. That's right. This brat must have hooked up with her in the mountain god's armor. Weren't the two of them very passionate during that period of time? Xiao Hei said that Li Shu'ei had asked him to spar with her today. Now it seemed like sparring was a wooden club. The two of them must have been flirting with each other all day long. You hook up with me, I hook up with you. This brat actually didn't reveal anything at all. He was rebelling. Also, the Blackwater Pavilion. Yi Qinghan once again came to a realization. Wasn't Li Shu'ei staying at the Blackwater Pavilion? Blackwater, Blackwater. Motherf asterisk Ker. The love nest was already built, and he was still kept in the dark. How immoral. Now that this brat was out of seclusion, it was time to give him a good beating. Everyone's eyes were still on Yi Qinghan. Even the Rain Empress and the other two were looking at Yi Qinghan. Everyone thought that he was ready to make a move. Unexpectedly, he stood there in a daze and didn't say a word, as though he was thinking about something. Young Master Tu Xie was anxious. He had finally revealed himself, and he couldn't let Yi Qinghan shrink back. He quickly pointed his god-slaying sword at Yi Qinghan and said coldly, "Young Master Yi, are you not convinced?" Hua. This made things even more lively. This young Master Tu Xia was openly provoking him. Not to mention Yi Qinghan's reputation, even an ordinary young master would be forced to fight after being provoked by him. Yi Qinghan didn't even look at young Master Tu Xia and directly ignored him. He smiled at Li Shu'ei and transmitted a message, "All right, little Shu'ei. Big brother will help you in this matter. Your sister-in-law. I acknowledge her." Since he had acknowledged her as his sister-in-law, there was no other choice but to fight. Otherwise, if Xiao Hei's wife was abducted, he wouldn't be able to play anymore. Xiao Hei had helped him a lot. Without Xiao Hei, there wouldn't be today's Yi Qinghan. However, he didn't think that he had done much for Xiao Hei. Now, he could do something for Xiao Hei. Even if he had to sacrifice his life, he would do it. "Young Master Yi, are you afraid?" Young Master Tu Xia was getting more anxious. If Yi Qinghan didn't accept the challenge, there was nothing he could do. Yi Qinghan's reputation was above his. If he could suppress Yi Qinghan today, not only would he be able to vent his anger, but he would also be able to solidify his position as the continent's #1 young master. Quack. Yi Qinghan finally came to his senses. When he heard Tu Xia's second shout, he didn't stand on ceremony. He shot a mocking look at the sky and retorted. Then, he slowly took out a flexible sword from his ring. He caressed the flexible sword with one hand and said, "Young master spitting blood, right? Didn't you spit enough blood the last time? Since you want to fight with me so much, then let's play." "You only know how to talk." Young Master Tu Xia's expression turned cold. Just as he was about to retort, he realized that Yi Qinghan's body was slowly fading away. A sharp killing intent came from behind him. He didn't bother to retort. He immediately released his time law and swept the god-slaying sword behind him. At the same time, he retreated quickly. Hiss. Unfortunately, his reaction was a little too late. Although the time law had slowed down Yi Qinghan's attack and the god-slaying sword had blocked his flexible sword, the flexible sword was still flexible and could bend. A piece of flesh and countless pieces of cloth fell from the sky like snowflakes. Young Master Tu Xia's back had been sliced off by the flexible sword, revealing his white bones. Yi Qinghan's attack was successful. The entire crowd was in an uproar. Young Master Yi, who was only at the first level of the Divine King realm, actually dared to attack. He even injured his opponent in one move. Chapter 807. This young Master Yi was really fast. A first-level God King realm martial artist was actually as fast as a God Emperor realm expert. Moreover, wasn't this young Master Yi a little too shameless? Sneak attack. With his reputation, it wouldn't be good if it was spread out, right? The eyes of Venerable Li Quan, Venerable Piao Xiang, and some other experts lit up. Yi Qinghan's speed was ridiculously fast. Even if he had comprehended the advanced profound mysteries of speed, he shouldn't be able to reach this speed, right? Moreover, they felt that it didn't look like a profound mystery of wind. It was as if no one had seen such a profound mystery before. Could it be a lost ancient secret technique? Young Master Yi, you're despicable. How dare you sneak attack with your status? Don't you think it's degrading? Young Master Tu Xia's face was filled with rage. His injuries were a small matter, but he had been humiliated by Yi Qinghan. This caused him to be extremely furious. Yi Qinghan swung his flexible sword. Without even looking at young Master Tu Xia, he shook off the blood on his flexible sword. It was as if he felt that the blood had dirted his sword. However, he still felt that it was not enough. He took out a piece of white cloth from his spatial ring, and in front of everyone, he wiped young Master Tu Xia's blood. After wiping off all the blood, he raised his head lazily and said, "Your fart stinks." PFFF, the experts below immediately spat out the tea in their mouths. Everyone was stunned as they looked at Yi Qinghan in disbelief. Was this the peerless young Master Yi whose name shook the entire Dripping Spring city? Didn't he have a super powerful background? Since he was from a super family, why didn't he have any manners? Why did he act like a hoodlum and swear in such a situation? Wasn't he afraid that Lei Shui would hate him? Wasn't he afraid that Venerable Li Quan would deny his right to be a son-in-law? If he really didn't care about such things, why did he come here? To simply humiliate young Master Tu Xie? Even if he wasn't here to ask for a marriage, wasn't he afraid that his reputation would be ruined? Of course, Yi Qinghan wasn't afraid. In fact, he didn't swear on purpose. He did it on purpose. He had never cared about his own reputation. In other words, other than his own people, he didn't care about how others looked at him. Fame was nothing to him. What he really wanted were tangible benefits. He wasn't from a super big family, but he still had some manners. The reason why he did this today was entirely intentional. Attack the stratagem with the army. Since they wanted to fight, then they were enemies. Against enemies, he dared to use any means. What was the purpose of starting a war? It was to win. As for how they played their cards, that was not important. If it was just a few simple words that could disturb the enemy's mind and cause their combat power to drop, he would be more than happy to do so. Looking at Tu Xie's pale face, Yi Qinghan became even happier. He continued, "What do you mean by sneak attack? Young master vomiting blood, is there something wrong with your brain? Since you want to fight with yours truly shall satisfy you then." Since it was a battle, then they were enemies. But if the enemy started a battle with you, would they tell you that they were going to attack? You had to be careful, right? Would they tell you what angle to attack from and what moves to use against you? Yi Qinghan's words reverberated in the air and traveled far away, amusing the group of people. Of course, it also made the group of people's faces turn even darker. Young Master Tu Xie's vision darkened. His body swayed and he almost fell. But at this moment, his heart tightened again. His eyes swept downward, and his heart was filled with rage. This young Master Yi actually launched another sneak attack. Furthermore, the sneak attack was on his lower body. If he were to be sliced off, his penis would be sliced off along with a bloody mist in the air. That scene would be awesome. At this moment, he didn't dare to conserve his strength anymore. Activating the law of time, the god-slaying sword in his hand slashed downward violently. At this moment, the shining god-slaying sword released a golden current that transformed into a raging dragon that whizzed toward the flexible sword that had just appeared. At the same time, a domineering aura that made one's heart palpitate enveloped the area below. F***CK. When Yi Qinghan sensed the aura emitted from the god-slaying sword, he realized that something was wrong. This was because he was very familiar with this aura. The slaughter god blade also had this aura. Immediately, he threw the flexible sword in his hand upwards. Without any hesitation, he fled into the distance. Boom! That raging golden dragon directly smashed Yi Qinghan's flexible sword into pieces. As Yi Qinghan was affected by the law of time and the raging golden dragon, his speed was reduced by 3 times. He barely dodged the dragon's attack. However, the back of his robe and hair were directly smashed into pieces. He was in an extremely sorry state. It really is the soul of an ancient true dragon, releasing the soul of the weapon to attack the enemy? This god-slaying sword is indeed as the legends say. Just one sword is comparable to a god arch. This is under the situation where young Master Tu Xie is unable to fully activate the power of the sword, but it is already so powerful. Young Master Ye's speed and reaction speed are so fast. If it was an ordinary peak god king, that attack would have killed him. How is this a fight between god kings? It's like a fight between god thearchs. Just the attack just now had shocked all the martial artists present. They were shocked by the power of the legendary god-slaying sword. They were shocked by Yi Qinghan's reaction speed and movement speed. Of course, there were also some people who were worried. Sister Lan Yu, will Qinghan be alright? Yi Qianrao grabbed Empress Yu's robe tightly, almost tearing it apart. Little Firework blinked her big eyes and asked anxiously, "Yes, Sister Lan Yu, will Big Brother Yi still be able to win? Look, little man. There are still many trump cards that he has not shown. The outcome is not yet decided. However, I think he will be more careful later. Nothing big will happen. Aren't there two supremacies here? Tu Xia can't kill him. Empress Yu was not worried at all. She looked at the sky with a smile, waiting for Yi Qinghan to flip out. Yi Qinghan really wanted to flip out. That furious golden dragon just now had almost pulverized his entire Oblivion City. This Tu Xia wanted to kill him. Suppressing the anger in his heart and the urge to take out the slaughter god blade to kill him, Yi Qinghan did not dare to play around anymore. Of course, he did not dare to take out the slaughter god blade. Body fusion would probably be useless as well. Then, he could only rely on his soul skills to destroy the soul. With a flip of his hand, a fiery red blade appeared in Yi Qinghan's hand again. The saber was more than 10 meters long and had a curved shape. God energy was directly injected into it, causing it to spit out a green saber wave that was hundreds of meters long. Yi Qinghan gripped the saber with both hands and slashed it down. A huge crescent-shaped saber light shot towards young noble Tu Xia. At the same time, his body flashed to the side and appeared a few kilometers behind young Master Tu Xia. Once again, he slashed out another crescent blade light. With another flash, he appeared on the right side and slashed out another blade light. The crescent blade light was very fast, but Yi Qinghan's so close, yet worlds apart was even faster. In the blink of an eye, 7 or 8 blade lights flew towards young Master Tu Xia from all directions. The momentum was so great that it seemed like it was going to cut through the void and turn young Master Tu Xia into a pile of minced meat. Chapter 808. Young Master Tu Xia didn't even bat an eye at the terrifying saber radiance. His divine senses were locked onto Yi Qinghan. Not only him, but the countless young masters and supreme experts below also locked onto Yi Qinghan with their divine senses. They weren't fools. The saber radiance looked terrifying, but at the God King realm, it couldn't cause much damage. They also knew that Yi Qinghan wasn't a fool. After wasting so much divine power, he definitely had a backup plan. The saber radiance was just a cover for his next move. It was a cover for his real killer move. As expected. In the next second, Yi Qinghan moved. The red saber disappeared from his hand, and a black pocket-sized sword appeared in his hand. The sword didn't have any divine light, and it looked like an ordinary weapon. However, Yi Qinghan just smiled and threw the sword in his hand. It chased after the aura in front of him and shot towards young Master Tu Xia. Then, he took a step forward and disappeared from his original spot. There must be something wrong if something was wrong. At this moment, young Master Tu Xia's mental state was at its peak. His divine senses scanned the surroundings, and he paid special attention to the small sword that broke through the air. The god-slaying sword in his hand danced wildly beside him, and the golden dragon that entered the sword body roared again. It circled around his body, ready to mince all the enemy's attacks. The countless supreme experts below also stared at the small sword with burning eyes. No matter how they looked at it, the small sword seemed like an ordinary weapon. It couldn't even compare to the lowest low-quality god artifact. However, the more they thought so, the more suspicious they became. Yi Qinghan couldn't have wasted a second to throw an ordinary weapon. There was definitely something strange about this small sword. Smart. The Rain Empress nodded her head approvingly. Of course, she knew what Yi Qinghan's goal was. Supremacy Li Quan also knew. Because Li Yi's city lord was a soul cultivator, he could sense that Yi Qinghan was also a soul cultivator. Supremacy Piaoxiang, who was beside him, also noticed something. However, she smiled faintly and didn't seem to mind. This was indeed an ordinary weapon, a sacred weapon from the fire dragon plane. Yi Qinghan had purposely wasted a second to mislead young Master Tu Xia and divert his attention to the small sword under the watchful eyes of the crowd. Thus, he quietly released his true killing move. Soul extermination. Xiao. The location where Yi Qinghan appeared was very coincidental. He was a few hundred meters away from young Master Tu Xie. Even if the god-slaying sword's artifact soul, the golden raging dragon, came charging at him, he would still be able to escape. When his figure condensed, a shining golden giant axe once again appeared in his hand. Of course, this was also used to attract Tu Xie's attention. At this moment, his divine sense had already spread out and he instantly released the god of extermination. His powerful divine sense transformed into millions of golden soul threads and surged into young Master Tu Xie's mind, directly enveloping his soul. See, bam, bam, bam. The 7 or 8 powerful saber gleams collided with the golden raging dragon's artifact soul and made a loud noise. Then, they disappeared into the sky. The golden raging dragon's artifact soul was completely unscathed and was still flying around young Master Tu Xie. Pa! The small sword, which had no aura at all, pierced through the air. In the end, after coming into contact with the aura of the golden raging dragon, it turned into dust. Obviously, it was a pile of scrap metal. Done. Yi Qinghan didn't care about the sacred weapon at all. His eyes suddenly lit up. This was because he felt that although most of his golden soul threads had been neutralized by the shield around Tu Xie's soul sea, some of them had already penetrated and were rushing towards his soul sea. At this moment, Yi Qinghan clearly felt Tu Xie's body and soul tremble. The golden raging dragon outside his body also began to shrink back into the god-slaying sword. Good chance. Yi Qinghan was very clear that young Master Tu Xie's soul was very strong. It was obvious that it had been enhanced and modified by treasures. The soul extinguisher couldn't completely damage his soul, let alone annihilate it. But as long as Tu Xie's soul was slightly affected, it would be enough. Yi Qinghan's body turned into a gust of wind and swept forward. The giant axe in his hand shone even brighter. Gritting his teeth, he used the soul extinguisher again at the expense of exhausting his soul. Countless golden soul threads once again rushed towards Tu Xie's brain. He was very confident that as long as Tu Xie was in a daze for one more second, he would be able to chop off Tu Xie's lower body. If he allowed Tu Xie's penis to fly in the air for a while, the outcome of today's battle would be decided. He would also be able to protect Xiao Hei's wife. Wow! Countless supreme experts in the field realized that something was wrong. One by one, they stood up and stared at the sky with glittering eyes. At this moment, young Master Tu Xie's body was obviously trembling. The golden dragon outside his body had already been completely retracted. It was as if he had suddenly become stupid and had completely given up on resisting. Of course, everyone knew that Tu Xie wasn't stupid. There was only one possibility. There was something wrong with his soul. This young Master Yi was a soul cultivator. Swish! Yi Qinghan's body had already pierced through the air. The giant axe floated up high, drew an arc in the air, and chopped down towards young Master Tu Xie's lower body. Everyone couldn't bear to watch anymore. Although Yi Qinghan's strike was below the divine crystal and wouldn't directly shatter it, the position of his strike was right at the base of Tu Xie's thigh. If this axe really chopped down, it wouldn't be 2 legs that would be flying in the air. Instead, it would be 3 legs and 2 balls. Something wasn't right. Abruptly, Yi Qinghan's expression changed. His body flashed, and he didn't even care about his axe as he frantically dodged to the side. Just now, he casually glanced at Reverend Fragrance and Evil Fury War God, wanting to see if the two of them would stop him. He didn't expect to see 2 pairs of mocking eyes. At the same time, his heart surged with a strong sense of unease. Of course, he couldn't care less about castrating Tu Xie. He had to run first. Buzz! At this moment, young Master Tu Xie's head suddenly lit up. It was hard to imagine what it looked like for a person's head to suddenly light up, but Yi Qinghan didn't have the time to look or imagine. He only knew that his golden soul threads had been completely turned into nothingness in that instant. Even his own soul had trembled and suffered some damage. Whoosh! That golden dragon roared once again and directly whizzed towards Yi Qinghan's back. At this moment, Yi Qinghan's soul trembled at just the right time, thus, Yi Qinghan turned into a kite with a broken string. Amidst the bloody mist that filled the sky, he began to fly away at an even faster speed. He floated and finally crashed into the soil in the distance, raising a cloud of dust. Qing Han. Big Brother Yi. Young Master Yi. 3 exclamations sounded. Although Yi Yaorao and Little Smoke knew that Yi Qinghan had only suffered serious injuries, they still couldn't help but cry out worriedly. Li Shuai also covered her mouth and cried out softly. Her cry was very soft, but it was filled with worry and disappointment, as well as a little sadness. This brat actually has a soul defense artifact. Supremacy Evil Moon is really generous. Empress Rain sighed faintly and looked helplessly at Yi Qinghan, who was crawling up from the ground. It seemed that it would be very difficult to get back at him. Her man had been slapped, and she also didn't feel good. With a soul defense artifact, a soul cultivator of Yi Qinghan's strength had no chance of winning, unless she made a move. Li Shuai also sighed faintly and frowned, as if thinking about how to explain to Supremacy Li Quan, Supremacy Piaoxiang and Evil Wrath War Immortal's mocking smile deepened. However, Evil Wrath War Immortal looked at the insufferably arrogant young Master Tu Xia in the sky with a flash of jealousy. This little junior brother is really doted on by Supremacy Evil Moon. Not only did he lend him the god-slaying sword, but he also gave him such a treasure. Chapter 809. Pui. Yi Qinghan spat out a mouthful of dirt and blood. His mouth was extremely bitter, and his heart was even more bitter. He had been slapped by someone. He didn't mind being slapped by someone as he didn't care about his reputation. However, this matter concerned Xiao He, and he couldn't help but be angry. What's the use of being angry? Xiao He might not be able to fully control his soul spirit protection divine equipment, but he had no chance at all. Countless bones on his back were broken, but Yi Qinghan didn't feel any pain as he was already numb to it. The soul ring started to heal him quickly as he took out a holy fruit and swallowed it. This holy fruit was a good medicine for healing injuries. As long as he didn't die, he would be able to recover in no time. But, what's the use of recovering? Should I use the Slaughter God Blade? Yi Qinghan looked at Tu Xia, who was standing proudly in the sky. When he saw the mockery in Tu Xia's demonic eyes, he gritted his teeth and considered whether he should take the risk or not. However, if the Slaughter God Blade was exposed, his future would be bleak. Most importantly, once the Slaughter God Blade was out, he wouldn't be able to control the killing intent in his heart. At that time, would Supremacy Piaoxiang make a move? Also, he didn't know if the Slaughter God Blade's attack power would increase as his strength increased. If it was the same as before, he would be playing with a ball. Why? Young Master Yi. You don't seem to be convinced. Are you ready to fight again? Young Master Tu Xia smiled as he looked at Yi Qinghan. He was elated that he had finally become the continent's #1 young master. Supremacy Li Quan had said that he would choose the continent's most outstanding young master as his husband. Other than him, who else was suitable? When he saw that Yi Qinghan closed his eyes and didn't reply, he seemed to be convinced. His mood became even better as he looked at all the young masters and arrogantly shouted, "Who else? Who else?" Yi Qinghan cursed in his heart, but he was in a dilemma. His injuries were recovering at 100 times the normal speed, but he didn't dare to reply. If it was useless to use the Slaughter God Saber and he ended up exposing the Slaughter God Saber, it would not be worth it. However, if he didn't use it, how was he going to explain it to Xiao He when he woke up? Could it be that, according to my estimation, I can't defeat Tu Xie? Damn it, let's go all out. After a while, Yi Qinghan felt that his injuries were almost healed, and he resolutely decided to go all out. For the sake of Xiao He was willing to be hunted down by the people of the immortal realm. Without Xiao he would have died a long time ago. Boss, what are you doing? Why is it that every time I wake up, I see you covered in blood? Just as Yi Qinghan was about to open his eyes and fly into the sky, a voice transmission sounded in his mind, causing his entire body to tremble. This voice was very familiar. It had been decades since he last heard this voice. It was Xiao He's voice. Xiao He. God damn it, you're finally awake. Damn it, why didn't you die after being in seclusion for so long? Yi Qinghan was so agitated that he directly used his soul spirit to scold Xiao He. He was so agitated that his voice transmission started to tremble. Boss, don't be agitated. It's my fault. I was wrong, alright? Don't scold me. The moment Yi Qinghan flew into a rage, Xiao He immediately softened and hurriedly apologized. He copied Yi Qinghan's method and immediately diverted his attention. Boss, where is this? Why are you out of the sealed God Valley? There are so many people outside. Who injured you? Tell me, Lord Xiao He, and I will help you kill him. Kill your sister. If I didn't help you snatch your wife, would I end up like this? Damn it, after this matter is over, see how I will beat you up. Not mentioning this, Yi Qinghan was so angry that his soul started to emit smoke. He scolded angrily for a while before saying, don't speak. I will try to use the slaughter god blade to chop down this bird who snatched your wife. What's going on? Wait, boss, don't be anxious. Don't be anxious. Explain the situation clearly first. Maybe I can help you kill him. Xiao He's words stunned Yi Qinghan. Xiao He had been in seclusion for dozens of years. Could it be that he had a huge breakthrough? He immediately became spirited and explained in detail to Xiao He. Damn, I was wondering who it was. So it's that little girl, Li Shuai, This girl is really too much. How can she speak nonsense and ruin my, Lord Xiao He's, reputation? When did I hook up with her? Seems like I have to beat her up when I have the time. Xiao He and Yi Qinghan had been together for so long, and his tone was getting more and more similar. Before Yi Qinghan could speak, he snorted coldly and sent a voice transmission, enough, boss. I roughly understand the situation. Although I, Lord Xiao He, do not like that Li Shuai, I can't let others take advantage of her. Moreover, this bird is so arrogant. Isn't he looking down on us brothers? Boss, let's go, kill him. Kill him? How do I do it? Yi Qinghan asked curiously. Hearing Xiao He's tone, it seemed like he was 100% confident. He. Boss, you will know in a while. Xiao He did not speak anymore. Instead, he sent a message to Yi Qinghan's soul. Yi Qinghan took a look and his body trembled. His eyes suddenly opened and shot out rays of light. Who else? In the sky, young Master Tu Xia was still roaring arrogantly. His insufferably arrogant appearance made Honorable Li Quan and Honorable Piao Xiang frown slightly. It's fine to be arrogant for a while. It's fine for a young man to be arrogant. Without Aoanshi, without drive, how can he still be considered a young man? But if you keep roaring, as if you're afraid that others don't know how arrogant you are, others won't think that you're that arrogant. They will only think that you have a mental problem. What? Young Master Yi, do you still want to play? When young Master Tu Xia saw that Yi Qinghan had stood up again, his eyes brightened up. He did not hesitate to issue another challenge. Today, he had single-handedly suppressed a group of heroes. It seemed that he had obtained a lot of satisfaction in his heart. I'm not playing anymore. If I continue to play, I'm afraid I will use my killer move. If I kill you, your master will find trouble with me. Yi Qinghan shook his head and sighed. Tu Xia laughed coldly. He obviously thought that Yi Qinghan was looking for an excuse to avoid the battle. In such a situation, if he had a killer move, he would have used it long ago. Of course, he did not hold back and mocked, don't be afraid that the wind will cut your tongue. As long as you have the ability, come and take my life. I'm just afraid that you don't have the guts. Young Master Tu Xia, why are you forcing me like this? Everyone, you can be my witness. These words were said by him. If you die, don't blame me. Yi Qinghan laughed coldly. He had already achieved his goal, so there was no need to talk nonsense. With a flash, He disappeared from where he was and reappeared in mid-air, facing off against young Master Tu Xie. At the same time, a powerful aura exploded from his body. A 1,000-meter-long shadow that looked like an ancient giant beast appeared above Yi Qinghan's head. It opened its mouth and spat out a terrifying black air current that directly enveloped young Master Tu Xie. Chapter 8:10. Soul devouring the world. Yi Qinghan stood proudly in the air and shouted. His eyes sparkled with electricity and his aura was like a mountain. Under the shadow, he looked like an ancient beast god descending. The 1,000-meter-tall shadow above his head covered the sky and the earth. Its aura was shocking. The black air current was like the destructive aura of a world-destroying thunderbolt. It was unstoppable and unstoppable. Soul-devouring beast. Everyone's expression changed. Venerable Wicked Fury's face turned snow-white, while Venerable Fragrance and Venerable Li Quan's auras shook and they both disappeared. The name of the soul-devouring beast was well known by the previous master of the soul-devouring manor. It could be said that everyone in the divine realm knew about it. This was because the previous master of the soul-devouring manor, the Soul Emperor, was also a soul-devouring beast. Even though his reputation as a refiner was more intimidating than his actual strength. No one in the divine realm dared to underestimate him. Even though the innate ability used by this soul-devouring beast was different from the Soul Emperor's, its aura alone was not inferior to the Soul Emperor's innate ability when he was at the Divine King realm. When the Soul Emperor was at the Divine King realm, he could instantly kill someone of the same level. Even though young Master Tu Xie had a soul defense divine artifact, everyone was sure that he would not be able to resist it. Because, just as the soul-devouring beast's black aura enveloped young Master Tu Xie, the soul-devouring divine treasure in young Master Tu Xie's mind immediately started to protect its master. However, in the next second, it was forcefully pulled out and floated towards the soul-devouring beast's mouth. In one move, the soul defense divine artifact that was comparable to a supreme-grade divine artifact was instantly stripped away. Without the soul defense divine artifact, how could young Master Tu Xie resist it? The innate ability of the soul-devouring beast was to directly devour souls. Young Master Tu Xie naturally could not resist it. As the black air current enveloped his body and soul began to tremble. This black air current was too terrifying. He felt like he was an ark in a raging sea. Perhaps he would be torn to pieces in the next second. He could only scream in his mind, hoping that Venerable Fragrance and Venerable Li Quan could save his life. Venerable Li Quan and Venerable Fragrance, of course, could save him. 8th grade war gods were at the level of venerables. If they let young Master Tu Xie die in front of their eyes, their 8th grade strength would be in vain. Alright, young Master Yi, you win. After swallowing young Master Tu Xie's soul-protecting divine treasure, the phantom spat out another black stream of air, preparing to kill young Master Tu Xie. However, a white figure appeared out of thin air midway, using his own physical body to forcibly block the spread of the black airflow. At the same time, another purple figure appeared beside Tu Xie. His figure flashed and disappeared with Tu Xie. The shadow in the sky slowly faded away. Yi Qinghan sighed helplessly. If the two honored masters had arrived a second later, Mr. Tu Xie would have been dead. But thinking about it, it was unrealistic. Venerable Li Quan would never allow such a thing to happen in his territory. Thank you for your help, Venerable One. I couldn't hold back just now and almost caused a massacre. I've sinned. Although Yi Qinghan felt regretful in his heart, his face was full of shame as he cupped his hands and bowed. He looked so sincere that it felt like it was real. The peerless young master below rolled his eyes, and even some of the supreme experts quietly curled their lips. If they hadn't witnessed young Master Ye's shamelessness, they might have been deceived. Even a blind man could see the killing intent in Yi Qinghan's eyes. Wow, Big Brother Yi is so mighty. Sister Lan Yu, what was that phantom just now? It was so terrifying. Little fireworks' watery eyes were shining like stars. That is the innate ability of the soul-devouring beast. It is a little different from the Soul Emperor's. However, its power is indeed greater than the Soul Emperor's. Empress Rain's eyes were frighteningly bright. This young man had revealed another trump card. She didn't expect it to be even more terrifying than the Soul Destroyer. Under the God Emperor realm, Yi Qinghan was absolutely invincible. Yi Yarao's cold face blossomed into a beautiful smile. She said softly, "Xiao He is awake." "Humph, I really thought you would die in seclusion. At least you have some conscience." Li Shuai revealed a sweet smile. She then looked at Honorable Li Quan in the sky and transmitted a message decisively, "Lord Father, this soul-devouring manners young master is not bad. All right, everyone. Today's coming-of-age ceremony will end here. My daughter has taken a fancy to a young master. On the day of the wedding, I invite everyone to get drunk again." Honorable Li Quan received Li Shuai's transmission and was slightly startled. Then, his face was full of smiles. He looked at Yi Qinghan with loving eyes, which made Yi Qinghan's hair stand on end. Honorable Li Quan knew that today's coming-of-age ceremony was almost over. He was also very satisfied with the person his daughter had chosen. He could have anything she wanted. He was definitely one of the top young masters of the continent. He was just a little shameless. However, Honorable Li Quan didn't know that because of Li Shuai's shyness, she didn't say it directly. He had identified the person his daughter had taken a fancy to as Yi Qinghan. Soul-devouring manners young master? If it wasn't young Master Yi, who else could it be? He didn't know that the real soul-devouring manners young master was actually Xiao He. The experts below also felt that today's matter was almost over. In terms of reputation, who could compare to Yi Qinghan? In terms of background, who would believe that the expert in Private Room 1 had no relationship with Yi Qinghan? In terms of strength, all the young masters present were at the God King realm. Whoever went up would die. Countless young masters sighed and became even more resentful. Motherf *Ker, all the good cabbages were taken by a pig. Forget about Lei Yanhua, even Lei clan's elder was thrown out. They knew that they couldn't win. Now, Li Shuai also wanted, and look at the two other ladies beside him. Both of them were peerless. One had the cold ice jade body, and the other was definitely an expert based on her aura. Comparing people to people, was really King incomparable. Wait. Everyone was convinced, but there were still some who weren't convinced. Although young Master Tu Xie's body was still trembling, he still stubbornly opened his mouth. As soon as he opened his mouth, countless people revealed looks of disdain. Even Reverend Piaoxiang and Reverend Li Quan's faces darkened. A loss is a loss, there's nothing to be ashamed of. But you're like a woman, babbling incessantly. What's the meaning of this? My soul defense artifact, please return it to me, young Master Yi. Young Master Tu Xia was ashamed under everyone's disdainful gaze, but he still opened his mouth. This was a treasure given to him by his master not long ago. He was really unwilling to let it be taken away just like that. The two ladies that could have belonged to him were going to be taken away by someone else. If he lost this treasure, he wouldn't know how to go back and see Reverend Evil Moon. Young Master Tu Xia, why didn't you say so earlier? Xiao He, get your ass out here. Hurry up and spit out young Master Tu Xia's treasure. Once it's digested, see if I don't beat you to death. Yi Qinghan was shocked and shouted angrily. A shadow floated out from Yi Qinghan's chest and condensed into an extremely cute small beast. Xiao He blinked and said pitifully, "Big brother, why didn't you say so earlier? It's been digested long ago. Now, it's just poop, fall." Countless peerless young masters stood up and prepared to leave. However, when they heard the words of this man and beast, a dozen of them fell to the ground with a plop. Young Master Tu Xia spat out a mouthful of blood. His eyes rolled back and he fainted. Chapter 8:11. A soul defense artifact. This was something comparable to a supreme artifact. Was the stomach of this palm-sized small beast made of sacred metal? Could it digest it? Like boss, like little brother. He had seen shameless people, but never this shameless. Are you sure you can digest it? This thing is so hard. My master had to refine it. Can you digest it? Tu Xie fainted. The evil fury war god had no choice but to take his place. After all, this thing belonged to his master. If it was taken away just like that, he would lose face, not to mention the loss. He knew that his name could not scare this man and beast. He had no choice but to bring up Supremacy Evil Moon's name, hoping that Yi Qinghan would understand. That's right, Xiao He. Are you sure you can digest something that Supremacy Evil Moon has refined? You can't brag so carelessly. Be careful that Supremacy comes after you. Upon hearing this, Yi Qinghan frowned and nodded at Supremacy Evil Fury. He looked at Xiao He and berated him with an extremely sincere expression. At this moment, even Evil Fury thought that Yi Qinghan really wanted Xiao He to spit it out. Boss, it's really digested. What can't I, Lord Xiao He, digest? Xiao He felt even more wronged. Then, he became slightly angry, as if unhappy that others were questioning his strength. He pointed at the god-slaying sword in Tu Xie's hand and said, "If you don't believe me, I can swallow that sword too. I guarantee that it will be digested in no time." You, Evil Fury was furious. A mouthful of blood surged up his throat, and he almost spat it out. He snatched the god-slaying sword from Tu Xie's hand and kept it in his space ring. Just now, he thought that Yi Qinghan really wanted Xiao He to spit it out. Now that he heard their conversation, he realized that he had been fooled again. Did you not see the way the man and beast looked at the god-slaying sword? Their eyes were frighteningly bright. This person was too bold. He did not take him seriously at all. He even had designs on his master, Evil Moon's deity-slaying sword. The young masters and supreme martial artists were all watching the show with great interest. They watched the Evil Fury war god being teased and waited for him to flip out. This way, they would be able to watch another good show. All right. However, a calm voice rang out, stopping Evil Fury from flying into a rage. Everyone's eyes lit up as they stared at the purple figure below. It was the demonic youth, Piaoxiang Venerable. He became even more excited. Could it be that Reverend Fragrance was going to make a move? Li Quan, congratulations on finding a good son-in-law. I still have matters to attend to, so I'll be returning to Misty City first. What disappointed everyone was that Reverend Piaoxiang only greeted Reverend Li Quan and then teleported away with Reverend Wicked Fury and Tu Xie. Many supreme experts scanned the area with their divine senses and discovered that the three of them had teleported to the plaza. Everyone, have fun in Lichuan City for a period of time. Li He will treat everyone well. Reverend Li Quan smiled faintly. Of course, he knew that Reverend Fragrance would not make a move, nor would she dare to make a move. Not to mention him, even Evil Moon's supremacy would not dare to make a move here. Even if the deity-slaying sword was stolen by the soul-devouring beast, it would not dare to make a move in front of everyone, let alone a soul-defense divine artifact. After Reverend Li Quan finished speaking, he teleported away with Li Shu'e. Before he left, he sent a voice transmission to Yi Qinghan. Young Master Yi, come to Blackwater Pavilion. The coming-of-age ceremony was over. The two supremacies, Li Shu'e, had left, and there was no more show to watch. Everyone was also very bored sitting here, so they left one after another. Yi Qinghan flew down from the sky with Xiao He. Xiao He. Xiao He is black-hearted. Yi Yaorao and Lei Yanhua had seen Xiao He before, and they liked Xiao He very much. Of course, they immediately surrounded him. Rain Empress did not move. She smiled and looked at Xiao He. Little soul-devouring beast, you have only been in seclusion for a few decades, but you have such a huge breakthrough? What kind of treasure did you eat? That's right. Yi Qinghan also came to a realization. Only now did he remember the message that Xiao He sent him. Little Black told him that his soul had already reached the first level of the God King realm. Yi Qinghan's soul was also at the first level of the God King realm. With both of their souls combined, they would be invincible in the God King realm if they used Little Black's innate ability, Soul Devourer, Before Xiao He went into seclusion, his soul was only at the peak of the heavenly god realm. But the moment he went into seclusion, he actually reached the god-king realm. Hee. Xiao He smiled honestly and sent a voice transmission to Yi Qinghan. Boss, do you remember the love of the dancing butterfly? That necklace contains terrifying soul energy, and it is extremely pure energy. Now, I have completely digested this necklace. The love of the dancing butterfly. Yi Qinghan suddenly understood. He thought about the demon king in the baleful Yin stream. He was turned into dust by the light of the love of the dancing butterfly. It was not hard to imagine how powerful the love of the dancing butterfly was. Xiao He had absorbed all of this energy. No wonder Xiao He's power had such a huge breakthrough. Yi Qinghan had always wondered why Lord Devourer did not care about Xiao He at all. He did not care about his cultivation and allowed him to bring him to the god world easily. Now, he knew that Lord Devourer had prepared everything for Xiao He. This love of the dancing butterfly could not only protect Xiao He, but it could also increase his power by leaps and bounds. That's right. And that soul cultivator Mo Xiao Xiao, it seemed that it was not that Lord Devourer did not care about Xiao He. It was just that she had arranged it secretly, and he did not know about it. He sighed again, marveling at Lord Devourer's power and meticulousness. Yi Qinghan smiled at the Rain Empress and gave her a later look. He then sent a voice transmission to the other three. Hee, all right. You guys go back first. I will go see the Venerable and help Xiao He acknowledge Li Shuai heir as his wife. Xiao He? Wife? The three of them were confused. Why did it involve Xiao He again? Didn't you want to take Li Shuai heir as your wife? Xiao He pursed his lips and a trace of arrogance flashed in his eyes. He looked around and said in a low voice, Boss, don't talk nonsense. You will ruin my reputation. I, Lord Xiao He, have not turned into a human yet, which means that I have not reached adulthood. Besides, I haven't agreed to marry Li Shuai yet. Li Shuai heir said directly that she likes Xiao He. That's why I made a move. Yi Qinghan grinned and sent a voice transmission to the three of them. He could clearly see that Xiao He was also a little moved. It seemed that this matter had succeeded. Waving his hand at the three of them, he then walked towards Li Bai in the distance. Ha! Sister Shuai heir actually likes Xiao He? That's good, that's good. A soul-devouring beast and a dream demon dragon mount. Both of them are supreme divine beasts. They are a perfect match. Little Firework clapped his hands and laughed heartily when he heard that, causing the servants of the Li family to be puzzled. Yi Yaorao also understood. In the mountain-piercing armor, Xiao He played with Li Shuai heir every day. Their statuses were similar, so it was not surprising that they had developed feelings for each other. Watching Yi Qinghan leave with Li Bai, the three of them also walked towards the gate of the dripping water pavilion, preparing to return to the Yihong courtyard. As for Yi Qinghan's safety, they were not worried at all. At this moment, let alone the dripping water pavilion, no one in the dripping spring city would dare to touch him. Chapter 8:12. Within the black water pavilion. Li Shuai heir sat there shyly, while Sovereign Li Quan, who was beside her, had a face full of smiles. He had fought his entire life for what? It was all for today, to fulfill his wife's dying wish. Now, he was about to bring his daughter and son-in-law to meet his deceased wife. How could he not be excited? Father, how powerful is that lady from the soul-devouring manor? Li Shuai asked after falling silent for a while. Girls were about to get married, and were naturally quite interested in the situation of their husband's family. Lady Jiawu? Sage Li Quan's expression became serious as he replied, very powerful. As for how powerful, I'm not sure. Ah. Li Shuai's jaw dropped. She knew how powerful her father was. Hearing that even her father was not sure, how could she not be shocked? She asked in surprise, could it be Grade 9? Doesn't seem like it. Grade 9 has undefeatable willpower and source energy. However, Lady Jia Wu only has powerful willpower, and her willpower doesn't seem like the undefeatable willpower of a grade 9. She's ridiculously powerful. Sage Li Quan's eyebrows furrowed even more as a look of confusion appeared in his eyes. Moreover, this Lady Jia Wu's strength is very strange. A few hundred years ago, she was only above grade 7. In just a few hundred years, her strength has increased to such a terrifying level. This is simply incomprehensible. Alright, let's not talk about this anymore. Little Shu'ei, when do you think you should get married to young Master Yi? Sage Li Quan waved his hand, his expression once again becoming excited. How about we wait for him to reach the God Emperor stage, and then I'll give you a grand wedding. Young Master Yi? Li Shu'ei's heart tightened. Just then, she could tell that something was wrong, and it seemed that her father indeed liked Yi Qinghan. She immediately felt incredibly anxious and bitter, but didn't know what to say. She knew Sage Li Quan's temperament very well. Although he loved her dearly, he was incredibly stubborn. This could be seen from the fact that he had to choose the most peerless young master for his coming-of-age ceremony. Moreover, Li Shu'ei did not want to go against Sage Li Quan on this matter. She knew that although Sage Li Quan seemed to have everything on the surface, his heart was incredibly bitter. Ever since her mother's death, he had been living in pain. Father, what do you think about that soul-devouring beast? What divine ability did he use just now? It's so powerful. Not wanting to confront him directly, Li Shu'ei could only speak in a roundabout way. Soul-devouring beast? Are you talking about the Soul Emperor's son? Not bad. Venerable Li Quan said nonchalantly, his soul has reached the God King level, but his comprehension of laws is still at the peak of the heavenly God level. I think his soul must have been raised by Lady Jia Wu using some heavenly resources. Although the soul-devouring beast's soul is the most important, it can be seen from this point that this soul-devouring beast's innate talent is not as great as my Shu'ei's. Of course, that husband-to-be of yours is even more exceptional. He's a soul cultivator who has cultivated for several decades. How many years has it been since someone like that appeared in the God realm? Oh no, Li Shu'ei's heart was filled with apprehension. From Sage Li Quan's words, she could feel how much he valued Yi Qinghan, but towards Xiao He, he thought he was someone who relied on his elders. Li Shu'ei really wanted to tell Sage Li Quan that she had liked this weird soul-devouring beast for a long time. From the moment he bit her butt, she had decided that she would marry no one else but him. If a girl's most important buttocks were bitten, how could she not think about it? Looking at the excited Sage Li Quan, Li Shu'ei could only remain silent. However, her heart was becoming more and more anxious. Yi Qinghan and Xiao He were about to arrive. How could she bring up this matter without angering Sage Li Quan? Her father had been looking forward to this day for a long time. Sage, young Master Yi and young Master Xiao He asked for an audience. At this moment, Li Bai's voice sounded out from outside. Sage Li Quan's spirit shook and he hurriedly shouted, "Let them in." "Oh right. Go and brew my 5 million-year-old dripping spring tea." Yi Qinghan was shocked outside the door. 5 million-year-old dripping spring tea. Thanks to Xiao He, he was able to enjoy it today. Yi Qinghan pulled Xiao He in. Xiao He had turned into a young man's shadow. This was the transformation art that Li Shu'ei had taught him. Today, Li Shu'ei had turned into a human form while he was still in beast form. Xiao He was afraid that Li Shu'ei would laugh at him. As expected, Xiao He turned into a mischievous young man, causing Li Shu'ei to stare blankly, but she shyly lowered her head. She felt even more bitter in her heart. Greetings to Sage Li Quan, young Lady Shu'ei. Yi Qinghan cupped his hands at the two of them and discovered that Blackie was winking at Li Shu'ei in a carefree manner. He was so angry that he almost sent a flying kick over. He hurriedly transmitted a message to Blackie. "Oh, greetings to Sage Li Quan, young Lady Shu'ei. Xiao He grinned and hurriedly bowed. Sit. Young Master Xiao He. You should be called Black Devourer." Sage Li Quan laughed and didn't mind Xiao He's mischievousness. He saw a maid serving a few cups of tea and said with a smile, "Have some tea. This is good stuff. Ordinary people can't drink it." Yi Qinghan opened the lid of the teapot. A delicate fragrance rushed out and he hurriedly savored it. At the side, Xiao He turned back to his original form. He raised the cup and drank the tea. Yi Qinghan almost spat out the tea. "Damn Xiao He, pay attention to your image. God damn it, the one sitting here is your father-in-law." Yi Qinghan hurriedly transmitted a message. This brat didn't behave properly. If Sage Li Quan was displeased, his wife would fly away. Moreover, this was a 5 million-year-old dripping spring tea. Wasn't this like a cow chewing on a peony? Li Shuai also glared at him. Although she liked Xiao Hei's bandit aura, he still needed to pay attention to the occasion. Hee. Sage Li Quan didn't mind at all. He sipped the tea for a while and said faintly, "Young Master Yi, later on, you won't have any objections to me going with my daughter to pay respects to her mother, right? I don't mind that you have a wife at home. Just give Shuai the position of the main wife." Cough. Cough. Yi Qinghan choked on the spot. What was this? From Sage Li Quan's words? He seemed to have chosen him as his son-in-law. He hurriedly looked at Li Shuai. Big brother Yi, this is a small misunderstanding. You should agree first. We are just paying respects to my mother. Later, I will explain to you. Li Shuai was embarrassed by the stare and hurriedly explained. She looked at Xiao He and was also confused. She was afraid that he would misunderstand and was a little angry. She hurriedly glared at him and transmitted a message. "What are you looking at? It's all your fault, stupid soul-devouring beast. You are still embarrassing me. Just wait and see how I will deal with you." Humph. Chapter 8:13. Xiao He didn't dare to mess around after being glared at by Li Shuai. He transformed again and turned into the phantom of an elegant young man, sitting down obediently. Yi Qinghan's face was filled with cold sweat. What was Li Shuai playing at? However, since Li Shuai had spoken, he could only bite the bullet and cupped his hands towards Supremacy Li Quan. "Paying respects to Auntie is what I should do." "Good." Supremacy Li Quan nodded his head in satisfaction. With a wave of his hand, the scene changed. 3 humans and 1 beast appeared on a green mountain. The surrounding grass was lush and the scenery was pleasant. However, there was a translucent barrier in the air. Obviously, ordinary humans and demonic beasts wouldn't be able to enter. Taking a glance, halfway up the mountain, Yi Qinghan understood that this was the grave of Li Shuai's mother. Supremacy Li Quan looked up at the magnificent tomb halfway up the mountain. His eyes were sparkling with tears. He didn't say anything and walked towards the halfway up the mountain. Li Shuai followed closely behind. Her eyes were also misty. Yi Qinghan rubbed his nose and glared at Xiao He, who was looking around, before following obediently. "Xiang today, our little Shuai finally grew up. I helped her find the most exceptional young master of the continent to be her husband. Now, they are here to pay respects to you." At this moment, Supremacy Li Quan had turned from an overlord of the Fengyun continent into an ordinary middle-aged man. Even his straight back had become stooped, and his face was filled with loneliness. A person stared blankly at the raised grave with tears streaming down his face. Li Shuai had already knelt in front of the grave and cried her heart out. Yi Qinghan sighed helplessly and knelt beside Li Shuai. He paid his respects 3 times, but when he saw Xiao He standing there in a daze, he hurriedly dragged him and Li Shuai to pay their respects 3 times. However, he didn't feel good in his heart. Motherf **, are you marrying a wife or am I marrying a wife? After paying his respects, Venerable Li Quan returned to the Blackwater Pavilion. Venerable Li Quan gave up the space and only hinted to Yi Qinghan to bring his family's elders over as soon as possible to discuss the wedding date. Then, he teleported away. Lord Devour left right after the auction ended. Moreover, for such a matter, the groom should be the one to propose marriage. After all, the Li family was a prestigious family. Miss Shui, what is going on? As soon as Venerable Li Quan left, Yi Qinghan quickly glanced at Xiao He and asked urgently. Isn't it because your stupid soul-devouring beast is disappointing? Li Shui glared at Xiao He, then said shyly, I didn't make it clear at that time, and my father misunderstood. Today means a lot to my father, and I don't want to make him sad. I'll tell him slowly in the future. Boss, what are you talking about? Why don't I understand? Little Shuayer, don't stare at me. What does it have to do with me? Xiao He, who was listening at the side, was confused and asked suspiciously. You silly boy, my head has turned white because of your marriage. Yi Qinghan sighed helplessly. It seemed that this marriage would be difficult. Marriage? What marriage? Xiao He blinked his eyes. Looking at Li Shuayer's murderous eyes, he quickly came to his senses and said embarrassedly, Don't rush this matter. I haven't thought it through. Moreover, I, Lord Xiao He, am not a casual person. *T. As soon as Yi Qinghan heard this, he knew that something bad was going to happen. Sure enough, Li Shuayer bared her fangs and brandished her claws like a little tiger, rushing over. Xiao He's eyes suddenly widened. He transformed back to his original form and shot out of the pavilion. Yi Qinghan faintly heard Li Shuayer's angry roar. It was mixed with something like, you bit this lady's butt and you still want to be irresponsible. With a bitter smile, Yi Qinghan didn't want to be entangled here. He walked out of the Blackwater Pavilion alone. Anyway, in this dripping water pavilion, no one dared to hurt Xiao He. Let them be. Before he walked out of the dripping water pavilion, Li Bai hurried over and said that he wanted to send Yi Qinghan back. After all, Yi Qinghan was alone now and he was afraid that something might happen. Yi Qinghan smiled and didn't refuse. He only asked Li Bai to instruct someone to send Xiao He back when he returned. Once he returned to the joyful red courtyard, Yi Qinghan's heart was burning with passion. The matter in Dripping Springs City was finally over. The God's Stone was also in his hands. He could finally go to Soul Eater City. Thinking that he would soon be able to see the three women and the son that he had never met, Yi Qinghan's entire body trembled. Feng Qi and Wu Shan had also returned from shopping. Yi Qinghan hurriedly gathered everyone and informed them that he was going to Soul Eater City immediately. After Thunder Monarch understood Yi Qinghan's meaning, he nodded and said, Our preparations are almost done. Let's do it this way. We'll start tomorrow morning. Feng Qi and Rain Queen Yao Rao, follow Little Knight to Soul Eater City. Wu Shan and I will return to Phoenix Cloud Mountain Range directly. Little Knight, remember to go to Floating City and apply to build a city as soon as possible. Perhaps by the time you return, the new city will have already been built. Yi Qinghan's eyes lit up. A new city. This was a city that belonged to him. Yi Yao Rao, who was at the side, was a little bashful. She glanced at Yi Qinghan and said in a low voice, I'll follow you back to Phoenix Cloud Mountain Range. It's so far, the teleportation fee is too expensive. I'll also return to Phoenix Cloud Mountain Range. I need to design the new city properly. Soul Eater City is the city of Little Knight's family elders. No one can harm him. Yi Qinghan was stunned. Yi Yao Rao's excuse was too lousy. He and Thunder Monarch Yu Rao both had spatial rings, so they didn't need to pay for the teleportation fee. However, he immediately understood and felt touched. Yi Yao Rao and Rain Queen clearly didn't want him to bring them to meet his wives in his hometown. They didn't want him to feel awkward. This was also good. He hadn't seen them for so long. If he brought two women with him when he met them, they would have some ideas. After discussing some specific matters with everyone, Yi Qinghan's mood became more and more fiery. Suddenly, a bright light shone from the stone door. Wu Shan opened the door and saw Xiao He rushing in with his face covered in dirt. He was even shouting anxiously, Boss, hurry up and leave. Hurry up and leave. Li Shui, that fierce woman, will kill me. This woman is too fierce, I don't want her, I don't want her. Everyone was happy. Rain Queen and Lei Yanhua came back and told them about the coming-of-age ceremony. Seeing Xiao He like this, of course it was funny. Almost 1,000 young masters in the continent wanted to marry Li Shuai, but this Xiao He actually didn't care about it. All right. Yi Qinghan thought about it. It seemed like he had to report this to Lord Devourer and let her make the decision. Therefore, he told everyone and decided to go directly to Soul Eater City. Under the resentful eyes of Yi Yao Rao and Little Firework, Yi Qinghan brought Xiao He and Feng Qi and went directly to the square. Looking at the huge teleportation portal shining with 7-colored light, Yi Qinghan felt a lot of emotions. Without hesitation, he put Xiao He into the beast space. Of course, Feng Qi had already entered the carefree pavilion. Yi Qinghan paid the teleportation fee and stepped into the teleportation portal to Soul Eater City. The moment the teleportation portal lit up, countless pairs of eyes in the square lit up. Then, they quietly ran in all directions. They brought the news of Yi Qinghan's departure to their respective masters. A white slim figure flew over from the city master's mansion. Looking at the shining teleportation portal, she said softly with hatred, "Want to run? I'll see where you can run to." Chapter 8:14. The soul-devouring city was still misty, like a fairyland. Outside the North City was the boundless wandering sea. Waves of turbulent waves surged towards the soul-devouring city tirelessly, slapping against the cornerstone of the city, bringing with it a burst of beautiful sounds, adding a trace of immortality to the entire soul-devouring city. The soul-devouring city had 99 main streets and 999 side streets. The layout of the various buildings was perfect. It was divided into 4 districts. The North City district was where the city lord's mansion and the guards lived. The South City district was a place for trade and leisure, and the East and West City district were where the citizens of the city lived. The center was a super large square. In the South City district, there was a very famous tea house in the soul-devouring city. There was a tea house. The tea house was near the square in the South City district. From the tea house, one could see the noisy square and even the beautiful wandering sea in the distance. The terrain was very good. The tea was also very good, and the decoration and environment inside were even more first class. With this tea house, it naturally became the best tea house in the soul-devouring city. It was widely liked by the customers in the city who liked to taste tea. The tea house had 5 floors. The top floor had the best scenery, and of course, the price was the most expensive. At this moment, the entire 5th floor was booked. Of course, it was not elegant to book such an elegant place. The customers who came here to drink tea were also people of status. However, when the waitress in the tea house explained the customer who booked the place, no one dared to get angry. The person who booked the place was the 3rd city lord of the soul-devouring city, Emperor Yi. Emperor Yi's strength was not high. Not long ago, he was just Prince Yi. Now, he only had the strength of a 5th-grade war god. However, he was the younger brother of the 2nd city lord and the city lord's godbrother. Who dared to be rude to him? However, at this moment, someone was being rude to Emperor Yi. 3rd city lord, if you continue to pester me, when the lord returns, I will definitely tell the lord. Nine-tailed fox helplessly looked at the smiling Emperor Yi in front of her, glanced at the private room in front of her, and said in a low voice. Little 99, don't be so heartless. Give me a chance, just one. You also know that since I met you, I have never been in contact with any woman. Big sister can testify. Emperor Yi was still as handsome as before. At this moment, when he spoke, his eyes were full of affection and sparkling sparks. Ordinary women would definitely be charmed to death. Scram. I heard that half a year ago, you were very unrestrained in the Misty Rain Pavilion. Lord Jiu would not have gotten angry if he hadn't mentioned this. Now that he mentioned it, he was furious, glaring at Lord Jiu with his phoenix eyes as he scolded softly. As the 3rd city lord, Emperor Yi did not have the slightest temper in front of Lord Jiu. He hurriedly waved his hand and said righteously, rumors, it is definitely a rumor. Little Jojo, you have to believe me. My feelings for you can be compared to the wandering sea. Alright, that's enough. Today, Miss Qingqing has finally come out from her secluded cultivation and is here to relax. I beg of you, don't make a fuss. Is that alright? Lord Zhou signaled with his eyes and pointed to the private room as he pleaded. Young Lady Qingqing, sigh. Emperor Yi had a gleam of pity in his eyes. The three women in the private room had their own styles. Unfortunately, he couldn't touch them. Otherwise, Lord Devour would strip him naked and hang him at the city gate. Sister Qingqing, you've finally broken through to the third level of the Divine General Realm after 20 years of seclusion. Your talent can be considered top-notch in the immortal world. There was a defensive barrier in the private room. The three women sat quietly inside and naturally couldn't hear the conversation between Lord Jiao and Emperor Yi. Yi Qinggu, who was still wearing a fiery red robe and had a voluptuous figure, looked at the tranquil Yi Qingqing with a face full of joy. Top-notch? Hee hee. Yi Qingqing smiled faintly and took a sip of tea. The tea was very sweet, but her face slowly turned bitter. She sighed faintly and said, "It's been 50 years. 100 years have passed in the Flame Dragon continent, and I've only reached the third level of the Divine General Realm. When will I be able to reach the Celestial the Arch Realm, Pa? Yi Qingyu, who had been sitting by the window, looked like a pure white lotus. 2 streams of tears silently flowed down her cheeks and landed on the white jade table. She looked at Yi Qingqing beside her and said with a choked voice, "Sister Qingqing, I miss my brother." Sigh. Yi Qingwu's good mood instantly became sad after hearing the two of them. He thought of Yi Sihan in the Flame Dragon continent. He thought of how Yi Sihan had wanted to cry when he had walked towards the teleportation formation. Yi Sihan had been suppressing her tears. He felt waves of heartache. The three of them stopped talking and looked at the endless flow of people in the plaza. Although the rain barrier isolated the sound, they could still clearly sense the noise in the city. However, at this moment, the three of them felt so lonely, as though they had been abandoned by the world. Buzz! A beam of light soared into the sky, attracting the attention of hundreds of thousands of martial artists in the plaza, tens of thousands of guards beside the teleportation array, and Lord Jiao and Emperor Yi who had just entered the private room. Of course, it also attracted the attention of Yi Qingqing and the others who were drowning in sorrow. The teleportation array was the largest kind. This was the teleportation array between the prefecture's main cities. Moreover, the light had been shining for such a long time. Someone from a faraway prefecture must have teleported over. The teleportation fee between the prefecture's main cities was very expensive. Those who could use such a teleportation array were all big shots. Those who could teleport from such a faraway prefecture were even more important. Therefore, the martial artists and guards in the square all tidied up their clothes and straightened their spines. They were ready to welcome and see what kind of earth-shattering big shot it was. This person is so rich. He actually teleported from a prefecture in the south. I'm afraid this teleportation cost tens of billions of divine stones. Emperor Yi's eyesight was very sharp. When he saw the light, he easily determined that the person who teleported came from a prefecture in the south. Yi Qingqing and the others were stunned. Tens of billions of divine stones. The three of them were not country bumpkins who just came to the divine world. Of course, they understood what this meant. The light gradually began to stop shining. A green figure slowly appeared in the huge teleportation array. It was a young man with a delicate face. He looked abnormally excited as he looked at soul-devouring city. After the teleportation array stopped shaking, the young man actually began to cry silently. Then, he shouted to the hundreds of thousands of martial artists in the plaza, "Soul-devouring city, this young master is finally here." Pa! 3 cups fell on the white jade square table at the same time and broke into pieces. The tea inside was like a dragon's tongue, scattered all over the table. The intoxicating fragrance of the tea filled the entire pavilion. He is finally here. Nine-tailed Fox's body trembled. She smiled slightly. Her smile made Emperor Yi tremble. Who is he? Emperor Yi looked at the young man in the teleportation array and looked at Yu Qingcheng and the others who were crying and trembling. He was very surprised. Bang! The protective shield on the top floor of a tea house suddenly burst. 3 figures flew directly to the plaza. Yi Qingwu directly smashed the protective shield with a punch. The 3 of them did not dare to blink, fearing that the familiar figure in the teleportation array would disappear in the next second. The figure that haunted their countless dreams would disappear. Yi Qinghan's heart trembled inexplicably. He abruptly swept his gaze towards the south, and when he saw 3 figures rapidly flying in his direction, his body and his soul began to tremble at this moment. 4 pairs of eyes, after decades, intertwined once again. Like the wandering sea water, they could no longer be separated. Chapter 8:15. Hua. Yi Qinghan's roar stunned more than 100,000 people in the field. Although this green-robed young god king could use such a precious transmission array, what kind of place was soul-devouring city? Was it a place where a god king could roar so casually? A group of guards was about to scold a few words, but they heard a loud noise in the south. The protective shield of one of the top tea houses in the city was suddenly broken. After 3 beautiful figures flew out, Lord Jiao and the 3rd city lord also flew out. They all knew these 3 women. They were the distinguished guests who lived on the 5th floor of the city lord's mansion. Needless to say, Lord Jiao and the 3rd city lord. The 5 of them were obviously rushing towards the green-robed god king. Who dared to move? Brother, Qing Han. Little Han. 3 cries with sobs resounded above the square. Yi Qinghan couldn't bear it anymore. He soared into the sky, tears in his eyes. He took a step and instantly appeared in front of the 3. The 4 figures hugged each other tightly. They had been separated for too long, more than 50 years. In the Flame Dragon dimension, it was more than 100 years. For ordinary people, it was a lifetime. Most importantly, the 3 of them faintly felt that something might have happened to Yi Qinghan. This time, Lord Devourer did not disclose in advance that he was out of Sealed God Valley. Now it suddenly appeared. This surprise was too big, so big that their hearts almost broke at this moment. Brother, 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 Yi Qingyu called out softly, as if she wanted to shout out all the repressed feelings of the past few decades. However, Yi Qingwu stretched out her fist and heavily pounded on Yi Qinghan's back, venting the pain and longing that had been suppressed for several decades. Yu Qingqing did not speak. She just stared at Yi Qinghan, as if to engrave his shadow in her heart forever. Qingyu, Qinggu, Qingcheng. I'm back. I won't leave you. I swear to the heavens, to the divine emperor, to my dead father. Even if it's the netherworld, I'll take you with me. I won't ask for your forgiveness this time, I will use the infinite time in the future to treat you well. Yi Qinghan burst into tears. Although he knew that a man had to bleed, he couldn't help but cry. Although he knew that with so many people watching, it was very embarrassing for a man to cry. But he still cried, a complete mess. It was true that he had a strong heart, but in front of his family and the woman he loved the most, he found that his heart was in a mess. Brother, brother, don't say any more. We forgive you. Yi Qingyu cried even harder. She shook her head and her voice became hoarse. Yi Qingwu waved her fists even harder. Little Han, if you dare to abandon us again and run away by yourself, we'll die in front of you. Yu Qingqing smiled. Her tear-stained smile made people feel a burst of heartache. She wiped her tears and softly murmured, "It's good that you're back, it's good that you're back, it's good that you're back. Little Han." Cold Emperor. 2 loud roars came from afar. Yi Qinghan was shocked again. This voice was very familiar. It was Yi Qingmyo and Saber Emperor's voice. Yi Qinghan looked and saw 2 figures wearing the same red battle armor as the Soul Devourer Mansion's official army rushing over. The one in front with bulging eyes was none other than Yi Qingmyo. Grandpa Green Ox. Saber Emperor. The 3 women hurriedly separated and shyly wiped their tears. Yi Qingmyo directly flew over and gave Yi Qinghan a bear hug. After looking carefully and seeing that Yi Qinghan was fine, he laughed loudly. "Little Han, where is Lord Xiaohe?" At this time, the 9 lords who flew over asked. Emperor Yi, who was beside them, was also sparkling. Lord Xiaohe was the young city lord of Soul Devourer City. Yes. No. Soul Devourer City originally belonged to him. Lord Devourer said that she was only taking care of the Soul Devourer mansion and would return it to Xiaohe when he grew up. You are? Yi Qinghan looked at Madame Jiao and felt that she looked familiar. Listening to her words, he also felt that she knew him, but he couldn't remember. Brother, he is Madame Jiao. He has transformed into a human. Yi Qingyu's reminder made Yi Qinghan suddenly understand. He hurriedly summoned Xiaohe and bowed to Madame Jiao. Madame Jiao had saved his life. 3 beauties, long time no see. When Xiaohe came out, he directly jumped onto Yi Qingyu's shoulder. Among Yi Qinghan's wives, he had the best relationship with Yi Qingyu. No matter what, he had watched him grow up. Greetings, Lord Xiaohe. Madame Jiao bowed. Then, her expression suddenly became serious. A black token appeared in her hand out of thin air. She shouted at the more than 100,000 martial artists in the square below, "Everyone, listen up. Greetings, young Master Yi and young Master Xiaohe." The Soul Devourer order appeared. No one dared to slack off. Greetings, young Master Yi. Greetings, young Master Xiaohe. More than a dozen people shouted at the same time, startling Xiaohe. Yi Qinghan's expression didn't change much. After all, he had more than 100,000 subordinates in the Phoenix Glow Mountain range. He had seen many of them. Let's go to the governor's mansion first. It's not good to talk here. Madame Jiao smiled and led everyone to the governor's mansion. A group of people flew towards the governor's mansion in a grandiose manner, leaving behind countless pairs of eyes with complicated expressions. Who was this person? He actually made Madame Jiao use the Soul Devourer order to welcome him. Moreover, a small beast actually dared to call him Young Master. Young Master was not a title that could be used casually. To make all the martial artists in the city call him Young Master, it meant that these 2 people were the Young Masters of Soul Devourer City. At this moment, the entire soul-devouring city was in an uproar. There were now 2 more young masters in the city. This caused all the big and small families in the city to become nervous. If the identity of these 2 young masters was confirmed, then it would be a shocking piece of news. On the 5th floor of the governor's mansion, Madame Jiao directly used the Soul Devourer order to block the entire 3rd floor and above, rejecting all guests. At the same time, the entire governor's mansion became busy in order to welcome the arrival of the 2 young masters. Lord Devourer is not here? Yi Qinghan led the 3 of them to sit side by side. Xiaohe jumped on the table, picked up a spirit fruit, and started munching on it. Yi Qinghan thought that when he and Xiaohe arrived, Lord Devourer would definitely summon them immediately. However, he didn't see them now, so he asked in surprise. Didn't Lord Devourer go to Dripping Spring City? Why didn't you see her? She even sent a message back saying that you would come over during this period. I didn't expect that you would come so soon. Madame Jiao said in surprise. Then, she looked at Yu Qingsheng and the other 2 apologetically, and said, Lord Devourer already knew that little Han had come out. However, he was afraid that you would worry, so he specifically told me not to tell you. Come out? Where did you come out from? Qinghan, tell me, what happened to you all these years? Yu Qingsheng was a meticulous person, so she quickly asked. Everyone looked at them curiously. Even Madame Jiao was curious about how Yi Qinghan had been in the Sealed God Valley. How did he come out? Xiaohe, who had just woken up, blinked his eyes curiously and listened attentively. Yi Qinghan glanced at them and saw that they were all on his side. Even the 3rd city lord, Emperor Yi, was invited out by Madame Jiao using the soul-devouring order. He exchanged a look with Madame Jiao and knew that it was safe here. Then, He slowly told them everything that had happened in these years in detail. Of course, he only briefly talked about the War Imperial Palace. He didn't dare to reveal the black stone, the fact that his soul had split into two, and whether there was a lump of white cotton in his soul. However, what Yi Qinghan revealed shocked everyone present. Especially Saber Emperor and Yi Qingniu. They were so shocked that they couldn't close their mouths for a long time. The two of them had nothing to do in the city, so they joined the official army and became a squad leader. Therefore, they were very familiar with the affairs of the immortal realm. Yi Qingniu's eyes widened to a frightening degree. After a long time, he finally exhaled and asked in disbelief, "Little Han, you said, you're a soul cultivator now? You have 2 7th-grade war gods and 100 soul slaves with the strength of 5th-grade war gods and above? And hundreds of thousands of experts as subordinates? You're also preparing to build a new city? You'll find out when you follow me there in the future. Let's not talk about this for now." Yi Qinghan waved his hand and said nonchalantly. Then, he suddenly looked at Yi Qinggu and asked a question that he had been wanting to ask since he arrived at the soul-devouring city, but didn't dare to ask. "Qinggu, where is our son? I want to see him." Chapter 8:16. Son, Sihan. You've finally remembered to ask about Sihan? Yi Qinggu glanced at Yi Qinghan with hidden bitterness, as if she was blaming Yi Qinghan. Yi Qinghan had been here for so long, but she only remembered to ask about Yi Sihan now. However, the moment she said this, she abruptly came to her senses, and her expression became extremely terrified. At the same time, Yi Qingyu and Yi Qingqing's expressions changed. "Lil Han, you returned to the Flame Dragon continent? You didn't see our son?" Yi Qinggu suddenly grabbed Yi Qinghan's arm, her eyes wide open, and her body began to tremble in fear. Yi Qingyu also grabbed Yi Qinghan tightly. Yi Qingqing's eyes were filled with panic and fear. Didn't he come to the God Realm? He broke through to the God Realm at the age of 20 and charged into the transportation formation alone. Grandpa Sky Dragon and Senior Shishue immediately chased after him, and the three of them were transported to the God Realm. What? Didn't Milord bring him to Soul Eater City? Yi Qinghan was also frightened. The calm temperament that she had developed over the years could no longer remain calm at this moment. She stood up with a thump and her face turned snow-white. "Sihan, Sihan." Yi Qinggu also stood up, but her body went limp and she fell back down. Yi Qingqing and Yi Qingyu hurriedly helped her up. "This. How can this be? Didn't we tell the patriarch not to come to the God Realm without news of us? I'll do it." Yi Qingniu's body erupted with a berserk aura. Saber Emperor also looked worried. "God damn it, what's going on?" Yi Qinghan directly cursed and anxiously paced back and forth in the hall. He was completely panicked. He knew how dangerous the God Realm was. Yi Sihan was a hothead who had just broken through to the God Realm. Although Yi Tianlong had heard that he had already refined a Divine General's Divine Crystal, there was no difference between a peak Divine General and a first-layer Divine General. Yi Sihan had come to the God Realm at the age of 20, but it had been several decades since then. Yi Qinghan did not dare to think about it anymore. If anything happened to any one of them, Yi Qinghan would never forgive himself. Yi Qinghan felt like he was about to explode with rage, but he had nowhere to vent it. At this time, Xiao He also understood what was going on. He quickly waved his little paw and said to Yi Qinghan, "Boss, don't worry, don't worry. Nothing will happen. Where's my aunt? Lord Jiu, I want to see my aunt. Maybe things aren't as bad as you think." At this moment, Lord Jiu spoke indifferently. Everyone's spirits were lifted, and their gazes locked onto Lord Jiu. At the same time, everyone's gazes were filled with doubt. Since Lord Devourer could welcome Yu Qingsheng and the others to Soul Devouring City, why didn't he bring Yi Sihan and the others over as well? When Yi Qinghan was in the Fire Dragon continent, he went to ask the Jade Rabbit Yu Qingsheng and the others for confirmation. That was why he did not ask for Yi Sihan's information. Madame Jiu understood what they meant. She sighed slightly, and said, "Little Han, you went to the Fire Dragon continent. I'm sure you know that little Sihan suddenly barged into the teleportation formation. The Heaven Dragon race leader and Shi Shui race leader immediately followed. The three quickly barged into the teleportation formation and came to the God realm. When Lord received the news, it had already been a few days. Lord asked me to immediately go to the ascension platform to welcome them, but of course, there was no one there. Then, I immediately started to investigate. During that time, the people who ascended were teleported to thousands of tribes. In the end, I searched all the tribes, but I still could not find young Master Sihan and the others. And then? Yi Qinghan's eyes shone brightly as he stared at Lord Jiu. He knew in his heart that he could not blame Lord Devour. This matter was indeed because Yi Sihan had acted too quickly and did not inform Lord Devour through the Jade Rabbit. In his heart, however, he became even more anxious. Lord Jiu continued, at that time, dozens of groups of people were teleported to the west of the continent near the Star Sea, the Heavenly Demon Prefecture, the 100 Battle Prefecture, and the Xiaoxiang Prefecture. However, during that time, a group of extremely powerful god bandits in the Star Sea had plundered many tribes and small cities in the three prefectures. Then, they charged into the Star Sea again. After I brought the news back, Lord Devour personally went there. However, there was still no definite news of the three. However, you can rest assured. Lord Devour said that he could confirm that young Master Sihan is safe. Since young Master Sihan is fine, then the Heavenly Dragon tribe leader and Shi Shui tribe leader should be fine too. Why is Lord Devour so sure that they are fine? Everyone was slightly relieved. Since Lord Devour said that they were fine, then at least their safety was guaranteed. After pondering for a moment, Yi Qinghan asked doubtfully. Miss Wu should be clear about this. Lord Jiu smiled slightly and looked at Yi Qinggu. On the day that young Master Sihan was 1 month old, did he receive a black jade stone from Lord Devour? Actually, this jade stone played a part in young Master Sihan's cultivation speed. As long as this jade stone did not break, young Master Sihan will not die. Don't worry. Yes, there was such a piece of jade. When Sihan used her blood to bind him, it suddenly disappeared into his chest. I was shocked. Yi Qingyu nodded and said, "Yes, there is such a jade. It's good that nothing happened. It's good that nothing happened." Yi Qinghan heaved a sigh of relief. However, after a while, he frowned again. He slapped his head and said, "Lord Jiu, please bring me to the War God Pavilion immediately. I want to issue a bounty mission. I want to pay 1 trillion divine stones for information about the three of them. There are so many war gods in the divine world. We can definitely find them. Yes, bounty. We must find little Sihan." Lord Jiu mobilized the entire soul-devouring manor to find them. Little Sihan is Lord Xiaohei's nephew. Xiaohei nodded continuously. Although Yi Qinghan suddenly had a son, which made Xiaohei a little uncomfortable, he was still very anxious. He could clearly feel the urgency and pain in Yi Qinghan's heart. No need. Lord Jiu waved his hand and said, "Lord Devour has issued a bounty dozens of years ago, and it's the highest bounty. Moreover, I think that Lord Devour left in such a hurry this time because he has news about young Master Sihan. Otherwise, he wouldn't have not seen you in Leaping Spring City. Perhaps he feels guilty if he doesn't help you find your son." At this moment, Yi Qinghan was sure that the lord in the first private room of the auction was Lord Devour. Listening to Lord Jiu, he finally understood. He raised his eyebrows and asked, "Can you send a message to Lord Devour now?" "I can't." Lord Jiu shook her head and said, "It's because I can't. That's why I guessed that he has news about young Master Sihan. Because the jade talisman that Lord gave me can only be used in the Misty Continent. Now that I can't send a message, it means that Lord Devour has gone to another continent, or to the Star Sea. Previously, when Lord Devour went to other continents, he would tell me and the second city lord. This time, he didn't say anything. I guess he has gone to the Star Sea. Don't worry. Wait for Lord Devour to come back. Perhaps this time, Lord Devour can bring them back. Lord Geo's words were reasonable and didn't seem to be fake. Then, she took them to the War God Pavilion on the 3rd floor to see the bounty. Indeed, Lord Devour had issued the highest bounty dozens of years ago. They knew that Lord Geo didn't lie to them. "This is, my son?" Yi Qinghan looked at the picture that Lord Devour had made on the bounty. Looking at the face that was exactly the same as when he was 15 years old, an indescribable feeling welled up in his heart. Returning to the 5th floor, Yi Qinghan immediately made a decision. Tomorrow, he would take them to the Misty Continent to apply for the construction of the city. After the new city was built, if Lord Devour couldn't find Yi Sihan and the others, he would take them to find Yi Sihan and the others even if he had to cross the Star Sea.